you know. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you all here. Thank you for joining us for AI+Science, Accelerating Discovery. This conference is co-sponsored by Stanford Institute for Human AI and Stanford Data Science. I'm Risa Wexler. I'm an associate director of Stanford Human-Centered AI and also director of the Kavli Institute for Particle Astrophysics and Cosmology, our Astrophysics Institute, and I'm a professor of physics here at Stanford and at SLAC. Together with my colleague Surya, we have a full day of really exciting conversations on how AI is reshaping scientific discovery across life, the universe, and everything. And we're really excited not only to highlight ways in which AI is sort of transforming discovery, but also how it's changing the practice of science at this really pivotal time. So I hope this will be a really exciting interdisciplinary day.
I think so, yeah. So I'm Surya Ganguly. I'm a senior fellow at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, and I'm an associate professor in applied physics. So today's conference, we're super excited to explore the role of AI in science, especially the challenges and opportunities in integrating AI into frontier scientific practice. And yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the two of us will be your MCs today.
And yeah, we're very pleased to begin today's program with opening remarks from Stanford University President Jonathan Levin.
So please join me in welcoming John.
Welcome. It's great to see everyone here, and I'm very excited that we're having this conference. Everyone is talking about AI and the opportunities for accelerating scientific discovery. As I was thinking about this conference, I was just reflecting back on how quickly the landscape has changed for scientific discovery in the last few years. So about 5 years ago, I went on to the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, which is the nation's leading science advisory group. And at our first meeting, so this was early in 2021, and at our first meeting, we were given a charge of the things that we should be thinking about over the next 4 years. And the charge came from a letter that President Biden had written to Eric Lander, who was the nation's science advisor at the time. And there were 5 things that were listed in the charge as the most important problems facing the country regarding science. So they were, what can we learn from the pandemic about public health? How can breakthroughs in science and technology create solutions to climate change? How can the US lead the world in technology, especially in competition with China? How can we guarantee the fruits of science and technology are fully shared? And how can we ensure the long-term health of science and technology in our nation? All important questions, all fundamental, still relevant today. But you'll notice that something is missing from that list. There's absolutely no mention of artificial intelligence or the things that might be unlocked by artificial intelligence. So on that group, within a year, we had a working group on AI, and then we were writing reports on it and talking about it. And by the final meeting, which was about a little over a year ago, we went around the room and people were asked to say what was the most exciting thing that would happen in the next several years. And I would say that the majority of them were artificial intelligence is going to unlock these sorts of discoveries, this sort of acceleration, this sorts of innovation in my field. That's an incredible change in a very short amount of time, and it's a really exciting one. I'm happy to say that I think Stanford was, I wouldn't say fully foresaw this, but was prescient in setting up as you saw before, the initiatives, the Human-Centered AI Institute and Stanford Data Science, well prior to that, back in 2017 or 18. And when we set up the structures at Stanford to advance research and thinking about AI, there were 2 things that were fundamental to those structures. One was that we wanted to keep humanity at the center of it, hence human-centered. And the second is we wanted to be interdisciplinary. That is, we thought that the secret to universities in a period of rapid technological advance, the distinction of what would make universities different than, say, what would go on in a company would be the ability to bring together people who worked on a technology with people who had different disciplinary knowledge from different domains, which could be very, very broad. And this conference is really a reflection of that, because we're going to see talks from people who are doing physics and math and biology and chemistry and climate and engineering, and it's going to be a great discussion in that way. Part of the goal of having these initiatives at Stanford was precisely that we'd be able to convene people from across the campus, across the country, around the world, and this conference is a great example of that. It's a chance to sort of take stock of where we are, hopefully share knowledge, and maybe spark some ideas for future research that will lead to some great innovations in the future. So thank you all for being here. Thanks to the organizers, Surya and Risa. And with that, I'm going to introduce the director of the Human-Centered AI Institute, James Landay.
Thank you, John. And I want to thank John for helping support this institute. We are announcing today that we have merged HAI and Stanford Data Science into one. And I'm deeply honored to lead this new institute to bring together HAI and data science into a single university-wide home for AI and data science at Stanford. So I want to thank President Levin, Provost Martinez, and Vice Provost Studdert for their confidence. It's really the privilege of my career, and I do not take it lightly. Let me say a few words about how we got here and where we're going next. Over 8 years ago, when AI was yet to emerge into the broader public consciousness, a small group of us had the chance to imagine an institute that did not yet exist. Fei-Fei Li, John Etchemendy, Chris Manning, and I came together around a shared conviction. What we needed was not a lab, not a department, not a center inside a school, but something different. A standalone institute sitting across all 7 schools, designed from day one to bring every part of the university into the conversation about AI. That was a deliberate choice, and it was rooted in a simple anticipation that AI would not stay inside computer science, that it would touch every field, every profession, every part of society, and that if we wanted it to shape it for good, we needed every perspective at the table. The humanists, the social scientists, the clinicians, the legal scholars, the educators, the artists, and the scientists across every domain of discovery. Stanford is one of the few universities in the world to have top departments and people in all of these areas. That interdisciplinarity has been HAI's foundation, and it remains our foundation. 8 years later, I'm proud of what we set in motion, the idea that AI would matter for every field at Stanford and beyond, and that we needed an institute built to match that breadth has shaped this place in ways we hoped it would. But the world has changed, and the work in front of us is not the work we started with. Industry is moving faster than any of us predicted. Governments are racing to respond. Capital is flowing at a scale we've never seen before. And the technology itself is changing and evolving on a timeline measured in months or even weeks, but not years. What we created for a moment of anticipation has to meet a moment of arrival. The institute we built 8 years ago has to grow into what the moment demands. That's what today's announcement is really about. Bringing HAI and SDSS together is a reimagining of what a university institute can be when AI and data science have moved to the center of human progress. Stanford Data Science has built something remarkable over the past 7 years. Deep expertise in working with data at scale, a high-performance computational instrument called Marlowe, already powering many breakthroughs at Stanford, from foundational brain models to tumor detection radiology, and cross-discipline research centers advancing sustainable data science, astrophysics, neuroscience, and more. These two organizations have always shared mathematical foundations, computational infrastructure, and a deep commitment to curiosity-driven inquiry. We're now joined as one. This new institute will be the front door for AI and data science at Stanford, a place where every school, every discipline, every researcher with a question worth asking can find their way in. So let me share 3 commitments that will define how we move forward. First, open. Open science, open source, open class. This is our deepest commitment as a university institution to make at this inflection point. Industry frontier labs will do extraordinary work, but much of it will be closed. The weights, the data, the methods, the safety evaluations, increasingly behind walls. That is their choice to make. Ours is different. Universities exist to share what we learn, to put knowledge in the open, where any researcher, any student, any government, anywhere in the world can build on it. Openness is a strategy for keeping AI's benefits broad and its development accountable. Second, team science, at a scale and in a form that no one else will do. There are problems that matter enormously and that industry will not work on. Long horizon scientific questions, public interest applications without a commercial market, independent evaluation of societal impact. AI for fields where the data is messy, the users are diffuse, and the returns are many years away. These are problems that universities are uniquely positioned to address. But they require a different type of team science than we've traditionally done in universities. We need larger teams, sustained funding, real engineering capacity, and shared compute infrastructure. That is what we are building at HAI. Third, our responsibility reaches beyond Stanford. If we are serious about serving humanity, we have to meet humanity where it is, across institutions, across borders, and across sectors. We have to connect with universities and research institutions in every region of the world, with civil society, with governments shaping the rules, and with communities whose lives this technology will reimagine. The challenges in front of us in health, in climate, in education, in governance are global challenges. The institute that helps shape AI's roles in them has to be global too. Before I close, I want to take a moment to remember Steve Denning, a founding member of HAI's Advisory Council and a dear friend of the Institute and close advisor to me. We lost Steve recently, and it's impossible to stand here in this role without acknowledging what he meant to this institute and to this university. Steve and his wife Roberta both believed deeply in the power of universities to shape the world for the better. They invested in that belief generously, thoughtfully over decades. The directorship I now hold carries their name, and the work we do here carries the conviction that scholarship should serve humanity. What we are doing today rests on the work of many people. Steve and Roberta's vision and generosity, the foresight of my co-founders, Fei, Etch, and Chris, in building HAI alongside me from the beginning, and Emmanuel and Hito's leadership in building SDS. The faculty in every school who made this community what it is over the past 8 years. We look forward to working with President Levin, Provost Martinez, and Vice Provost Stutter to make this new institute everything Stanford needs it to be at this moment. And we look forward to working with you in this room, researchers, partners, alumni, friends, who have a belief that AI and data science could be developed in the service of humanity. Which brings me to today. There is no better expression of that belief than the conference we are opening this morning. AI and Science, Accelerating Discovery. Few questions matter more right now than how this technology will reshape the academic enterprise itself. How we discover, how we validate, how we know. Above all, this conference is about elevating human understanding, what people understand, not what AI understands. That distinction is at the heart of what we do. I want to thank Risa and Surya for putting together a program that takes both the promise and the limits seriously. And I want to thank the staff of this institute who turn vision into reality every single day. None of this happens without them. Today, you'll hear from some of the most thoughtful people working at this intersection. I hope you leave not just informed, but challenged and ready to help shape what comes next. Thank you. And now let me turn it back over to Risa and Surya.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So we're back. So we wanted to make some remarks to frame the day. So basically, every time we've developed new tools, we've opened up entirely new vistas into the very nature of reality. For example, the telescope helped us see to the outer reaches of the cosmos and helped us understand our place within the universe. Also, the microscope helped us see the inner world of cells and led to the germ theory of disease with huge implications for human health and well-being. Today, for science, we have an equally consequential new technology, artificial intelligence, but AI is different. It does not just let us see the large and the small, it also helps us detect, understand, and exploit complex high-dimensional patterns in immense data sets that our minds alone simply cannot grasp. As such, it opens up entirely new vistas into scientific inquiry, and that is what we're here to explore today. A general theme is that AI and science are perfect partners that will drive each other to new heights. AI will, of course, enable new scientific discoveries, but also the rigor and demands of scientific applications will drive the development of better AI. To see common patterns in the application of AI to science, we have deliberately chosen today to take an expansive interdisciplinary view across many domains, spanning AI for life, the Earth, and the universe. For example, in AI for life, we will see how foundation models of genomes, cells, and brains yield fundamental biological insights and therapeutics. In AI for Earth, we'll see how AI can help us model complex processes of weather and climate. And in AI for the universe, we'll see how AI can help us understand nature, from subatomic particles to the cosmos, as well as help us discover new mathematics, which is the very language, the very first language of the universe itself. But also in the other direction, we want to emphasize that science is AI's next crucible, a crucible out of which will be forged the next generation of better AI. After all, AI for science is not the same as consumer AI, for example, just to generate fun videos and songs. Science demands extreme rigor. For example, in venerable subjects like physics, we can measure quantities like the electron magnetic moment to 13 decimal places. Thus, to meet the precision and rigor of science, we will need to develop next generation AI that is more explainable, trustworthy, data efficient, and can deal with uncertainty, causal reasoning, experimental design, and more. If you're an AI researcher, consider moving to AI for science to work in the most challenging and impactful problems facing both AI and society. I'll give some examples of AI for science from my own work in the domain of neuroscience. In collaboration with experimentalists, we record many neurons from the brain and build digital twins of the brain, accurate models of both neural activity and behavior. We then use explainable AI to gain insight into the twin and therefore the brain, and control theory to control both the twin and the brain. In essence, we learn the language of the brain and then speak back to it in its own language. So some examples of things we've done: we've built a digital twin of the primate retina that reproduces decades of experiments in hours. We can read the language of the brain and write simple percepts directly into the brain by controlling, for example, only 20 neurons. We created a digital twin. Well, we can also decode what a mouse is seeing from its brain activity. We created a digital twin of the epileptic brain that allows us to control seizures. We also created a model of mouse navigation that can predict brain activity patterns when a mouse is placed into a new environment for the first time. Interestingly, we can even give the mouse ketamine and see neural correlates of the resulting out-of-body experiences that it has, raising profound questions about the nature of the sense of self that can now be answered, I think. And recently, we allowed monkey visual neurons to speak to us in natural language, to tell us what they like to fire to. We did this by combining digital twins of the monkey brain with vision language models. And one of our speakers, Andreas Toliash, will mention a little bit more about this very cool result. Maybe there's a future in which AI helps our animals just talk to us, but by telling us what they're thinking. Okay, and I'll hand it off to Risa now.
Okay, so I just spend a few minutes telling you about what motivates me. I became a scientist because I'm interested in these very big questions. What is the universe made of? What is everything in it? Turns out it's something called dark matter, and we don't know what it is. And how do galaxies form within cosmic structure? So these are the three questions I think about every day. And the thing that they have in common is that they really require extracting physics from very, very large and complex data sets, sometimes now up to billions of objects with data from many kinds of instruments. And so we're really trying to think about how does AI enable us to ask these questions in new ways. This is an incredible decade for astrophysics and cosmology. One of the things we're very excited about here is a new instrument we've built. We built the world's largest digital camera called the LSST camera, and it has just been, as of last year, installed on this beautiful new telescope in Chile called the Vera Rubin Observatory. And any day now, it's going to start a 10-year survey of essentially the entire southern sky every few days, revisiting the same sky. So over a 10-year period, we will have not only this incredibly deep map, but also a movie of everything in the sky that changes. So this is an example of some of the data we have in astrophysics, 20 terabytes a night that actually gets shipped from Chile up to SLAC and Menlo Park and reprocessed and sent out to the world within minutes. And the reason we do it within minutes is because some of the millions of events we will see every night are so exciting that you want to point every telescope on Earth and in space at it. And this is really just one of the transformative surveys that is happening this decade in astrophysics. So we're very, very lucky to be in this extremely data-rich regime. And so what I think about every day is how do we turn that data into real discovery about the physics questions that I mentioned. We really have just this incredible data, but we don't really yet have the modeling and inference tools to get the most out of it. This is what we're thinking about quite hard, and what ways we can use new AI and data science techniques to solve those things. And unlike some problems in AI where if you can just predict the next thing or the missing thing, that's not enough for us. We care a lot about uncertainty quantification. As Surya said, we're trying to measure things to very high precision. And we really want to learn the physics. And so we need to build in the uncertainty right from the beginning. And so I think one of the really interesting and hard questions is how do we have the right combination of theory-driven versus data-driven approaches? How do we put these tools together so that we get really the most out of our data and learn the physics that we're trying to learn? And I think this is an example of AI in science, where AI gives us really incredible new tools, but they're not off-the-shelf tools. Our science really requires that we think about those tools in new ways and drives them in new directions. And so one of the things we're going to focus on a lot today is what is the role of human understanding in the age of AI? What does AI make newly possible that was not possible before? And where do things really remain hard and require human creativity and ingenuity? How do we keep human decision-making and understanding really central in scientific work? How do we use these tools to help us think more deeply rather than just more quickly? And what kinds of judgment and trust are needed both in our tools and our processes? And how do we change our institutions and incentive structures to really provide those? I think AI does change what problems are tractable, but it doesn't tell us what problems matter. I think what problems matter and what they mean to us, those are really a human endeavor. So I'm really excited about the day we have put together for you. As you've heard, we have panels on AI for life, AI for Earth, and AI for the universe. We have some fantastic lightning talks by graduate students and a wonderful poster session with many more. We're going to have a panel on the role of human understanding And we have a keynote from Dario Gil from the DOE Office of Science. And I hope that you'll also stick around for the reception and a conversation with James and other university leaders. So I just, in closing, I'll just invite you to really participate today. I am really, truly excited about what's newly possible in science in the next several years. But I think we have to really think very deeply as a community about how do we bring the tools and institutional structures and habits of mind together to do this as well as possible. And I think, the way we do science is changing quickly. What it takes to do that well, both for science and for society, is just being built. And it's one of the key questions that I hope we will think hard about together today. And I welcome you into that conversation.
Okay, great. So to kick off the first panel, we're going to do AI for life. So we're turning to a domain where AI is already having a profound impact in the life sciences, from understanding biological systems to designing new molecules and therapies. This is an area where the combination of data, computation, and experimentation is already creating entirely new ways of doing science. So moderating the discussion will be Russ Altman, whose work has long been at the forefront of biomedical data science and its applications to medicine.
And he'll be joined by a wonderful group of panelists, Brian He, who develops machine learning methods to better understand and design biological systems. Andreas Tolius, whose work bridges neuroscience and AI to study how complex biological systems process information. And Anshul Kunjanje, who works on machine learning models of gene regulation to decipher the genetic and molecular basis of disease.
And together they'll explore how AI is shaping the life sciences, from fundamental understanding to practical applications, and what it means for the future of research in the space.
So please join us in welcoming our first panelist.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian He. I'm excited to share some of my group's research in developing generative models that can design new biological systems from the scale of individual molecules to the scale of complete genomes. And to foreground this talk, I wanted to recall the tremendous advances in computer hardware engineering over the past century, where in the 1940s, a transistor would be something that would fit on your desk, to the first integrated circuits, and now we have the NVIDIA H100 GPU. And certainly driving this progress were advances in nanomaterials and better fabrication methods, but also tremendous advances in computer algorithms that could help humans design new circuits and new hardware systems at ever-increasing orders of magnitude of complexity. So in biology, machine learning has been helping us design new biological systems, mostly so far at the scale of individual molecules. So for example, a couple years ago now, the Nobel Prize for Chemistry was awarded to machine learning models for doing protein design. And we've been interested certainly in designing individual molecules, but also designing biological systems approaching the complexity of a complete organism. But when you think about it, even a very simple single-celled organism is orders of magnitude more complex than any individual molecule. Certainly we'll need computational systems to assist with this design. But how do you even train, say, an AI model to learn things at this scale of complexity? Do we have any hope here? How do we get the right training data to learn at this scale? It turns out over the past few decades, people have actually been sequencing the complete genomes of millions of organisms. And in theory, embedded in this mountain of genetic sequences is the information required to create complete organisms. But how do we extract this information from this data? Over the past few years, there's also been tremendous advances in models that can learn higher level rules from raw sequence data alone. And fundamentally, these models are trained with very simple objectives like predicting the next token in a sequence of tokens, where a token could be an English word or in our case, potentially, a token could be a DNA base. And even though next token prediction seems like a very simple task, the idea is that if you train on a sufficiently complex data set, then actually next word prediction in language teaches a model about very complex tasks. So for example, grammar, semantics, but also spatial reasoning and math. And fundamentally, these models, even though they're not explicitly learning a world model, the world has left an imprint on text from the internet. So a model trained on text from the internet can learn aspects about the world. In biology, we like to think of genotype, which is DNA sequence that encodes via some complicated biological mechanism, some physical trait or some phenotype. And even though it's these mechanisms and these phenotypes that we care about, a key idea is that evolution has written functions and phenotypes back into DNA sequence through natural selection. So in the same way that the world has left its imprint on text from the internet, the world has also left its imprint on DNA sequences. So we hypothesize that potentially a model trained on sequence alone could learn which mutations correlate with health or disease, or how DNA or proteins or RNA come together to make these complex biomolecules and biological systems. So to test this hypothesis, we first, a couple years ago now, developed this model called EVO, or EVO1. This is a DNA language model. All this model is doing is it's predicting the likelihood of the next base in a sequence of DNA bases. But a key idea is that even though we're training on DNA alone, this DNA directly encodes for RNA and for proteins, so we get a multimodal understanding of the sequence, including RNA and protein information, even though we train on DNA alone. This model is also trained to process a very long input sequence where we not only can understand an individual gene, but also how that gene relates to its genetic context, including multi-gene systems, or in some cases, complete genomes. The EVO1 model was only trained on very simple genomes of bacteria and other prokaryotes. So then we developed another model called EVO2 that extends this paradigm to plants and animals. So EVO2 is a DNA language model that we put out around this time last year that not only trains on bacterial genomes, but also plants and animals, and even one copy of the human genome. We also scaled this model to billions of parameters to better appreciate biological complexity and to process an input sequence of 1 million bases. And what I wanted to highlight today is the ability for these models to generate new DNA sequences. And in the same way that you can ask ChatGPT to write an email for you or write code for you, you can also use these models to generate new DNA sequences that we can then chemically synthesize and then test in the lab to see if they encode some desirable biological function. So for example, for EVO1, we specialize this model to generate a class of biological systems called CRISPR-Cas. These are systems that are often used for genome editing. They're actually pretty complicated. There's a very large protein and some RNAs involved. So we used EVO1 to generate a complete CRISPR system. And then we can make the DNA, test it in vitro in the lab, and show that it has comparable function to a state-of-the-art system for genome editing derived from nature while being significantly diverged from it. Another thing we can do with this model is prompt the model with DNA and get DNA in the response. So for example, we can prompt the model with certain genes and then get new genes in the response. So we asked, what happens if we prompt the model with a gene that often occurs next to what's called a de novo gene, or a gene that is very evolutionarily novel? In this case, a class of genes called anti-CRISPRs. These are genes that inhibit CRISPR. So the model can actually generate new anti-CRISPR genes this way when we prompt the model with an anti-CRISPR associated gene. We can confirm that these anti-CRISPRs do function in the lab when we experimentally test them. And then we did this analysis on these genes where we actually compared some of these genes to all the genes that have ever been discovered by humans. And in a couple cases, these AI-generated genes have no significant sequence similarity to any gene that we've ever discovered from nature, which I think is evidence that these models are capable of substantial creativity in their generations. Finally, we wanted to go beyond the scale of designing individual genes or multi-gene systems to design very simple but complete whole genomes. Suffice to say that designing a whole genome is a very complicated task, even for very simple genomes. You're designing not only protein coding genes, but regulatory genes. These genes need to interact with each other and with things outside of the organism. So we first focused on this genome called Phi-X174. This is a bacteriophage. It's a virus that infects bacteria. This is a historically significant genome. It was the first genome ever sequenced by Fred Sanger in the 1970s, one of the first DNA genomes ever to be synthesized in the lab as well. So we wanted to use the models to diversify or generate variants of this phage, Phi-X174. So we fine-tuned the model to specialize it to generate new phage genomes. And then we can synthesize and test the DNA in the lab. These experiments yielded 16 viable bacteriophage genomes. Some of these actually meet certain thresholds for calling new bacteriophage species that are established by the community. And some of these phages actually have very interesting structures and very interesting functions. So for example, we solved the structure of one of the phages using cryo-electron microscopy. And it revealed it actually teaches us new things about how these phages assemble proteins to create a viral capsid. And then we can also pool the AI-generated phages together into a cocktail and test their ability to overcome bacterial resistance. And we show that actually the AI-generated phage cocktail can rapidly overcome bacterial resistance much more rapidly than either the original phage alone or a similar cocktail of natural phages. So we're interested in using these phages to fight many bacterial pathogenic diseases that affect humans, that affect agriculture. There are phages that are of similar complexity to the phage that we designed that we think could be appropriate for this. And this is the beauty of Stanford. There's also many people at Stanford working on these systems. So in summary, hopefully I've convinced you that maybe these models are useful in starting to generate things at the scale from individual genes to complete genomes. For example, these de novo anti-CRISPR proteins, these CRISPR-Cas multi-gene systems involving proteins and RNA, and complete bacteriophage genomes. And again, recalling the first slide, the advances in computer hardware engineering also enabled many applications that were not even imaginable back in the 1940s. So we think that as our ability to design more complicated biological systems also gets better, this might enable therapeutic and new medicines, new therapeutic strategies that also seem impossible or hard to achieve today. I liked how James, in his intro, emphasized open science and communicating all of our research publicly. So we do this. We publish all of our results in papers. We also make all of our code, our models, our data, our code for training the models publicly available. The links to these models are on this slide if you're interested in learning more. And finally, this work was done by a very talented team of graduate students and postdocs in my lab, and I need to acknowledge them. And finally, thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. So your joys, your sorrows, your memories, and your ambitions, your sense of personal identity and free will are basically nothing more than the vast behavior of nerves in your brain. And this is a very famous quote from Francis Crick in his book that basically says that what our brain is trying to do is form a model how we understand the world around us. So what is happening inside our skull is a reflection or a model of the outside world. And what is amazing, as we've heard and as we all know in the last 10 years, there's been a revolution of us humans inventing another form of intelligence, artificial intelligence, that is clearly built from a very different substrate. It's not built out of proteins and DNA, it's built out of silicon. But yet what we have observed in the last few years is that there is something remarkable going on. There is something that seems to be that despite these two systems built from different implementation level details, they converge onto similar solutions to try and solve intelligence. And this is sometimes called the universality principle. And here we're showing you two images. One is these neurons in the macaque primary visual cortex detecting edges and features in the visual world. And another one is an artificial system that was trained on a different task and also seems to have these similar features. So this is neuroscience. We call it representational level analysis. And what is remarkable about this level of analysis is that now we have this 100-year anniversary of celebrating many discoveries, including a bunch of Nobel Prizes, where people have been trying to understand correspondences or relationships between neurons, how they represent and encode information inside our brain, and features in the outside world. However, if you actually look at the history of neuroscience in the last 100 years, what I'm showing you here is a big chunk of our understanding of the brain, of how information is represented. And the reason that it's been very difficult to really decipher the neural code, what we call the neural code, is simple. Is if you, for example, have a monitor and we are trying to understand how the sensory world is encoded in the brain, and even if you generate like binary patterns in a low resolution monitor, you can generate more patterns that are electrons in the observable universe. So if you add to this the complexity of behavior, it becomes a daunting task. So what I want to discuss today is a new approach that really has been revolutionized due to two amazing advances that have happened in the last decade. The first is neurotechnology. Thanks to the federal funding from the Brain Initiative for the last 10 years that has spent about $500 million per year, we now have technology that we can enter in this representational level, the era of omics, where we can really scale up our data collection. This is one of these technologies built by IMEC, an advanced semiconductor research foundry in Belgium, that builds these probes that enable you to record at scale the brain at single cell, single spike resolution. So what we're doing is that we're combining, and this is the title of the symposium, Science plus AI. We're taking this large scale data and we're combining with AI, as Surya has talked, to build models or digital twins of the brain. So basically what we're doing, instead of just predicting, let's say, from images to text or text to text, we're predicting images, but in this case, trying to predict the neural activity in the brain. So we're doing this cross-model prediction, but at the core is brain activity. And the first thing that we wanted to do is to look, how do these scaling laws look like? We know that the AI industry and the AI revolution, a lot of it is driven by the so-called scaling laws, which is basically scaling compute with the vast amount of data, internet data that exists out there. So to do this, we did a large computer, and we're very thankful for Marlowe. It was a perfect timing that Marlowe came online. And we basically took a lot of the data that were collected in my lab in the last few years. This was in mice at this point. It was about 3.1 million neurons. This is the largest, maybe one of the largest data sets out there in neuroscience. And what we found is that unlike in AI, we're data limited in neuroscience. We do not have enough data to really build super accurate predictive models. I mean, they're very accurate, but we are lacking data. The analogy here is like, we think that in neuroscience right now, we're in this sparse data regime, where we've been collecting data was very hypothesis-driven, and it's as if we're trying to understand or build models of language based on sparse data and not the entire internet data. So we need to move into this data regime where we have large-scale data. In other words, most of the neuroscience has focused in individual labs around the world, focusing on specific regions of the brain and testing specific hypotheses under specific stimulus conditions. And now we have to move into this new regime, the way it happens with other domains, and as we've heard in the previous talk, where we have to collect this data. But in our case, this data doesn't exist. So what we did at Stanford about 18 months ago, we launched this new initiative, and a lot of colleagues here, including Surya, are involved, called the Enigma project at Stanford, whose first goal is to really collect this very large-scale data, for neuroscience, something that is missing right now. And we're starting in phase 1 with the macaque visual system. The macaque visual system, it's a system that is essentially identical to our visual system. And we're trying to scale it up to record tens of millions of neurons while primates are engaged in naturalistic behaviors, very similar to what we are doing. And we created this pipeline where we start with neurotechnology, and then we scale our data collection. We build these digital twins, and once we have these digital twins, we can do virtual experiments at scale to make novel discoveries. You can think about it that if we have an accurate digital twin of the brain, then if we have enough GPU power, we can run what would have taken thousands of years or millions of years of experimentation literally in days. Okay, so we can scale up the experiments and explore this vast hypothesis space that I showed you earlier in a much more systematic and efficient way. And once we make these discoveries, we can close the loop and test them back in vivo to make sure that these discoveries are real. So another thing that we can do with these models, because these models are built out of neural networks and they're differentiable, we can do in silico experiments to make predictions that are almost impossible to do in the biological system. For example, we can optimize in the input space and find stimuli that drive these neurons in trying to understand the neural code and decipher the neural code. And I'll show you just, we've published, many people are working in this area. We've published a bunch of papers, but I'll just describe briefly two. One of the papers is we studied what happens to your brain when your pupil dilates. Your pupil dilates all the time, and it's happening right now, not just based on the amount of light in the room, but also on the amount of attention that you're paying as I'm speaking right now. And what we found that in mice, this dilation of the pupil changes their color selectivity in a way that helps them detect predators. And this discovery was done with these digital twins without having a prior hypothesis. And in the other discovery, we found a universal wiring rule that tells us how visual neurons in the cortex are wired to each other. Now, can we unlock more discoveries like this? Is the code interpretable? Because there's an alternative hypothesis inspired by the connectionist view about the brain and neural networks, that the information at this representation level is so entangled that it's very hard for us humans to really understand it. And as Surya said, what we're doing now, we're systematically, forging across the pathway of the brain to try and understand this neural code. And what you see here is a bunch of neurons, and it shows you their selectivity, how strikingly, almost humanly interpretable it is. And this is the paper we're working with Surya, where we're using language now to interpret the individual neurons in the monkey's brain. And what we find remarkably is that even at the level of individual neurons, almost every single neuron we studied is humanly interpretable. You can compress its selectivity with human language, which is quite remarkable if this holds true. And this here shows a validation experiment like that. Now, what I want to close is to leave you with this alternative or complementary thinking. What is very interesting about neuroscience, I think this is unique to neuroscience over other sciences, is that we're using AI to understand the brain. But if you think about it, AI is a technology that we're trying to copy the brain. So now we have this loop, and this is the promise of what this new field called neuro AI that here at Stanford we are trying to push hard on, which is by understanding the brain, can we now improve AI? Can we impact not just our basic understanding of the brain and in curing diseases, but can we impact this technological field? So here is something that we are all very good at called intuitive physics. You will see two movies here, the one on my right and one on my left. And one violates basic physics, okay? And even an animal, and you don't have to be like a genius to say, okay, the one on the right is physically plausible, the one on the left is not, right? It's something that we humans and animals do without thinking. However, quite surprisingly, AI has a physics problem at its very fundamental core. And despite the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been spent, for example, just in the last 2 years, you see that all these models are basically a chance at this very fundamental problem. This is an impediment for basically showing us that these models don't really have true world understanding the way we do, and our current approaches, and I'm talking about the industry now, not just in academia, may not be sufficient to surpass this limit. This has profound implications for areas like robotics, of course, and also generally in understanding. So here in Enigma, we have an alternative path because we're building these digital twins of the brain. We're now trying to scale them up and see how they perform, because these by themselves now are just not useful to do science, but to also use them for AI. And to do this, recently we have a Stanford spin-off, Metamorphic, with Surya and others in trying to do this, to really test at an industrial level where these models have these new capabilities. I would like to acknowledge our collaborators and the students and postdocs and research staff that work on the Enigma project, and my many collaborators over the years in my lab. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody for giving me this opportunity to present some of our work. I'm very excited to discuss a pretty important problem in genomics and medicine. That is how changes in our DNA influence molecular function, traits, and disease. My lab develops deep learning models to decode how genomes encode molecular function, understand how mutations and genetic variants disrupt it, and ultimately design sequence edits, design genomic interventions that can tune gene activity. So as you know, advances in DNA sequencing technology have enabled population-scale sequencing of personal genomes. These have revealed millions of small differences in our genomic DNA sequences. These are called genetic variants. Most of these are harmless, but some can actually influence traits, disease risk, or response to environment and therapy. And a key challenge is that we often find a lot of these genetic variants when we sequence patients' genomes, but we often find it difficult to understand what the consequences of these genetic variants are. And this actually has big implications for drug discovery, for diagnostics, and for therapeutic interventions. Interpreting the functional consequences of these variants is quite challenging. One of the reasons is that every cell in a person's body essentially has the same genome, and different cells still behave differently. A neuron, an immune cell, a liver cell, a heart cell, all have the same DNA, but they make use of different parts of it. This means that to understand the effect of a genetic variant, we have to interpret that genetic variant in the context of different cell types. And some variants may have no effects in some cell types and have very strong effects in other cell types or developmental stages. And the genome encodes about 20,000 protein-coding genes. These genes typically transcribe to messenger RNA and then produce proteins. And different cell types express different repertoires of these genes and proteins at different levels. That's what makes these cells unique. And these precise programs of gene expression are really controlled by millions of these little control elements. Think of them like on-off switches. And they turn these genes on and off in a very specific manner in specific cell types. And if you zoom into the DNA sequence of these control elements, they actually contain another language. They contain a complex syntax of DNA words and syntactic constraints. And this language is interpreted by specific proteins that bind these sequences combinatorially. And they do so in a highly cell type specific fashion, turning genes on and off. And we really need to figure out what this second regulatory code of the genome is. So one of the challenges is if you want to decode these kind of control elements, you first need to know where they are, and you need to understand their activity in different cell types. So there have been amazing advances in molecular sequencing technologies that allow us to obtain genome-wide maps of different kinds of biochemical activity that we observe on these control elements. So for example, you can perform an experiment that gives you these sort of signals across the genome telling you where a specific protein might bind, or where specific epigenetic modifications, various biochemical flags, might tag different types of DNA. And this kind of sequencing approach has been really scaled up over almost 2 decades since the Human Genome Project, providing these massive teracubes of molecular information where you profile hundreds of molecular readouts on one axis across the entire genome, 3 billion base pairs, in thousands of cell types and tissues. And this has revealed that the 25,000 genes in our genome are controlled by about 3.5 to 4 million control elements distributed all over the genome. And these control elements have very dynamic activity across different cell types and tissues. And so this data set provides an incredible substrate to now use machine learning models to understand how the same genome in all these cell types encodes all this beautiful dynamic activity. And why this is important, going back to genetic variation, is having cataloged genetic variation associated with many complex diseases and traits, a vast majority of them actually are not found in protein-coding genes. That is, they do not disrupt proteins themselves, but they are often found in these control elements that regulate gene activity and protein expression. So it's really important to understand this control code to understand how genetic variants influence disease. So where we come in is over the last decade or so, we've pioneered a class of machine learning models using deep neural networks. And these are supervised models. Think of them like text-to-speech converters. They take DNA sequence as the input across the entire genome, and they learn a predictive mapping from the DNA sequence to these molecular profiles across the genome. And of course, as I mentioned before, these profiles change across cell types. And so when you train a model that takes the same DNA sequence and maps it to molecular activity in different cell types, it learns context-specific codes. And one of the key applications of these models is we use them like microscopes. We use them to take the models and interpret them using model interpretation methods to actually understand what in the sequence is driving these activity patterns. So for example, what are these DNA words? What are the syntactic constraints? And how do they change in a context-specific manner to control gene activity? Just to give you one example, just to show you that these models are very accurate. On the top, you see sort of a measured profile from an experiment. Instead, if you train a neural network on this data and you try to predict activity on this sort of held out segment of the genome, you can see the observed and predicted activity are extremely similar. And then at different scales, even at single base pair resolution, they're incredibly similar, the predictions of the model. And we can use, again, these model interpretation methods to dive into the genome underlying that segment of DNA and actually get to the words. In this case, you see a constellation of these little DNA motifs. They are corresponding to binding sites of a specific protein called SP1. And we can only decipher these lexicons, but also, as I mentioned, higher order structure and the logic of how these words are being used by the proteins to regulate gene activity. We've now scaled this up to create a foundational resource spanning thousands of adult and fetal human cell types and tissues, and validated control syntax genome scale across all of these contexts using large-scale validation experiments. And this resource is completely public, as is the data, and this has powered a large variety of foundation models in this space, including some recent work from DeepMind, the alpha genome model. So as I mentioned, one of the key applications of these models is we can use them to do in silico experiments. Remember, the models are trained on observational data, just data you measure in cells. But we might be interested in using the models to predict the impact of specific mutations, right? So what we can do is take the DNA sequence and change base pairs based on the candidate mutation we want to score. We push the sequence, the reference sequence, and the mutated sequence through the model, and the model makes predictions of how activity would change in thousands of cell types. And so you can use it like an in silico screen. You can take the same genetic mutation and through the lens of different cell types, predict the effect of that mutation on molecular activity, and get a map of gain, loss of function, or no effect of a mutation in thousands of cell types. To give you one example, here's a patient that had a rare neurodevelopmental disorder. And when you sequence this person's genome, you get 4.5 million variants. Out of those many variants, we can use the models to score each and every one of them. And the model really highlights, the series of models that we have highlights this specific genetic variant. It is sort of sitting in the gene desert. It's in the middle of nowhere. The closest gene is about 384 kilobases away from this genetic variant. And when you push them to the models, when you score this variant through thousands of models, there's one particular model that scores this variant. It is a model that's trained on molecular activity, specifically in human fetal neurons. And that makes sense because the patient has a rare neurodevelopmental disorder. But it doesn't stop there. We can actually interpret how the model's making this prediction. And you can see that the model actually highlights that the mutation creates this DNA word, which is the binding site of a repressor protein that dramatically reduces the activity of this control element, thereby reducing the activity of the JARED2 gene, which is on the right, which is actually 748 kilobases away. You see this kind of really long-range effect of a single control element impacting a very important gene. We can then, of course, test this prediction in mouse embryos. So what we do is we take the original sequence and the mutated sequence, we put it in these mouse embryos, and we can measure activity in different cell types and tissues. And you can see on the left, the sequence that's intact shows strong activity in the brain, the blue color that you see right there. And the alternate sequence that contains a mutation, you can see has much reduced activity. We have thousands of such predictions of rare disease mutations in patients that have a variety of disorders, ranging from neurodevelopmental disorders to congenital heart diseases, and so forth. You can see the power of these machine learning models that are trained on purely observational measurements in cells, being able to in silico predict effects of mutations and prioritize experiments for downstream validation. But you don't have to stop there. We can further use the models. We can invert the problem. Rather than predicting the effects of mutations, what if we wanted to fix the effects of these mutations, right? So can we use the models to design edits to the genome, that is, make changes to the sequence, to, for example, change dosage of genes, activity of genes, in these kinds of rare diseases? So along with Jesse Angritz, who's another faculty member in genetics here at Stanford, we developed a platform called Variant Effects. Here what we do is we take the machine learning models and invert them. We use them to design sequence edits to modulate gene activity. We can then, using CRISPR prime editing technology, we can take these edits and actually make them in genomes, in cells, in specific cell types. And then we have ways of measuring very accurately the effects of these mutations. So this was recently published just last year. And what's quite remarkable is we can make pretty small edits, just 10 base pairs, to control elements in the genome, using the model's learned information to dramatically change the dosage of genes. So for example, we can reduce or increase activity 200% to minus 200%, and we can interpret the models to understand precisely the DNA words that are contributing to these kinds of activity effects. So just to summarize, I hope I showed you that we can use machine learning models to predict cell type specific activity of genes and control elements purely from DNA sequence. These models are not black boxes, so we can interpret them to understand and decode the control language of genomes. We can perturb the genomes. We can in silico perform perturbations to prioritize genetic variants, and we can use the models to design edits and other therapeutic strategies. And with that, I'll just thank my lab and our various funding sources, and this is all team science. This has been done over a series of 20 years through large-scale funding from NIH and other sources, as well as other private foundations and HAI as well. Thank you so much.
Great. My name is Russ Altman, and I'd like to invite our three speakers up to the podium where we're going to have a rousing conversation for something like 17 minutes. Great. So first of all, congratulations and thank you for those presentations, which are breathtaking and kind of get us excited about being in science. And in fact, that's my first question, because when you enter science, you want to understand the physical world. And understanding would be one of the big words in a word cloud about science. But the word cloud that I just heard had a lot of the word prediction. And so I want to ask you for the first question, have we made a devil's bargain in the last 10 years to trade our understanding desires for these amazing prediction desires? And how do you think about the trade-off and kind of getting at the biological core principles when in the old days we assumed that if we could predict, we would understand? I don't know if that's definitely true now. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Brian.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. In design, definitely our design, people call it the success rate. Or before, when you would design a protein, you would literally test tens of thousands or millions of things and get a handful, like 5 or 10 designs out of that. And then now with the deep learning models, for contrast, you test 10 things and 2 to 5 of them work. So instead of testing a million things, you now test 10 things. And to some extent, I think that is useful. Have we made a devil's bargain? I think there's been, I think maybe for now, there is a lot of interesting work. Anshul's done this for his models. We're trying to do this for the protein models and for the DNA models on interpreting the neural network itself that does the design. And when you actually do this, like the models aren't actually black boxes. You can pass gradients through them. You can freely inspect all the parameters. They might be really hard to interpret, but you can do these interpretability experiments. When you start to do that, you can pick up properties that teach us actually new things about biophysics in the protein case, or about how the model understands different genetic elements in the DNA case. So I would say, even though it's harder to interpret the models and to extract the insights, it is still possible, and that work is an open area of inquiry, and we're very interested in that line of work.
Andreas, this is a particularly important question because, if you'll allow me, my brain explodes thinking about this issue of the digital twin of a brain that's thinking about its digital twin. How do you think about this?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, and there is a danger here. I agree with you that neural networks are very powerful statistical tools to make predictions, but you need to go a step further to understand. It's a new era of doing science in a way that is much more brute force, data-driven engineering than more classical science. The way that I see it is that if we do have these very strong predictive models, then we need to do we need to understand them. Otherwise, it's not satisfying from a human point of view. But there's also a more fundamental issue that if these models, they seem that the fact that they're sort of not understandable and they're very entangled in the way they process information, they do pose a potential safety issue if they're going to be used for AI, but also they don't seem to be as good in generalizing outside their distribution. So a model that, it's kind of the way that I like to think about it, is like if you look at Kepler's equations for predicting the movement of the planets versus Newton, right? Once you understand something and you build a better model of it, it will be also more powerful. But I do think there is a danger here that we're sort of going in this regime of just let's build predictive models without understanding them. But as you were saying, there is a way to not use them as a black box, and that's what we've been doing. Like, for example, we try and break down the complexity into some simple rules. That's our goal.
Yeah, if I can just add to that. In my view, interpreting these machine learning models, especially in biology, is actually critical for two reasons. One is that biological data is messy and has, as most other data in the real world, has lots of biases. And if you train powerful neural network models on these data, they will often latch on to these biases when they make predictions. So interpreting the model is not only useful to understand fundamental biology, like I showed, but also to actually debug models, debug actual experiments. And we found that particularly useful. And as Brian mentioned, I think there are a variety of interesting approaches to even take massive models and try to understand different parts of them, build surrogate models that are maybe less predictive, but more interpretable. And so I think this is a very key aspect of building machine learning models in biology.
So thank you, and that's encouraging. And I want to go to kind of a related issue, which is each of your breathtaking presentations benefits from a breathtaking amount of data. And I'm suspecting we're going to hear more about this in our other domains in physics and in the universe and other areas of science. What about low and mid-level data pursuits? So we cannot measure everything we're interested in high throughput yet. So is the answer, tell our experimental colleagues, get to it and figure out how to get us a lot of data, which there are challenges, but it's not unreasonable. Or do we have to think about AI in a whole different way for these low or middle amount of data regimes? Maybe let's start out with Anshul.
Yeah, so I think data collection strategies have been great, and also these data sets being open has been a real boon. I would say in our field, genomics, actually we don't have a lot of data. It looks like a lot of data, but what we have is a lot of cellular context. The genome is only 3 billion base pairs. You can only measure things on it. And so you have actually lots of different contexts. Each of these cellular contexts have very different underlying logic. And so you're actually quite limited by the trained data you have. So you can profile as many cell types as you can, but the models ultimately hit a limit. So the next stage forward is to try to do large-scale perturbation experiments. And for that, actually, the experimental platforms still do not exist to do this in vivo at scale. So I really hope there will be a lot more investment, not just in the AI side, but on actually pushing assay tech dev in biology to really scale up all kinds of custom perturbation experiments. And I think another interesting strategy is there is one approach of just generating a whole bunch of data and then training a large model on it. The other approach may be to do sort of an iterative strategy of active learning, where you train a model, you see what it learns, and then you do small-scale experiments to sort of fill the holes that the models currently cannot learn. I think both of these strategies are interesting and complementary, and I hope we pursue both.
Other thoughts about medium and low, or am I just asking the wrong three people?
No. I think it's a really good question. I think you need both approaches, because the classical smaller scale approach is not just collecting data, it's testing hypotheses. So it's formulating an experiment to do hypothesis-driven science. And in some ways, to build these models, we do need, especially in neuroscience, we don't have this data, so we have to collect this data. But then the more hypothesis-driven data are actually very strong testing of this other data, because you cannot do everything. And then, so Basically, I think you need both, but to really build this brain, what we call brain foundation models, you have to collect the larger scale data.
Any other thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the way I see it is we take all the data we can get, and especially in biology, in many various niches or very all the different sub-communities and sub-disciplines in biology, for any given problem, you're going to have handful of data. And the hope is, one strategy is you train a model on all the data you can find, and then hope that that model learns some generalizable principles or some circuits that can efficiently transfer to many different tasks. So this is what we've been trying to do. Maybe an analogy is like when you ask ChatGPT to write a recipe for you for some obscure Indonesian dish or something, and the model, instead of the approach that many people think in biology now is maybe you train a model only on recipes, or you go out and collect a bunch of data in the field in all these villages in Indonesia, and then you train a specialized model on Indonesian recipes or something. But the alternative approach that might also work is you train a model on a large amount of text data, including some recipes from different cuisines, and then you give some prompt to the model, like these are the ingredients I have, this is the general flavor profile, and then the model can transfer its knowledge that it's internalized on the really rich data to the really low data regime. This is the hope for really low data regimes, the transfer of information.
Yeah, and that foundation models will truly be foundational in the sense that we kind of thought about them. I want to say that we will have questions from the audience in about 2 or 3 minutes, so please think of them. And then, are there microphones going around? Let me ask. Thank you. So we do have microphones. So here's my final question, I think, before we go to the audience. I think it's very believable that productivity in science is going to explode, which means output will explode, and maybe papers and grants and everything will explode. And we know that knowledge is contingent, and at least up until now, scientific knowledge has been adjudicated by peers doing serious review of work to make sure it's at the standards of the academy. What's going to happen to peer review another easy question, what's going to happen to peer review in the AI era? Are we going to have AI review, and is that going to work, and is that going to make sure that the standards of truth, which are always contingent but are still there, are maintained in science? I know that's kind of a tough one, but I think it's hitting us right now. I said no to 5 review requests this morning.
Yeah. Yes. I think my view is that the old peer review system is not sustainable, as you mentioned. I think the pace at which science is progressing and the relative lack of speed of peer review is a problem. I think what needs to happen is science should be released openly and publicly as soon as it's ready, and I think the community should really get into truly open peer review, not behind closed doors, not necessarily anonymous. We just have to confront the situation and go all in. Hypotheses are going to be cheap, and I think they're going to be billions of these, and really figuring out what's actually real and what's not, that's going to be problematic. Hopefully, there will also be large-scale automated approaches to verify hypotheses. On the experimental side, there's really interesting work happening on autonomous labs and so forth. So that might be able to keep up in some ways. But I think the peer review landscape is really going to change, and scientists are going to have to evolve.
Okay, I do want to see if we have questions from the audience. There are 1 or 2 people with mics, and they hold all the power.
Hi.
Question. Wave your hand if you have a mic. Yes.
I do. Yeah. Could I hold it? Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. This is very interesting. I was just curious, how do you think of combining the language paradigm in itself with these specialized data? So think of exploiting the current structures that we have with pre-trained models and throwing in all of our domain specificity on top of it, because there's a lot of rich encoded knowledge from papers that already goes on. So give the model like JSON of these very specialized data sets that we have like in, instead of.
So the question is about integrating the models we just heard about based on other kinds of data with the vast amounts of text data?
Yeah, exactly. So like build on top of, say, like an open language model and throw in like, say, mass spec data on top of it in a JSON instead of trying to pre-train something with proteins at the get-go. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, there are multimodal models people are now training. They're taking these biology foundation models and through latent spaces, hooking them up with language models itself. And thereby, the model can use the internal representations of these biological foundation models to reason about the data, right? I think this is still pretty nascent. Exactly how to do it is still unknown, but certainly an exciting area to work on. Also, like, a lot of Brian's work, which is sort of these foundational self-supervised models that capture information across species through evolution, can be used as a foundation to train some of the kinds of models I talked about, these supervised models. Thereby, you're borrowing power from evolution as well as from molecular measurements in cells. So I think these kinds of fusion multimodal models could be quite powerful.
Andreas also mentioned the physics problem that the current LLMs have. And you could imagine there is excitement about hybrid models where there's models that can understand physics and can kind of constrain what the LLM is saying to make it a little bit more physically plausible. I just want to keep going with questions. Yes?
Hi, I'm a quantum many-body theorist, a physicist. And as a physicist trying to use AI, one of the big challenges is our very unforgiving and accurate, strict inductive bias. So this is a very different field, very interesting, it's amazing, and I'm jealous. I am curious, what kind of inductive bias do you have to put in, and how do you impose that, which like neural networks don't like inductive bias when you try to make it accurate, right? So that's a big challenge for us, and I'm kind of curious how you guys do it and what level you do it.
Yeah, like in the brain, I mean, that's a really fundamental question. And right now our approach is like, we're trying to learn the inductive bias, because you're right, like the brain has an inductive bias in how it perceives the world. And what I've shown with this violation of what we call intuitive physics is that it doesn't seem to have it, which is very fundamental. It's a big flaw of these current systems. So our approach is, we're right now using neural networks as universal function approximators. So we're hoping that if we're in a very large scale data regime, then we will learn, we have a very accurate predictive model that generalizes outside the distribution of its training set. Then we can by doing analysis of the model, we can extract the inductive bias. The classical thing in vision is convolution. I mean, we heard all about convolutional neural networks. That was directly inspired by neuroscientists 70 years ago, discovering this concept of a receptive field that replicates tiles of space. And then this discovery was then turned into an inductive bias. There's probably many others, but it's been hard to extract them now. But our approach is really this, trying to build a model that then we can extract these inductive biases.
Quick additional thought or next question?
Next question.
Okay, next question. We've seen hands up.
There is someone.
Here we have.
Hi, any?
Oh, okay. One moment, I think we had one here. I'm cycling through the microphones, please.
Yeah, hi there. I'm Elizabeth Barnes. I'm a climate scientist, so I'll be talking later about Earth. And we've seen something in our field where we have some physics, so linking to the last question, we're finding that bigger is not necessarily better. So we've, in the last, say, 5 to 10 years, I think we've really seen models getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're starting to realize that encoding some of these inductive biases through some of our understanding that we already had is actually potentially more powerful than just continuing to get larger. And I'm wondering if your field, where you guys see yourselves fitting, is it still bigger and bigger would be better, or is it actually maybe some of those more simple approaches, like I heard of CNN, sort of the bread and butter of early machine learning is actually maybe enough with this additional information?
Yeah, I mean, great question. Actually, all the models I showed you, our work are super lightweight models. They're pretty small, not more than 6 million parameters. They adjust to the data. They are classical CNNs. They have lots of inductive biases. And they are highly competitive with much larger foundation models. So I think there is exactly what you said. I mean, I think as the models get larger, they can often pick up also spurious signals. They can lose focus, things like that. So we have been definitely incorporating lots of biological prior knowledge in not just the architectures, but also in how we regularize the models and so forth. And it definitely helps, makes the models very competitive. Also, the small models are easier to interpret. We can do that at scale as well, which helps a lot.
There's a really exciting literature, as many of us know, about highly curated training data really blowing away thoughtlessly curated data. So that actually makes, I don't know, makes some of us happy for reasons that are hard to articulate. But it turns out that paying attention to the details can pay off. Any other thoughts about a data size, data? In
neuroscience, we don't know the answer right now. What I've shown, at least in mice, up to 80 million parameters, these models can be improving, but then, as you said, they saturated. But we also think it's because we just don't have enough rich data yet. So I think the biggest problem we're facing is basically the scale of the data we have right now.
And then this might be the last question.
Hi, any thoughts on preventing malicious use of the models?
Malicious use, it was my next question about all powerful technologies, or most of them, have dual uses, and the other side of the coin is not so pretty. How do you think about this? I know you've been involved, Brian, with the genome work. In fact, you showed about pathogens and phages and resistance, and those words set many of my neurons, virtual and otherwise, off.
As the AI generated viruses, right? I think that we definitely need to be careful with these models. We need to develop them safely. I think openness does contribute to safety, because if a model is open, you can understand it. You can use it to detect generations from that model that could potentially be harmful. And as with any technological advance in biology or in any field, there are good things you can do with the models. There are bad things that you can do with the models. The way I see the AI in biology in terms of biosecurity or biosafety conversation is that in terms of the marginal benefit to people, it marginally benefits the people who work on curing disease or preventing disease or fighting against disease more than people trying to do bad things. Certainly you can do bad things with AI, but unfortunately it's also not very hard to use traditional tools to make very bad biological agents. Nature all the time is constantly producing viruses with pandemic potential without any human intervention. What we can't do is we can't fight these diseases. We can't rapidly respond to them, or we can't cure diseases once it's progressed in someone. And I think that those questions are where AI can make the biggest marginal difference.
Well, I think we've run out of time. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Great, thank you for the amazing panel. We'll now take a break for coffee in the courtyard and networking and so forth, and we'll start really sharp at 11 a.m., so enjoy your break. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good break. We're now going to move to a different format, lightning sessions featuring talks from young Stanford researchers. You know, one of the amazing things about being at Stanford is just the incredible energy and talent of the young researchers here, undergrads, grad students, and postdocs. And so you'll get a chance in a rapid-fire fashion to get a wide view into what they're working on, and you'll have a chance to continue to talk to them, actually, during the poster sessions later. They'll be sharing their work during the poster sessions, both at lunch and the reception. So I encourage you to follow up with them to explore these ideas in more depth. So with that, let's begin our lightning talks.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to start by asking, what is healthcare? So typically, healthcare begins with a patient, and they make an observation about the patient. And based on this observation, a clinician or a team of clinicians decides to administer a treatment. And this cycle can continue potentially hundreds of times a week, depending on the setting in which this healthcare is administered. So let's move up a layer of abstraction and instead think about the clinician as an agent. Now, an agent here is taking an action in an environment, which is the patient, and it's going to determine what the best course of action is, depending on a reward signal that they get from this patient. Now, when you look at this paradigm, you might think reinforcement learning. This is a paradigm that has been studied for decades and can be a really great way to learn automated clinical decision-making algorithms. Now, one question we might ask is, how good is our RL algorithm? Typically, we would learn a policy pi, and we'd like to deploy it in some sort of a high-stakes decision-making setting, like a hospital in this case. But how do we know if this is good before we deploy it? One way to do this is through off-policy evaluation, which is a statistical technique that uses an offline behavior dataset to calculate a policy value estimate. Now, this is an estimate of how good this policy is, so higher is better. Now, a key limitation of prior work in off-policy evaluation is that it relies on a behavior dataset that has limited size and coverage. So what I mean by that is if your new policy took an action that was just unobserved in your prior offline dataset, you wouldn't know how good this policy is. The good news, of course, is that we're in a synthetic data revolution, where synthetic data can be pretty cheap to generate. And so the question we ask in this work is, can we use both synthetic data and real data from our offline behavior dataset to learn a better policy value estimate? So in this work, we study two tasks. The first is an initial state conditioned policy value estimation task. So for example, we're asking you to estimate the value of a treatment policy for all patients in the same stage of a disease. And we introduce an estimator called CPGen that learns valid conformal prediction intervals for this task. The second task is an unconditioned policy value estimate. So regardless of the initial state, what is the value of the policy? And we learn an estimator called DRPPI that asymptotically learns valid confidence intervals for this task. I'd like to end by saying that reliable policy evaluation can enable safe, automated clinical decision-making, and I'd like to thank my collaborators. Thank you so much.
Great. All right, thank you all for coming. I'll be discussing causal effect estimation with latent textual treatments. And so in this paper, we provide an end-to-end pipeline for causal experimentation with text data. And so to motivate why this is interesting and why we care, consider the following motivating example. So suppose we observe some collection of text documents, each of which comes with some corresponding outcome variable. So for example, this could be something like a politician making a series of speeches, and for each speech we observe like polling or approval numbers. A social science researcher, when confronted with this data set, might naturally ask, what are the aspects of the text or the qualities of these speeches that impact the outcome? So from our labeled data set, we want to derive some hypothesis and some featurization of the text and compile those into a single hypothesis that summarizes the qualities of the text that we think drive variation in our outcome. So that is, what aspects of political speech drive variation in approval ratings, for example. With this hypothesis in hand, the next natural question becomes, how can we modify text in order to test and validate this hypothesis? So suppose we have some new piece of text that I've denoted T1 with a corresponding outcome. The question becomes, how can we ingest this hypothesis into this new piece of text and construct a new quasi-counterfactual piece of text that varies from the original only in those identified features of the text from our hypothesis? Once we've constructed such a piece of text, we can show it to a variety of respondents in a randomized experiment and collect outcome variables. The final question then becomes, how can we assess from this experiment the causal effect of having made this modification in the second stage? And so these three components comprise the three pillars of our experimentation pipeline. To see this more concretely, consider the following empirical example, where for our dataset we're going to use a set of city council meeting public comments from California, and our label is going to be a measure of civility of that public comment. And so running our method, a hypothesis we might generate could be that insults using you, or ad hominem attacks, is a feature of text that intuitively would impact civility. We can now observe some new piece of text, in this case a fairly anodyne response to a previous public commenter talking about leaf blowers, and incorporate our hypothesis to produce some new piece of text that still talks about leaf blowers, but now in a much more aggressive ad hominem-y kind of way. Finally, we can perform causal estimation, where we want to control for the fact that although we only intended to modify insults using you, we also introduced other possible changes in the text that are correlated with that, for example, disagreement rather than agreement. If we control for this in a naive way, the red curve here shows that we fail to accurately capture causal effects given in black, and so we propose a residualization-based technique in order to accurately recover causal effects given in blue. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm going to tell you a bit about terminal bench science, an ongoing community effort to build a benchmark that evaluates AI agents on real computational workflows from across the natural sciences. So for the last few years, we've mostly interacted with AI through chatbots. You type some prompt, it gives you a reply. But in 2025, AI labs like Anthropic, OpenAI, Google started to release these coding agents that don't just reply, but actually do work, like writing, executing, debugging, iterating on code, and all that is done via the terminal on your interface on a computer. And much of this progress has been driven by rigorous evaluation, for example, by Terminal Bench, a benchmark that evaluates agents on complex software engineering, system administration, and other computer use tasks. Creating this benchmark was a large community effort that wouldn't have been possible without all of the great task contributors and a rigorous reviewer system that ensured that all tasks are of high quality. And all of that work has paid off. Terminal Bench has become the standard for evaluating these terminal-based agents, with every frontier lab now reporting Terminal Bench scores whenever they release a new model. And the progress curve is steep. We've gone from the best model in March 2025, on the left corner there, scoring about 20% on Terminal Bench, to around 60% end of last year. And as of last week, we are now at around 80% on Terminal Bench by the frontier models like GPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, Opus 4.6. So now we want to drive the same kind of progress, but for science, which is why we're building Terminal Bench Science. Same approach, but now targeting 100 tasks across scientific workflows from life's physical, earth, and mathematical sciences. Every task comes directly from a domain expert and has to meet 3 main criteria. It needs to be scientifically grounded, objectively verifiable, and genuinely difficult. So we are looking for real-world execution-based tasks, not open-ended things like hypothesis generation or literature review, because they're too ambiguous to verify. But at the same time, these tasks should be complex enough such that the current best agents can't yet solve them. And our goal with this benchmark is to give the scientists a direct voice in shaping AI progress on the problems that they care about, and drive the fields towards a, we call it Claude Code or Codex for Science moment. And the way to get there can be represented by this flywheel here. So scientists contribute real workflows as tasks to Terminal Bench Science. The frontier labs evaluate their agents on the benchmark and improve their scientific capabilities. And those better agents, in turn, help scientists to accelerate their research. And we'd really love to get the entire scientific community at Stanford, but also beyond, involved. So if you're a scientist with a complex computational workflow you'd love an agent to handle in the future and want to contribute this as a task, please come find me after the talk, send us an email, or come see us at the second poster session today at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Let's pretend you work in green finance, and you want to help the world achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. What company would you invest in? Probably one whose climate targets you believe in. Each year, companies from all around the world across industries respond to the same survey, asking about their climate targets and progress. We have a data set that covers a decade and 11,000 companies that correspond to 50% of global market capitalization. And it's voluntary. They can fill out this survey if they want to, if their investors want them to, or if their supply chain buyers want them to. And the crux of the matter is, are they likely to do what they say they're going to do? So we run the following regression with future 3-year emissions as the outcome of interest and reporting characteristics as our predictors based on what we can see from how they respond to the survey. And we make the following 4-fold contributions. First, by running state-of-the-art language models on our novel data set to produce novel features. Second, by linking this idea of credible intent to interactions between the language used in reports and the targets they set, including the target audience they have. Third, we control for a richer set of control variables, not previously studied, like reporting history and the audience. And fourth, we include private companies in our sample. What we find is that specificity adds credibility to climate targets. This is the use of specific granular detailed language, which is quantitative, includes proper nouns and action items. It's like when you talk to an AI agent and you ask for a plan before it achieves the objective. If the plan is good, then you can move forward to the objective. And in terms of practical significance, this coefficient is like reducing your Scope 2 or indirect purchase electricity emissions by 20% by the 3-year mark. On the other hand, vague climate language related to net zero or renewable in aggregate forms a signal that's associated with higher 3-year emissions, which we see as potentially a signal of greenwashing, especially because this is interacted with a target audience that includes investors. Compared to baseline, this coefficient is like adding 2 natural gas plants worth of direct emissions by that 3-year mark. And it makes sense because perhaps the richer companies are the ones that emit more and they can afford to spend money on their climate reports. So the next time you see a climate report, look for that specific detailed path to a cleaner future. Thank you.
Great. I'm always blown away by Stanford students. I actually don't think I'd be admitted to this university if I were a student now. All right, okay, we're going to shift now to a domain where both the complexity and the stakes are especially clear, the entire Earth. From climate modeling to environmental prediction, this is an area where AI has real potential, but also real challenges given the scale, the uncertainty, and the dynamics involved. I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, David Lobel, whose work here at Stanford focuses on applied data science to agriculture and climate with an emphasis on real-world impact. He'll be joined by an outstanding group of panelists, Elizabeth Barnes, who works at the intersection of climate science and machine learning to improve prediction and interpretability, Jean Kosaifi, who brings a perspective on scaling advanced AI methods for complex systems, especially weather prediction, and Lore Zana, whose work connects fluid dynamics and data-driven approaches to better understand climate. Together, they'll explore how AI is shaping our ability to model and understand the Earth and where its boundaries remain. And at the conclusion of the panel, we'll have some time for audience questions. So please join in welcoming our first panelist.
Great, thank you for the introduction. It's an honor to join such a distinguished set of panel speakers. So yeah, my name is Jean Kosefi, and today I want to talk about AI-aided engineering. So first, why AI-aided engineering, and kind of why does it matter? So a lot of the progress we've seen lately has been mostly from vision and language, and so now we're really trying to bring AI into the physics and physical world. So for example, we've been doing numerical simulations for decades to try to build better cars, computational fluid dynamics, for optimizing energy production, like wind farms, building digital twins, or weather forecasting to try to better prevent or predict extreme events. And so weather forecasting in particular is a really interesting application for us. First, because it's an example of a problem where we don't know the exact PDEs or like exact equations that govern the system. It's a difficult, largely unsolved problem that involves multi-scale dynamics. So you need to look at various resolution to resolve different things. And where we stand, we're still at least a decade away, assuming Moore's law continues, from being able to resolve a global Earth dynamics at, let's say, 1 kilometer scale that would allow us, for example, to resolve storms. So we really have a need to speed things up. Numerical simulation relies typically on doing very fine approximations. And so we really want to speed things up. And things get worse because, in particular, in weather, you don't want to just do one prediction. You're not interested in deterministic forecasting. We want to reason about probabilities of events and making decisions. For example, what's the probability of a hurricane creating landfall in a certain area? And so that's really somewhere where AI can really help by speeding these things up. And so that's kind of the first big difference between things like language and vision and scientific applications. Whereas in language, you're working with a finite vocabulary size, or in images, you have discrete pixels. Here, we're interested in mapping between function spaces. So instead of, let's say, if you to solve one instance of a problem by mapping coordinates, let's say x, y, z, to the solution at those coordinates. Here, instead, we want to be able to take any state and map it to the corresponding solution in one go to really speed things up. And so that's what NVIDIA and Caltech did back in 2022. They kind of introduced the first neural operator that was able to directly take global weather states and evolve them in time. And so this was a fully data-driven approach that was trained on the ERA5 dataset, which is from the ECMWF, and it's kind of the gold standards for weather forecast. It's a reanalysis data. It's about 40 years of data at a 25 kilometers resolution. And so here what this model did is basically take the weather at a time t and predict what it will look like at time t plus 6. And so there have been several iterations of this. It started as a deterministic model. Now you can do probabilistic forecasts with it, which means that the way we train the model has to change a bit. Instead of having a regular neural network type of approach where you just map an input to an output, now you want to introduce some level of stochasticity. And so here, the way this is done is this is a neural operator that's on the sphere. It's a spherical Fourier neural operator. So it kind of respects the spherical nature of the Earth. And you inject some noise at each time step, which will kind of shift a bit how things look at the end. And so that allows you to generate large ensembles of possible futures. So you take your weather forecast, and then you add some noise to it, and you generate a bunch of possible future how things will look 6 hours from then. And now the objective function kind of takes this into account. And so instead of having a loss on one term, we now optimize the CRPS, which is the continuously ranked probability score, which is essentially kind of combines how far you are from the ground truth, so how accurate your current prediction is, minus a penalty for being too wide. And so the result is you get out of the box a model that can generate probabilistic forecasts, so ensembles that are well calibrated because the CRPS is a proper scoring rule. And so this is one of the variables. So this is the U10, and as you can see, the model is able to do stable prediction over fairly large horizons of times, and it's a lot faster than the IFS, the integrated forecasting system, running on a supercomputer. So this really allows us to generate forecasts much faster at a quality that actually matches or outperforms that of numerical solvers. And so more generally, so right now we had a neural operator that's able to respect the spherical nature of weather, and that actually works across resolution. You can give it an input at any resolution, it will give you an output at that resolution. And the way it does this is by using spherical harmonics as a basis functions. But this also can end up being the bottleneck because spherical harmonics can be complicated to compute, and we actually are evaluating the models on an equiangular grid. And so we've been kind of looking back and seeing what is the gap between vision and language, and how can we bring the transformer-like architecture we're using in vision to the language field. And so things are very different in computer vision. I already mentioned one thing, we're mapping between finite dimensional spaces. But the other thing is we're optimizing for different things. So as you all know, we can generate beautiful images. So I just did this last night with, I think it was GPT 5.5. And these images look pretty amazing. Even a few years ago, this would have been considered really hard to do. But then if you look more closely, this is a beautiful scene, a beautiful autumn scene, but then the reflection actually shows the same thing during winter. And this Zen scene of a leaf falling on the water is amazing until you realize it looks like the leaf already has hit the water, and also it looks like a big impact for just a leaf. That's not really the patterns you would expect. And so that's exactly the second problem. These are perfect samples in terms of what we optimize for. In vision, we use things like perceptual losses, and really the main objective is we want the image to look realistic and to look good for a human eye, which is very different from having something that's physically correct and meaningful. So while these are very good samples, they're not the same objective we want to optimize for in something like weather forecasting, where we don't care whether the field like temperature, geopotential height looks good. We want it to be physically accurate and actually match the initial conditions we gave the model. And so we found that in particular, a lot of the techniques that work out of the box in vision don't work so well for weather. For example, if you take the same stable diffusion approach from computer vision and you try to apply it directly here, it doesn't work so well. You can reconstruct very well one state, but as you try to evolve your system over time, the latent subspace you would learn from vision isn't so good at temporal dynamics. And so it turns out what we found works the best is if you want to predict weather, your latent space can simply be the weather data itself, downsampled. Because anyway, this is 6 hours data, so you cannot really use anything beyond 1 degree resolution. So we simply downsample the input. We use a regular transformer. So you take your climate variables, weather variables, evolve them in time, conditioned on some noise, and you predict what the next step will look like. And then one interesting thing is we found that the probabilistic model you use actually has very little impact. You can get very good results with any of the methods as long as you train it well and as long as you use a scalable architecture like a transformer. So we found, for example, the CRPS approach we showed before works as well as a diffusion approach where you iteratively denoise your input, which works as well as a stochastic interpolant, which directly maps between the two different distributions. And so then the last things we introduced to make it work well is we have a decoder, because now we have a low resolution input. We evolve it in time, so we have several possible futures at low resolution. And now we take a decoder. We know the past at very high resolution, so we condition the decoder on the past at very high resolution and the predicted future at low resolution, and that generates us our final high resolution forecast. And so if you look at actual variables, so this is a scorecard which kind of shows you how well the model does compared to the IFS, kind of the gold standard I mentioned earlier, for several variables. And every time it's green, it means the AI surrogate model, the transformer in this case, does better. And so you can see that this transformer approach for medium range works really well. And you can do very good prediction a lot faster. So this is compared to the IFS ensemble, by the way. And so it's important to also look beyond just aggregate scores and metrics and see how well the AI forecasts actually do on real events. So here we looked at, this is Storm Dennis. This was, I think, in 2020 in the UK. I think this was the record rainfall that the UK had seen. And so you can see at the top is the ground truth, and these are just two ensembles from the model that I plot. And they actually track quite well how the wind actually looked at those times. So in summary, we're now able to build models that can capture really well the physics of the system. So we worked with climate and weather scientists who analyze these predictions and actually find them useful in practice. And so we get to a stage where you can actually use these models to do meaningful prediction, even though we didn't inject any physics prior into the model. Everything was learned end-to-end from data. So I think one of the biggest challenges going forward is now, how do we bridge the gap between neural operators, which is the rigorous framework to do this and allows you to actually have stable forecasts for months, and this kind of architectures which do really well, but actually the patching artifact means you don't do well on long rollouts. You will start to see artifacts, and things don't look so well. And so the last thing I want to mention before I wrap up is I think a lot of the science, we tend to forget a lot of the work we currently have, a lot of the AI models we currently use are built on open science and open source software. And so I'm a firm believer of open source software, and I'm really glad that I work in a company that also is. And so all the work I presented in this talk are fully open source, both in our products and some public libraries. And so I just will leave you with some conclusions that AI-aided engineering is really at a stage where it can really capture the laws of physics, help us solve actual complex hard problems like weather forecasting, but it's also different from what we're typically used to. And it involves developing new architecture able to capture the continuum. And so on this, I want to thank the amazing collaborators with which we did all these works, in particular Nikola Kovacsky, Daniel Lebovici, and Jan Coates from NVIDIA, and Professor Anima Anandkumar from Caltech, and many others. And thank you all for listening.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and thank you so much for the organizers. Very exciting day. So we're going to jump into the ocean, pun intended. So I'm a physical oceanographer, so I'm on the faculty at NYU. And so what I'm going to try to do right now for the next 12 minutes is to give you a flavor of the type of questions we're trying to address and the type of tools we're trying to build. Okay, so first and foremost, I'm lucky enough to actually lead a large collaboration supported by Schmidt Sciences for the last 5 years. We are domain scientists, so people who actually work on understanding ocean, climate, sea ice, climate model developers, so at lab in the US and in France, kind of building climate models, and machine learning experts, so people who actually build AI tools. And all of us have been working together to try to reimagine how we build climate models to address big questions in science, in particular climate. In the recent years, we've been also collaborating with OpenAthena, which are research software engineers in a non-profit. We actually work with some people here at Stanford. It's been a fantastic collaboration, AI2 and NVIDIA, and those recent collaborations were absolutely, again, instrumental in helping us scale the type of work that I'm going to show today. Okay, so I want to give you a little bit of a big picture, right? We've been talking about, scientific discovery and understanding. So to put things in perspective, the ocean takes about, 70% of the surface of the planet, where it covers about 70% of the surface of the planet. It's 4 kilometers deep. And basically, if you think about scale, the top 3 meters of the ocean contains as much heat as the whole atmosphere, just to give you a sense of numbers, right? The top 50% contains as much carbon of the whole atmosphere. So it's a pretty massive reservoir of heat, carbon, and also oxygen, and can transport all those tracers over very large distances. And the movies that you see on top is basically ocean heat uptake. So the ocean takes up heat at high latitude. It's a little bit of the lungs of the climate system. It breathes in and out, heat and carbon. But it has scales, which are the movies that you see at the bottom, that can range actually from meters to thousands of kilometers. So we have a lot of those turbulent features that actually kind of contribute to the transport of heat, carbon. And so you have really scales from meters to, thousands of kilometers that transport all those tracers. And the time scales can be from, minutes to millennia, right? So just to give you a sense of the type of scales that we're talking about. So how do you understand the ocean when it's so big, so vast, big, contributor to the climate system? So the big fundamental questions I've been trying to answer, and I don't have an answer yet, just to let you know, but we're still focusing on it, right? One is, just as an example, why is the ocean taking up 90% of the excess energy in the climate system? Why isn't it 1%? Why not 100%, right? What are the key factors that actually contribute to global sea level? Are they the same today that they were 100 years ago? So how can we address those questions? So we heard in a previous panel, right, the data gap. So the ocean, I told you, right, it's massive, lots of time scale, but basically at the end of the day, it's sparsely sampled. We cannot capture every single scale over all time scale that we need to understand those big fundamental questions that I have at the top. Simulations are usually too computationally expensive if I want to resolve every single scale, right, that I need and run them for hundreds of years or make large ensemble. So we have this kind of bottlenecks of, not enough observations, too sparsely sample, not over, the large periods of time that I need, and simulations that are too complicated. So what we've been doing basically is trying to build models that are computationally cheap, but also could extract some information out of the data. So when we started about a decade ago, we tried to learn mathematical operators that describe some of the turbulence. What I'm going to show you right now is kind of the other end of the spectrum, is really build computational tools that are very fast, so we can try to address some of those big questions. Okay, so the difference between predicting weather and climate is kind of, in this kind of little cartoon version, is not necessarily to predict exactly what the next step is going to be in a few days' time, but you can think about it as asking a question of what if, right? So what we have usually are equations. I start with a given state. I have the laws of physics, and I can solve them on the computer, or basically your Newton's law, right? Force equals mass time acceleration. I can put them in a computer, and it's going to give me a next state, right, in a few days' time. So for climate, what we're trying to think about is a long-range, projections. So what if, I were to change, the tilt of the planet relative to its own axis? What if, I were changing the amount of aerosol, of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, right? So this type of question, what if the wind patterns were different? And so we're trying to actually make a projection of the future or understanding what the past might have looked like under different type of conditions. So we have a state, we have some equations, we have some external forcing if you want, and then we want to predict what might happen X number of years from now on average, or at least as a probability. But it's expensive, as I told you before, right? So actually running many of those experiments for hundreds of years is basically kind of out of range for us right now. So what we've done is kind of remove the equations a little bit in the example that Jean just mentioned with a big neural network, right? And so we're going to learn the operator directly from data. The data is going to come from simulation is what I'm going to show you. And it's going to be over a short range. So we're only going to use basically, samples over 5 to 20 days. And we're going to learn an operator that maps between one state to the next. And then we're going to roll those models out for decades, if not hundreds of years. So you have a little bit of trust that you capture the right physics over a short amount of time, and then you can roll it out for a long time. So just to reiterate again, right, the advantages is I can explore physics, assuming that I capture the right physics, right? I'm going to be able to ask all those questions that I want to ask. Why is the ocean taking up 90% of the excess energy and not less? We can do long simulation. We can do large ensembles because, again, now I'm building something that is cheap that hopefully learn from data. And of course, the last one, and not the least, is that anyone, right, anywhere can run those simulations now. And I'll show you that it's all open source again. You don't need to be a climate model to actually run a climate model. So Samudra, which stands for ocean in Sanskrit, is our AI emulator that was trained on simulated data from the GFDL lab in Princeton. So we are able to actually predict, the ocean state out of simulated data. So on the left, top left, so this is the prediction of Samudra, which is temperature as a function of depth and latitude. This is just a section in the Atlantic. At the bottom is the ground truth, and it's averaged over 8 years. I've been working in the field for 20 years. You show me those two maps, I couldn't tell you the difference. If one was generated directly from data over a short timescale, the other one is a full emulation of a numerical traditional simulation. On the right is basically waves propagating in the tropical Pacific. So they are actually simulating El Nino, right? So one of the largest modes of climate variability. And again, the waves are propagating across the tropical Pacific as a function of depth. Again, as a physical oceanographer, the movie on the top is a prediction from an AI model. At the bottom is a traditional numerical model. I couldn't tell you, which one is an AI-based model versus one that is just solving the partial differential equation. So it's pretty exciting. It's not all good, and I'll tell you in a second. I'm still going to give you a few good news. It's cheap, and that was the goal, right? So you could run 12 years per day with 4,000 CPU core for the traditional model. Now you can run our model for 4,000 simulated years a day on one GPU, right? So that shows you again the accessibility of the type of work. You can repeat the surface forcing, and you can run the model for hundreds of years, and it's going to remain stable. So that's also kind of some exciting news. You can have very long simulations, and you can do a lot of experiments in a very, very cheap way. So recently, as I mentioned, we've been partnering with AI2, the Allen Institute, where we coupled the atmosphere climate model based on Fourier neural operator out of NVIDIA and our ocean model. So now we have actually a full ocean plus atmosphere climate simulators, again, run more than 1,000 simulated years per day on a single GPUs. The model is stable. But here, we were talking about inductive biases. We had to impose some physical constraint to make sure that moisture was conserved, for example, in the atmosphere. And I'm happy to come back to it, hopefully, during the panel. So we still need to actually ingest some physics that we know in there. The models can capture modes of variability, as I mentioned, like El Nino, right? And now you can make predictions, right? So you can start with a given initial condition and run very large ensembles, as many as you want, basically to actually try to understand how the prediction will change as a function of initial condition. You can do all those what-if experiments now, right? So you can run the model with different surface warming, for example, or different surface cooling, and see how the ocean circulation will change as a function of that forcing. Again, in typical model, you will need to actually run the simulation for thousands of years, so you're going to wait a month until you actually can look at what the ocean circulation might look like. So now, no need for that. Now, the bad news is this emulator, as great as it is, it's a little bit insensitive. It doesn't respond as strongly as the traditional model. And so what it tells us is we're capturing some of the physics, but not all the physics out of data. So what we've been trying to build towards is now not just taking one type of data, it's taking all the data that we've got, right? We have a lot of simulated data, but we also have a lot of observations. And so now how can we use all the data that we have, sparsely samples that it is, of different regions, of different categories, putting all of them together and actually learn, or what you would say, a latent space that will capture the evolution of the ocean, sea, ice, atmosphere all combined together. So in a way, trying to find the Newton's law expanded, right, of a lot of processes that we don't have by combining a lot of data together. And so we've been working with OpenAthena to build that structure, really being able to take all the data that we have to, if you want, build a foundation model for the entire climate system. So let me leave you with that. The goal is really for us, at the end of the day, to answer a big question in climate, as I mentioned, right? And we're not quite there yet. We've been building the tools, so we're getting towards that goal, but there's still a lot of work to be done to actually being able to learn something about the system, how it works from this kind of undersampled, uncertain type of data. But we want to make those tools accessible to all. And at the same time, we want people to help us co-develop. So we actually put all of our code online as we build those tools so people can contribute to it. And not just verify what we do, but actually falsify it, which, in my opinion, is one of the key of science, right? Being able to falsify hypotheses. So building those tools, answering questions we were not able to answer before, but most importantly, answer new questions like we were not able to think about until now. Thank you.
It's coming. I can see it moving down there. All right, there we go. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is really fun. I love, as I'm sure you all do as well, nerding out about my two favorite topics here. Data-driven methods and AI. Right, and climate. So we've already heard this morning about a lot of different tools being built, the AI tools specifically, to learn, with the potential to learn new science. And one of the challenges we have is, AI for weather and climate has arrived. We heard that from Jean and Laure, but we're still struggling a bit with finding new scientific insight. As Laure said, these are early days. We're still building the tools, but something my group does, we're domain experts, we're climate scientists, really trying to understand how can we be more curious and creative with AI tools to really wring out the interesting new science that we can learn. And so I'm going to talk you through, just in these few minutes, 2 ways that we're doing this that I think also will be applicable to the wider range of scientific topics that we've been hearing about today. So the first thing that we've really started focusing on is how can we run new types of experiments with AI, not just faster, older ones. So we've heard already what we call AI emulators. They let us simulate thousands of possibilities. And this is incredibly important for weather and climate when we're really thinking about probabilistic forecasts, not deterministic. For example, in 6 months, I am never going to, this is a strong phrase from a scientist, I said never, we're never going to be able to tell you exactly how much it will rain at noon. This is just something I have, that has settled over us over the decades. Chaos takes over. So what that means is we're always thinking in terms of probabilities, and we're always thinking about many, many trajectories that we could go on. So one of the challenges we have is, yes, how do we run these simulations faster? Laure pointed out that with their model, they can run it much faster, but we also have issues with resolution. We also heard about spatial scales. So to simulate the physics and the dynamics of a hurricane requires much smaller scales than we currently run. So one of the things we can do with these AI models is they're able to be trained on environmental data and learn the physics of these small-scale features without actually having to be run at those smaller grids. And hurricanes are a great example of this. So as an example, using, this is the ACE model out of AI2. Laure already mentioned it, so it's the atmospheric model. Here, Emma Levin and Muting Chen ran a 1,000-member ensemble for every Atlantic hurricane season over the last few decades. And the 2020 season, which was the most active on record, we can actually start to understand how rare was the observed 2020 record. And we see it's very rare, right? So in this case, out of these 1,000 members, something as extreme as what we saw in 2020 only happened 0.5% of the time. Now, what makes this so impressive that we can use AI to do this is not just that we were able to run 1,000 members, but we were also able to simulate the dynamics of something that requires such small-scale features as a hurricane. As another example, Muting and my group has actually been looking backwards. So oftentimes when people hear climate, they think climate change, they think about the future. But we still have a lot to learn about our climate system by looking backwards in time. And so what we've actually done is we have estimates, our field has estimates of what the sea surface temperatures looked like over the past millennium. And we can put those into an AI atmospheric model to simulate different hurricane seasons of the past. What I particularly love about this example is it was all based initially on written records in China, on the coast of China, over the last 1,000 years, where people would write down how much rain they got and how fast the wind was. This data set was then taken and archived, and they were able to make a time series of approximately how many tropical cyclones hit the coast over the last hundreds of years. One of the questions then is, why was there this peak in the 1600s in landfalling hurricanes? And with our present physics models, we can't answer this question, both because of how many simulations we have to run. Remember, I mentioned probabilistic is essential, but also because of the scales, those small spatial scales required to simulate tropical cyclones. We were able to use, once again, the AI2 model to actually simulate 100 different scenarios under which this occurred with those sea surface temperatures, and start to explore first that the AI model can do it and match what we've observed. And secondly, now we can run experiments as though we have a lab and actually test what made this period special. We can change certain aspects, for example, warming in the tropical oceans, to understand what drove this peak in hurricane activity in the 1600s. And finally, and this is something I'm always encouraging my group to do, is what can we do that made no sense with physics-based models? And I joke, one thing with our physics-based models that we do is time runs forward, right? That sort of goes without saying. All of our PDEs, when we think about the Earth system, also run forward in time. They rarely run backwards. And one of the things we can do with data-driven models is we can actually shift that paradigm a bit and ask, what kind of questions can we answer if we can make time go the other direction? So imagine you're studying, in this case, this is the landfall of Superstorm Sandy. Imagine you want to understand Sandy-like storms, but you want to simulate a bunch of possibilities or trajectories of how Sandy could have happened. The typical way we do this now with physics-based models is we have to run thousands and thousands and thousands of simulations and go weeding through them to find the 1 or 2 or 3 times that a Sandy-like storm makes landfall. What if instead we can start at the end and go backwards? And so that's what we've done here. We're actually using a data product out of NVIDIA called CBottle, and specifically CBottle Video, which has been really fun and exciting to actually say, let's start with Sandy and go backwards in time and find 1,000 trajectories that all end at the same point instead of begin. We're actually doing this to also ask questions about, what if we want to start with the weather today, and we want to understand how that world can get to, say, a drought come August over the Midwest? And ask, what if we condition on both ends? Can we simulate potential trajectories connecting the two? These are questions we could not ask with physics-based models before. All right, so the prediction, we've heard already this morning about prediction, telling us what the model can do, but the training tells us how it thinks. And for the last 10 years, my group is really focused on what we call explainable or interpretable AI. And I actually think this morning, we heard a lot in AI for Life. We heard great examples of how they're poking at their models to try and extract information, say, about how the brain works. And we've done the same thing for weather and climate, and I think it's been incredibly powerful. But I'm starting down a new direction with my group that I actually think is very relevant for all science applications, and that is what we call training dynamics, or actually watching and learning from the training itself. For example, a paper just came out last week, a large group of authors arguing that the scientific theory of deep learning is around the corner. And one of the things they state is that this theory in their mind, it will be concerned with the dynamics of the training process itself. Furthermore, in the last about a year and a half or so, the LLM community has really started to focus on the training of LLMs and not just the final output, the final model, but how did that model get there? Showing that they can watch when certain parts of the English language are learned And they furthermore show that they can go in, if it's not learning specific rules in the English language, and prod at just the right time of the training process to get it to learn it at the right time. So we call these interventions. And what our group is doing, I want to show you a few examples in the last few minutes of how we're bringing this idea to weather and climate. So what we're really doing is turning the training itself into a scientific experiment. So imagine we're going to take an AI model, but instead of taking the final model, the best model, the one that everybody writes about in their paper, we're going to take the model at every stage of the training process. We're going to call these checkpoints. You can think of it, honestly, as birthdays. Okay, it's 1-year-old, it's 2-year-old. And we're going to have it make the same forecast over and over and over again and see how it improves at that one specific forecast. Not the global loss, not over all of the testing set, just one sample alone. So let's take this example. This is what's called an atmospheric river. Being where we are, I'm sure many of you have quite familiar with these events. We're going to task an AI model to forecast this atmospheric river event 7 days ahead. And this is with ForecastNet, a model we actually already saw from Jean. All right, so this is the event we want it to forecast. And here it is at 1-year-old or at checkpoint number 1. And it already has this atmospheric river approximately in the right spot, which is, to be honest, quite surprising. Pretty impressive. So let's keep stepping forward. So it keeps being trained. And now, okay, it's a little wider, but it's been shifted. Keep going. And over time, we can watch the prediction get a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better, which is expected, right? It's training. It's seeing the data over and over again. It should improve. So, right, so far, so good. Let's keep going. So here's a few more checkpoints into the training process. Now it's looking excellent. And then the next checkpoint, it dies. And it's gone. And what's happened? Well, it turns out we have to train for another 50 checkpoints or so for it to relearn this event all over again. That is and in this case, the model ultimately relearns to forecast it. But if we'd only looked at that final model, we would have never known that this process had happened. Now you might say this is one atmospheric river, this is one cherry-picked example. Believe it or not, my PhD student, this is the first example she ever did. But you don't have to take my word for it. We're finding that this is actually happening for a lot of extreme weather events. In this case, this is specifically for hurricanes, Atlantic hurricanes. The model never relearns to forecast these events. In fact, its best predictions are early in the training process for all 3 of these. And we're finding actually over the entire testing set, about 1/3 of all of the hurricanes are learned early on and then promptly forgotten. So the question now is, of course, why is this happening? And can we intervene to make it stop happening? So I want to argue for this scientific audience that training dynamics can reveal how the model's thinking and when to intervene. So we're finding this is true over many extreme events, that this unlearning is occurring. We're finding it over multiple AI models. These latent representations are changing. We're actually going in and finding within the network which layers this unlearning is happening. And finally, and something I can talk about during Q&A, is I actually think this is incredibly useful in finding when the model learns cross-variable relationships, that is physics. We can actually start to talk about this particular physical relationship is learned at checkpoint 30, and we can then dive into the model and find out which nodes changed and why. So yes, again, in general, I actually think that while I do weather and climate, this is relevant for much of the audience here, that we can watch the models learn and track this learning, potentially tracking forgetting. Then we can go into the networks and locate when and where this physics is being learned. And then finally, and this is where our group is going, we can start to develop intervention strategies to actually improve the parts of the model that are necessary at the right point of training. So with that, I will end. Thank you.
Great. So my name is David Lobel. I have the honor of moderating this group in a panel discussion. And thank you all so much for excellent talks and for coming to Stanford. You're all from outside. So I'm going to start with a I guess just an observation, this isn't my field directly, but I've kind of kept an eye on it. And it strikes me that whereas 10 years ago, people really would have been emphasizing the importance of injecting physics into these models and into the loss functions and everything, there was actually very little of that. Laura, you mentioned one example, but is it the case that 5 years from now, we'll be looking back and saying, remember when we used to have to teach students physics? What is the, maybe, are there specific things, like for example, extreme events or certain types of extreme events where you think putting the physics in the model will continue to be important for the next 5 years or so? And I guess I'll start with John at the end.
Yes, that's a great question. I think that was the biggest paradigm shift from training AI surrogates, that we're only training from data, and somehow there is emergent physics properties. A little bit like when you train a language model, we used to have grammar rules, but now it's kind of the model somehow learns it. And I think in this domain in particular, it's also hard to actually impose physics laws in a way that's useful. In the sense, if you look at numerical solver, you need adaptive meshing. You need to go to a very fine resolution to be able to compute some of the derivatives. So now that means that you would need to be able to do prediction at a resolution that's fine enough to be able to compute those derivatives in a way that's accurate, backpropagate through. That would be very costly. And if the model can learn it directly from data, then kind of why bother? So I think, yeah, that's one aspect. It's actually really hard to compute those derivatives accurately. We've had a lot of work on this, and it's not clear that it helps if you have enough data. If you don't have enough data, probably those physics losses help. And the other thing is, you don't necessarily need to enforce them during training, as Laura mentioned. And I think Anima has a new paper on this as well. It might be useful to use them when you inference with your model to kind of check how well it's doing and maybe correct a little bit the trajectories. So I think, yeah, definitely getting rid of the physics losses directly allowed us to train things a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. Laura, do you have any thoughts?
Sure, thanks. I mean, I've been going back and forth with, struggling, so to speak, with this. At the end of the day, I still believe we will teach people physics, right? I'll start with that point. That one I'm certain. But going back to what do we need to enforce, I think if I were to take a step back and look at, I won't call it evidence. I think we have a lot of anecdotes right now of the type of models that we build, the way we train them, the way we play with them. So the data is definitely another one. This is not so much about the architecture and so on, but how you set up the problem and the data. Then there are a lot of things that you can do within training or within inference. I would concur. At the end of the day, right, there are still certain instances for which we won't be able to capture certain feedback that were not in the data. And so, you mentioned extreme events, but it could be that extreme events are just a shift of the distribution where you could capture the physics, it's just a larger magnitude. So technically, you might have captured that relationship if you get it. But if you kicked a feedback at some point that was not, part of the physics loss that you had, then this part won't be there. And so at the end of the day, if we put some inductive biases and it doesn't help at all, then either it was capturing the data or we did something wrong, right? So that's the way I see it yet, because we're not where we're supposed to be with those models the way we are with PDs.
And I'll just jump in quickly. So I use these amazing tools, right? I'm not building them necessarily, but I think first, we already heard this morning and Laura just mentioned it too, I think so much physics goes into choosing the data in the first place. I think that's critical. So much work goes into that by the time, people say, well, there's no physics. And I'm like, well, look at the variables we chose to put in. Think about the time steps that we chose to simulate. That's all physics. And then the other thing we haven't heard much about today is just how, as humans, do we gauge the trust we have in these tools? And I think we will always come back to physics as, is it obeying these laws? So whether the physics is in the model architecture versus part of our verification process, I think, yes, we will be teaching physics, even if AI here takes over.
Yeah, and maybe an extension of that is, how will we be able to know when the model is learning physics that we don't yet know? Because presumably, part of the increased accuracy of some of these AI-generated forecasts or climate models is because they're capturing things that the simulations that, with the physics didn't capture. And Libby, you showed a great example of trying to learn how the model is learning, but at some point it's going to learn things that we actually don't know yet to look for. So are there examples yet where people have discovered new things, and how did that process unfold?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so I think we are discovering new things. As I mentioned in my talk, though, we're early days.
Yeah.
And I think this gauging trust piece is really important. And I think that's where I see our field is sitting right now, is we're building and we're still gauging. But I think, we've done some work with looking, as I already said, with tropical cyclones. Like, at best, I didn't show this, but we have one simulation of that 1600s event from one model run out of GFDL that was able to resolve these tropical cyclones. But even then, we were unable to say, is this real or not? Because we had one trajectory and we need hundreds or thousands. So we're actually able to ask some tropical cyclone dynamics questions and actually think about how they're being generated in the tropical Pacific in a way we could not before. So I do think new science is emerging. Some people will say, oh, yeah, but that's already supported by some of the work we already did. And my answer is, the best science is always supported by the work that we already did. I think this is exactly what we should be doing, is making these steps where physics reinforces the AI, which reinforces the physics.
Yeah, I can add to that indeed. So still early days, one of our early experiments was to actually trying to learn some math from data, trying to understand how the turbulence in the ocean influences the larger scale, like the Gulf Stream or the Kuroshio that actually Gulf Stream detaching from the US East Coast transport, a lot of heat and carbon. So a lot of those pieces, a lot of that physics is very turbulent, it's chaotic, it's quite difficult to actually pinpoint what the physics is. And so we were able to use, again, AI and data to come up with a mathematical expression. And then we do what we were trained to do as physicists. We go and we actually try to build a simple toy problem that will explain, how different parts of the physics interact with one another, how it would change under different forcings. And that's our own, inductive bias on can we trust it? Does it make sense? And can we derive something that is more generalizable? So there's always that feedback loop, right, between the data, what we learn with AI, and then our, ways to try to understand it. And it is challenging, right? But it's always this kind of feedback. And it is science, so it's also incremental in some ways, in the most positive way.
Yeah, one nice aspect in weather that I think coming from more vision is really nice. In language and vision, you have a fixed data set. There's a lot of talk about people cheating on benchmark or even accidentally overfitting. You just validate on your validation set so many, it becomes meaningless. With weather, it's very different. It's like we have one trajectory that we observed, but there's some domain shift, and we have new data every day. So it's very easy to tell, if you have enough time in the future, whether the model has only memorized or whether it's actually able to capture something new.
Yeah, I wondered about that, particularly in the context of extreme events or ocean, where maybe the data coverage isn't as good, and relying on something like Era 5, which is kind of in a simulation product where a lot of the data in there is actually modeled. Are there particular data sets that you think would push this field forward more quickly? I know, Laura, you've thought probably about that a lot.
Yes, we do talk a lot about this. On the one hand, I always complain that, the oceans are undersampled, but there's been some pretty outstanding technologies, right? So altimeters or satellites that can actually measure from space, the sea surface height, surface temperatures. Those things actually get a global coverage that is quite remarkable. Argo, which are floats that actually dive in the ocean, 2 kilometers, deep, sample velocities, temperatures, salt, and things like this, and that you get. I think we've got about 4,000 of them. They can, dive to 2 kilometers. you get a huge coverage. There's some new technology to actually make them go deeper, because again, under pressure, they actually need to be able to sustain that, then go under ice, for example. So I think those type of data sets that can be as global as possible will be a massive step up when we want to understand kind of the ocean on large scale. And yeah, as I mentioned, satellite. There are also many more I would love to have in my bucket list.
Libby, do you have any special ones that you're looking out for?
Well, I'm going to take it a little bit more generally, and that's just, I hear, I'm sure every field has their data set that really was the birthplace of their AI explosion, if you will. And for us, it's ERA5, as you mentioned, which is really a modeled data set that makes sure we don't have any missing data. Every grid point is covered, the entire, well, at least a good chunk of the atmosphere in the vertical is taken care of. And I see that as, honestly, as a bit of a placeholder. So when people give it a hard time, I feel like we're just a year or two away. I mean, I think the ultimate goal is that our data is actually the satellite irradiances themselves, not necessarily some simulated data that took in that information. So I think we're moving towards, let's take the actual measurements, not some processed version of those measurements. And I think that ERA5 is sort of the Band-Aid that's getting us from one side, or the tape maybe that's connecting the one side to the other.
Yeah, and I think that's where the field is moving, right? Data analysis. There's like a Hill DA paper trying to take directly observations. As you mentioned, probably, as anyone who's done machine learning knows, the hardest part is the data cleaning, and whether the data is particularly hard to deal with. You have an airplane that flies at random time steps, random trajectory, collects some data, and now you have to somehow relate it to the rest. It's a really hard problem, but I think if we can learn directly from observations, that would be the best data set.
So I'm going to turn to the audience soon. Surya gave me permission to go well into the lunch break, so you don't have to worry about time limits here. Let me turn to a conversation that started on the last panel, which is one we're all kind of contemplating, which is different aspects of how we do science, one of which is the peer review process. And we're sitting here on the eve of NeurIPS, and that's one example. It seems like, as the last panel talked about, one option would be to completely rethink the whole peer review process. I wondered if you have thoughts on that. Another option, I think, would be to maybe go more in kind of the model of conferences, which like the frequency is sort of set, and each person has sort of limited on how much they can put into the system at once, right? So you're allowed to present one paper as lead author. It seems like there could be things like that actually go into play in the publication sphere. And then there's relying on the models themselves to be evaluating each other. And I'm wondering just if you have any general thoughts on what the right tweaks or total wholesale changes to the publication system that could be useful. Laura?
I don't know if I have an exact answer, but I've been thinking about this for quite some time now. I don't think we're at the stage where tweaks might help. I think we should kind of revamp.
Okay.
I think sometimes it's good to go back to a blank page and trying to think about where we are, right? I mean, if we look at the number of publications that go out there, and you mentioned NeurIPS, sure, we're limited, but the number of reviews you have to do, right? So, I mean, I had 16 in like a few days. I mean, right? I mean, I was an editor for Science Advances and for other journals in my field. I mean, the volume of papers, and are we really moving the needle? So sometimes I feel it's good to take a minute, take a step back, and go to a blank page and try to think, what are we trying to do with peer review? Are we, spending too much time writing papers that actually don't really move the needle compared to make real science? So I don't have a real answer, but I have to admit that I don't think I'm at the stage where I think some tweaks will be good. I think sometimes it's good to think from scratch. My 2 cents.
Yeah, I think the system needs to break and start over. You said you wanted to be controversial, so I'm going to go there.
Well, I wanted you to disagree with each other. You can be controversial if that's a way of disagreeing.
Yeah. But I think...
We don't, but we still want to...
You're agreeing with each other on the controversial thing.
Okay, there you go.
Let's go. Yes.
Actually,
you're going to disagree, John, or no?
I'm on the organizing committee of NeurIPS this year, so I really see the problems. I think there are some points that definitely needs to be addressed, like an author submitting 40 papers to a conference. doesn't make a ton of sense to me. On the other hand, I think there's real value in conferences because we need this curation. And I think for probably most people like on the panel, they would be fine with at conferences, but especially if you're starting, it's also incredibly important to be able to get feedback from reviewers, especially if you're not coming from a big lab or a neuro lab, and to be able to have some place where you can present your work, get the exposure, discuss the ideas. So in that sense, I think conferences are and will stay pretty central.
That's okay. I just want to link this back actually to something I think Risa said at the very beginning about we still have our role as humans in deciding what to put our time into. And I think that's really important. I've actually played the game before where I said, okay, imagine we have AI scientists that they're good enough to actually do the AI. We don't even have to tell them what to ask. So we just hit go and all these agents go off into the ether here and they ask all the science questions and they answer all of the science questions. And then what? And I keep coming back to we still have to be there to decide what is worth taking and what isn't. And I think what it comes down to is where does the symmetry break, if you will, and it's that we have a finite amount of time. And so time really is what's the reason that as humans we still have a role to play in that imaginary universe that I hope never happens, but to be very clear.
So while our agents are working, we spend time reviewing their papers?
We're still reviewing because we still only have a finite amount of time.
That's all of our favorite parts of the job.
That's right.
Sure.
But I think, so all I'm trying to say is I think that the peer review process forces us to then think, what should we be spending our time on? And I think that is key.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? I think the mics are again floating around there. We have one in the front, I'm sure you see. Yeah. And I think they'll hold on to the mic so that the tug of war doesn't occur.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you for bringing the other coast's vibes here. And then this incredible tsunami. Actually, there's one thing came to my mind is actually, according to neuroscience, time does not exist. Time does not exist. Actually, you research is exactly pointing that important point, because look at that, right? In 1651, all those future AI simulation is going to follow that path. Actually, the bigger question might be is that why is that curve happen, which is come from the solar system? How's about the black dots about the sun? That's the right question to ask. Instead of like, so basically, I feel like you're introducing different dimensions of scaling. In which dimension we're looking at this problem. I really appreciate that. I think again, time does not exist. That's real.
That almost sounds like a question for the next panel on the universe, but if you want to comment on it.
But actually, I was going to say, so one of the things that was just to comment on the sunspot piece. So actually, that was an important part of what was going on with solar activity, and we actually were able to use this AI model and in essence, dim the sun and show we could amp up this signal. So we actually do have that result. I will say to be careful, that does not rule out all of the other things that could have been going on, but this is, again, this playground that we've seen all morning that AI is allowing us to have the same way our physics-based models did. But the AI models are starting to capture, I think, real physics there. Yep.
So there's a question right there behind you.
Hi, folks. Whoa, this is Carlos. I'm here from Accenture, one of your very happy collaborators. I work with our semiconductor clients, and virtualization of semiconductor process engineering is super important for the industry, given how expensive it is to produce chips and how computers hasn't been able to meet the need at the moment. This vertical, AI compute, is promising. There are startups like PhysicsX that are pioneering this work. We have not seen a winner. My question is, do you have any commentary on these types of approaches in the semiconductor space or high complexity manufacturing?
That's a fairly open question. I think there's still many issues to be addressed. I tried to hint at some of them, but essentially we get into a place where we think about tokens as the unit of computation. In physics, or in these applications, we still have not solved how do we tokenize the data. So the biggest problem is how do we connect the pieces and essentially represent the data in a way that will allow us to do good prediction. And so in the context of transformers, assuming that's the architecture that does end up being the best, not just in language and vision, but also other applications, then the biggest challenge we have is how do we tokenize the data in a way that will allow us to scale in the same way there.
Great. Well, we're a little over time, so why don't you join me in thanking this great panel again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the panel. That was super fun. Just a couple of announcements. So we'll resume at 1:30, where we have a keynote from the Undersecretary of Science at the US Department of Energy, Dario Gil. It should be really exciting. During lunch, I also encourage you to visit the pavilion, where the researchers will be presenting their posters in the first poster session of 2 today. There's actually a poster pass that you can pick up in the pavilion and get it stamped at each poster. Once you fill up the stamps, just go to the solutions desk and you get a prize. Who says scientists don't know how to have fun? And importantly, lunch is now served in the outside. You'll get a box lunch out there. Thanks.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had fantastic lunch discussions and got to learn things from people in other fields. I am myself learning tons today. It's been really, really fun to hear about how different fields are approaching these exciting times. So I'm really thrilled to introduce our keynote speaker, Dario Gil. Dario is the Undersecretary for Science at the US Department of Energy, where he oversees the nation's largest portfolio of basic research in the physical sciences, including AI and advanced computing, quantum science, fusion energy, and high-energy physics. Before this, he spent 20 years at IBM Research. He led one of the world's leading industrial research organizations and worked on many advances in AI, quantum computing, and other large-scale computing systems. Across his career, he's really focused on how scientific infrastructure and computing at scale can accelerate discovery, very much in line with what we are focused on today. And he's been leading a very exciting new initiative at the DOE. So after the talk, we'll have a brief Q&A. So please think about your questions, and please join me in welcoming the Undersecretary.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you to the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI for bringing together this community of researchers, technologists, and leaders at such an important moment. I distinctly remember actually being here in this very auditorium when HAI was launched. In my previous role, I was a founding partner when it was created, so it's good to be back and see it full circle. It really is a privilege to be here at an institution that has consistently shared both the frontiers of science and the technologies that enable it. Today, we're not just accelerating science, we're changing how it operates. For decades, scientific leadership has depended on pairing new knowledge with the systems that translate that knowledge into impact across electrification, aviation, semiconductors, and more. And that model has not disappeared, but it is now being reconfigured for a different era, one defined by speed, scale, and integration. Advances in AI, computing, and scientific infrastructure are transforming science from a sequence of discrete steps into a continuous integrated system, one that can learn, adapt, and act in real time. Traditionally, discovery moved in stages: hypotheses, experiment, analysis, sharing the results, repeating. Even in highly integrated environments, progress was constrained by time, by handoffs between teams, systems, and data. That constraint is now breaking. We're increasingly seeing closed-loop systems where models generate hypotheses, guide experiments as they run, and refine themselves immediately from the results. The cycle is no longer measuring weeks or months, but in minutes or hours. And this shift introduces a new limiting factor. It is no longer primarily access to instruments or even computation that defines scientific leadership. It is throughput, the speed at which the system can move from measurement to understanding to action. Systems that cannot increase throughput will fall behind, regardless of the strength of their underlying science. And this transition is not theoretical, it is already underway. In the past, a scientist would run an experiment, collect data, and analyze it later. Now the analysis happens as the experiment runs. Models interpret data in real time. They identify signals, adjust parameters, and guide the next step before the first one is even complete. So instead of running one experiment and learning later, we're running many iterations inside a single session. That is the difference between sequential science and continuous science, and it is happening now. We're seeing this transformation across the Department of Energy's scientific facilities, powered by the expertise of more than 40,000 scientists and engineers across the national labs, whose judgment, intuition, and deep domain knowledge guide these AI-enabled systems. At the Spallation Neutron Source at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, AI-assisted pipelines are interpreting scattering data during beamline operations, not days or weeks later, allowing researchers to adjust parameters on the fly. At SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory, particle physics and material science workflows now incorporate AI-driven analysis and control at scales and speeds that were out of reach only a few years ago, enabling immediate decisions in its ultra-fast experimental environment. And at Brookhaven National Laboratory, across both the National Synchrotron Light Source 2 and the Relativistic Ion-Ion Collider, AI is increasingly embedded in the operations of the instruments themselves, optimizing beams and guiding experiments in real time to increase stability and yield. Across these systems, three factors are beginning to define this new operating model. First, usable data, high quality, standardized, and accessible for training and inference, enabling integrated pipelines to operate at scale. Second, coherent scientific infrastructure, interoperable platforms, instruments, and workflows, allowing data and models to flow seamlessly. And third, continuous integration of computation, theory, and experimentation into closed-loop systems, accelerating discovery, reducing cycle time, and expanding the search space researchers can explore. We're already observing these dynamics across multiple fields. In fusion energy, AI helps predict plasma behavior during operations, enabling real-time optimization that strengthens the viability of future fusion systems. In material science, AI-driven models can screen and predict key properties before a sample is ever synthesized, collapsing what used to take months of bench work into hours or days of computational exploration. Importantly, none of this begins from scratch at the Department of Energy, as these ideas are not new. They are the results of decades of investments in integrated science. Fusion ignition at the National Ignition Facility in 2022 demonstrated the power of simulations, high-energy density physics, and experimental design working together. What is new is the speed, continuity, and scale at which that integration can now operate. We're no longer analyzing yesterday's results. We're increasingly shaping today's experiments as they unfold. And a powerful example of long-term data enabling this acceleration is the Protein Data Bank, established in part at Brookhaven in 1971. Over 50 years, the global scientific community determined roughly 200,000 protein structures through painstaking experimental work. Using that data set, modern AI systems expanded that number to more than 200 million structures in just a few years. The lesson is clear. AI does not replace the scientific infrastructure or the human expertise that created and curates the underlying data. It amplifies both. The United States has structural advantages in enabling this transformation. We have advanced computing capacity, including the world's leading HPC systems, exceptional scientific and engineering talent across universities, industry, and the national labs, and dynamic capital markets which accelerate the translation of scientific advances into real-world applications. The federal role is distinct: to support long-horizon, high-risk science, build shared infrastructure, and serve as a foundational anchor for America's innovation ecosystem. Through DOE, that role is expressed through a tightly connected system of foundational research, infrastructure, and 17 national laboratories. DOE operates 28 user facilities that collectively support tens of thousands of researchers each year and function as shared platforms for discovery across academia, industry, and government. But this does not happen automatically. AI now makes new forms of integration possible, but not inevitable. Realizing them requires deliberate architecture, governance, data readiness, interoperable platforms, and coordinated teams. This is the purpose of the Genesis mission. Last November, President Trump signed an executive order launching the Genesis mission, recognizing that this transition demands action at a nation scale. Genesis will mobilize DOE's national laboratories in partnership with industry, academia, and philanthropy to build the world's most powerful and versatile scientific platform, connecting high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and experimental facilities, including robotic laboratories, into a unified discovery architecture. Much as the microscope transformed medicine and the rocket carried America to the moon, this platform will fundamentally change how science and engineering are conducted. Once complete, it will be the most complex and powerful scientific instrument we have built. It will deliver dramatically faster results with 10 to 100x acceleration across many scientific and engineering domains, while enhancing security through AI-enabled solutions and advanced threat mitigation for high-consequence missions. And we're building it with purpose. We're designing this platform to accelerate breakthroughs and tackle national challenges central to DOE's mission. It is structured around 3 core pillars: energy, focusing on accelerating the deployment of reliable and affordable energy systems; discovery science, advancing innovation across materials and chemistry, biology, physics, engineering, and other fields; and national security, supporting stronger supply chains, faster advanced manufacturing, and mission-ready materials for defense and industry. Our overarching goal is ambitious yet achievable. We want to double the productivity and impact of American science and engineering within a decade, and to solidify America's global technological leadership in the 21st century. Achieving that goal requires urgency and a new way of operating. Genesis connects discovery and deployment from the beginning. It builds a bridge between public science and private industry so that breakthroughs move at speed and scale, and that model is already underway. In just the past several months, we have moved from concept to concrete steps across several fronts. We have made significant investments to rapidly advance the Genesis mission's AI capabilities. This includes funding for the American Science Cloud, which will host and distribute AI models and scientific data to the broader research community, and the Transformational AI Model Consortium, which will build and deploy self-improving models that advance science, engineering, and energy missions by harnessing DOE's unique data, facilities, and expertise. And we're already witnessing the convergence of these efforts. Across multiple DOE national labs and user facilities, with leadership from Argonne, Synapse-I is an early example of this integrated approach. It's a multi-laboratory platform and real-time AI engine for large-scale imaging data, where experiments can generate terabytes to petabytes of information. By seamlessly combining AI, advanced computing, and experimental systems, Synapse-I analyzes data as it is produced and guides experiments in real time, replacing slow manual steps with adaptive, automated decision-making. This compresses discovery from days to moments and establishes the continuous, self-improving model of science that will be essential to realizing the full potential of the Genesis mission. On the industry side, we've signed MOUs with 38 companies to help advance the mission's goals, and that number is rapidly growing. These partners, including leading technology and computing companies, are working alongside DOE and the national labs on AI tools, high-performance computing, and scientific workflows. We launched the Genesis Mission Consortium, our public-private partnership vehicle that unites DOE, national laboratories, private sector organizations, and academic institutions. The consortium supports structured matchmaking for high-value partnerships, coordinates funding opportunities, convenes technical working groups, and builds a community for shared innovation. We are engaging the broader community to help shape the future workforce that will power this effort. Earlier this year, the department issued an RFI seeking input on strategies to develop the next generation of scientists and engineers who work at the intersection of AI and scientific discovery. The response was substantial. we received more than 270 submissions from across academia, industry, and research community, demonstrating strong national interest in building this workforce pipeline. We've also defined an initial set of 26 national science and technology challenges across energy systems, advanced materials, biotechnology, quantum science, and more. These are not abstract problems. They are designed to deliver measurable outcomes for the American people. For example, at Los Alamos, Spark, a first-of-its-kind material database, is compressing materials qualification timelines from a decade to months by training AI models on decades of data. This is essential for defense, energy, and aerospace systems that operate in extreme environments where existing materials fail. At Argonne, the Lumina project is transforming how we plan and strengthen the electric grid. Operators once evaluated 30 contingency scenarios in 5 minutes when the grid was under stress. With Lumina, they can evaluate 43,000 scenarios in the same amount of time, covering 99% of outage risk probability. What disguises Genesis is not only what we work on, but how we work. Through a $293 million RFA, we are assembling integrated multidisciplinary teams to tackle these national challenges with focus and urgency, enabling collaborations that have not previously operated with a shared end-to-end workflow, uniting the strengths of our universities, national laboratories, and industry. These teams are designed not to operate in parallel, but as fully integrated systems. And the response to the RFA has exceeded all expectations. Our informational webinar drew nearly 5,000 participants, a remarkable increase from the typical 200 to 500 attendees for funding opportunity sessions. And just last Friday, we closed the first round of phase 1 applications, which received the largest number of submissions in the department's history. In fact, we have received over 8,000 applications, more than 3 times the previous record. Over 800 institutions spanning industry, national labs, and academia applied, representing all 50 states, as well as Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. The enthusiasm from the community has been extraordinary. And I know many of you had to work really hard to meet that deadline, so I want to publicly thank you, right, for that effort. Taken together, the work of the past few months shows that the Genesis mission is not aspirational. It is operational, and it is expanding every day. The level of engagement reflects recognition that this is a moment that demands action now. And this is not a roadmap. It is an operating system under construction. And although the Genesis mission begins as a national initiative, it is being built with the recognition that its long-term success cannot remain confined to one country. The scientific challenges it addresses are inherently global. Energy systems, advanced manufacturing, biotechnology, and quantum technologies are not bound only by geography. The data that underpins them is also distributed. The expertise required to advance them is global, and the infrastructure increasingly spans national systems. No single country contains all the capabilities required to solve these problems at scale. That is why Genesis is being designed for trusted interoperability. The United States will lead, but the architecture is intended to connect with partners who share a commitment to secure, responsible, and high-integrity scientific processes. The opportunity is not coordination for its own sake, but co-development, shared systems, shared challenges, and shared acceleration of discovery. We are at an inflection point. For the first time, advances in AI, computing, quantum science, and scientific infrastructure are converging into this unified transformation in how discovery happens. The question is not whether this transformation will occur. It already is, as examples that we're all seeing in this conference shows. The question is whether we will move fast enough and with sufficient ambition and coordination to shape it. The Genesis mission is one attempt to meet this moment at a national scale. But its significance will ultimately depend on whether it moves with the urgency that this transformation demands, and whether it becomes a model others can build alongside. And this is where all of you come in, because the successes of this model will not be determined by the government alone. It will depend on whether institutions like the ones here participating, where advances in AI are being defined in real time, engage not just as contributors, but as the co-architects of this new system. That means shaping the methods, the standards, the talent pipelines, and the scientific questions themselves. It means working across disciplines and sectors in ways that are still unfamiliar, but increasingly necessary. And it means moving with a level of urgency that matches the scale of the opportunity in front of us. If we succeed, we will do more than accelerate discovery. We will redefine the pace, the scale, and the impact of science and engineering itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Secretary Gill. Let's see, do we have questions in the audience? I think there's some mics. I'll ask a provocative question first while we're waiting for the audience. So you mentioned doubling productivity.
And impact.
And impact, good, excellent. We talked earlier about, how do you measure productivity and impact? I think that's a fantastic goal. How do you think about measuring it?
So I'll give you my observations, but I'll acknowledge first that in itself, that's a scientific question in its own right, that we are going to engage with the community to define what is the right set of metrics to do that. But I'll give you some observations. And connected to the discussions this morning, definitely I'm not recommending that we double, triple, or quadruple the number of papers that we produce. That is definitely not the goal, right, around that. What we do want is that they are higher quality and higher impact. It's a measure. But on the productivity side, you could measure some elements of it at the macro, at the structural program level. So for example, if I said there is a program or there's an effort to achieve, fusion energy, like to have a fusion pilot plant producing electricity in a scalable fashion by 2035. Well, if because of a change in methodology, we could persuade ourselves that that goal on a date and on a dollar number could now be achieved in 2032, well, that would be a measure of productivity at the programmatic level. And you can imagine that you're in charge of having many programs. A measure of success is we're moving some things to the left versus what was possible if we not have the change of methodology. But you could be more granular, right? And if you're an individual scientist or a PI and you operate microscopy operations, there's a certain throughput, right, at which samples can be prepared, analyzed. I gave the example of Synapse Eye. I was shown by the team the results of what you can do right now with these AI reconstruction techniques from these X-ray imaging techniques. It is mind-blowing. It is like a real-time 3D reconstruction with nanometer resolution on a 100-micron field of view that used to take 6 months to do. And now it happens at 10 hertz. So, that's a productivity improvement, right? So I think we are going to put rigor into at the granular level of scientific workflows, but then also at the macro level to determine, what progress looks like. Obviously, there was a certain inherent rate, for example, in proteins, on protein prediction, right? It was 50 years, 200,000 structures. There was an inflection point enabled by a methodological change. So those are all examples, but we got to add a lot more rigor. And in fact, in the type 1, discussions, one of the things we asked all the responders to the Genesis mission proposal was their own assessment of how are you proposing to measure the productivity and impact improvements based on the methodology. So this is going to be something we're going to all have to work together as a scientific question on its own right.
Great. Questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Dara, for the great talk. So this idea of national challenges of coordination, partly by government, seems to have elements of the successful, what some would say is a very successful model in China, right, where they have these like national priority sessions every 5 years. So my question is, have we learned, have we looked at that model, and are there any learnings that could apply to our approach going forward?
Yes. So a perspective. So the United States has a famously decentralized system, right, of science and engineering discovery. And we're very good at it. We're very successful at doing so. And that has unique attributes and strengths. That system is not incompatible with also presenting ambitious national goals that we ask the community to respond to. We're not forcing people to respond to, but we say, hey, here's problems that we think are important. And the problems that define those can happen by agencies, right? So we define a set of 26 national challenges from the missions of the Department of Energy that are chartered by what Congress challenges the department to go do. And we're going to expand them, working with NIH and with NASA and with many others around that. And I think that that would marry the best of both worlds, right? Set national challenges, but allow a bottom-up approach for how to go and solve them. And I think that we have been missing some elements of that national ambition and coordination. The way historically we remember those things are moments like Apollo or the Manhattan Project. And what we're trying to do with Genesis is a contemporary version of that, but acknowledging that the system is different, right? A project like the Genesis mission is not meant to say, well, let's gather the best scientists and put them all together in one place and go get it done. We want to take advantage of the distributed talent and the distributed institutions that are in America, but still have moments of coordination. So I'll tell you that one of the things I like, and I was joking and thanking all of you for the hard work on the responses, but it has created a moment of synchronicity across the whole country. I don't think there was a single institution that performs research in America that was not aware of what was happening with the Genesis mission. I don't think there was a single research institution that did not think through how do we respond to this. And that forced a dialogue on reflecting on the national challenges, how can we respond to them. So I think that that's powerful. And what I tell people is I am in no way claiming that Genesis mission should be the only national mission we should pursue in science and technology. But I am claiming that if we are unable to agree that this one is worth pursuing, that like we haven't persuaded ourselves that the computing revolution is going to transform the practice of science and engineering, what is so obvious that we're all going to rally behind as a second, third, fourth, fifth national endeavor? So what I'm hoping is that we use this as a mechanism to drive institutional innovation and national alignment towards priorities. And in learning that mechanism, it will be easier for all of us to do a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth.
All right, time. One question there. And I think this will have to be our last question.
Hi, thank you for your talk. So my question is, so the Genesis mission kind of was born by like the idea that we need to kind of compete against like just on a global level for like these important science and energy technologies. And it's true that like the US has kind of lost its ability, like especially compared to China, to like manufacture, to refine, to do all these important processes. And I've heard this perspective that the US has the ability to do the research, but what we don't have is the ability to actually transform it into like an industry. and like, yeah, we've lost like the solar industry, the battery industry, critical minerals, et cetera. So how does Genesis actually plan to translate these technologies from like accelerating research and using AI for science to actually building out these industries that we need to like, yeah, make America competitive on a global scale?
Yeah, that is, thank you for the question. And it's a great question that in the end, the measure of success is our ability to drive and accelerate discovery. And there's lots of reasons for that, right? For intrinsic curiosity and understanding that we all have. But also there's an element of why we invest in science because, over horizons of time, it translates into technology that then allows us to create, novel industries and generate employment and generate economic productivity and impact. And some of the lessons that we have learned about supply chain disruptions during the pandemic and other times have brought into sort of acute and sharp focus the fact that we had lost the edge on many critical industries. And part of the ambition that we have is to enable some of those critical industries, like we're seeing in semiconductors and the huge plants being built in Arizona and Texas and in memory in New York, are examples of we have to be able to have those secure supply chains and many aspects of the future. So the way we're going to address it structurally is insisting that from the very beginning of the journey, that as we shape this future, it is co-created and co-designed between academia, the labs, and industry. Both new ventures, startups, and because some of those startups will become the leaders of the future, and established companies. And if we learn how to work together, like from the very beginning, I've never liked the model that, here in universities or in labs, they do the front end of science, and then we have the view that industry in the end is just the mere recipient of it. The reality of it is the way, right, the compression and acceleration is taking place right now is going to require that we work together from the very beginning. And some of the unique capabilities that industry brings to the table will be the ability to scale up, right? And to actually drive the investments and the capability to actually have real manufacturing in the United States. So, it's very ambitious in the all. We're very focused on the front end of this process, but we are hoping that through the institutional design of having industry of all scales from the very beginning, including partners that we will have in finance and venture capital and so on, will be an enabling factor to ultimately achieve that objective that you say.
All right, thank you so much for that insightful talk. Okay, we're gonna move on to a topic close to my heart that spans really the largest scales that we study. The universe itself, how AI is changing the way we observe and understand it. We have researchers from astronomy, physics, and math. And we're really excited about this panel. We'll have Ben Nachman moderating. His work at Stanford and SLAC bridges particle physics and machine learning. Our panel is Kyle Cranmer, a leader in applying statistical and computational methods to fundamental physics. We have Karina Hong, who brings experience building AI for mathematical and scientific reasoning. And Doug Finkbeiner, who uses large-scale astronomy data to understand everything about the universe. So together, they'll really explore how AI is reshaping our ability to understand the universe at all scales. Really looking forward to this. Go ahead.
Great, good to see you. So my name is Kyle Kramer. I'm going to be giving you a particle physicist perspective. And I just thought I would start also with some comments about the framing about AI for science and events such as these. So when you're organizing an event like this and you're trying to think about how do you deal with all of the, the complicated topics, there are a few different ways you can go about organizing it. One is sort of by scientific domain, as here we have life, Earth, and the universe. The other opportunity for organization that Surya mentioned at the beginning is to think more along the methodological axis, uncertainty quantification, generative models, those kinds of things. But alternatively, there's another framing that I personally like, and is partially how I structured this talk, is to think about what is it, what stage of the scientific process are you using AI? what kind of capabilities does it bring, and then knowing that AI is not perfect and that that's approximating something and it can hallucinate or whatever it might be, how are you going to go about coping with those deficiencies and still be able to ensure that you're getting high quality science out? So that way of thinking about it has led me to sort of identifying a handful of patterns that I see in AI for science. I don't have time to go through all of those, but I am going to focus on essentially two primary aspects and just focus on prediction and inference for this short talk. So when I'm talking about prediction, I'm talking about the process of going from a theory to predicting what you think the data will look like. That's something scientists do all the time. The other thing you can do is you have data and you're trying to infer something about the theory, right? So let me first start off with the predictive direction. So we're talking particle physics, so it's not hard to imagine particle physicists trying to come up with predictions. And one of the things that you often think about is someone on a blackboard, and those are usually symbolic forms of predictions, right? So theoretical particle physicists are confronted with this all of the time. And while you might want to think about something like coming up with an entirely new theory like general relativity or quantum mechanics, it's much more common that you're working within an accepted theoretical framework like quantum mechanics, and you're trying to make a prediction for what you'll see in a particular situation and make a prediction that you can later test. And so when you're making those kinds of predictions, you need to solve some complicated equations and things like that, and you're looking for a symbolic formula. And you're also looking for exactly the right answer, not approximately the right answer. And so when you do that, you deal with things like these kinds of diagrammatic pictures. Those are refinement diagrams. And modern calculations sometimes involve equations that have millions or billions of terms. So you're not going to do it with a pencil and paper, and so you need new approaches. And so recently, there are some people that are, including myself, that are looking into these kinds of theoretical physics problems and framing them essentially as a search over what is the right answer through some discrete space of possible answers. And this can be powerful when you pair it with generative AI. So you have generative AI that are sort of essentially saying, maybe this is the right answer, maybe this is the right answer, and you can pair it with some kind of formal verification process. And that's not always possible, but it sometimes is possible, and that's one of the things that we explored on this paper on the right, trying to calculate scattering amplitudes and a fancy field theory that's kind of related to string theory. Now, this model, though, is interesting because when you go back to how do you ensure correctness, it's fine in some sense if the AI model is wrong. It's guessing, essentially, because the correctness is provided to you through this formal verification. And that's a different pattern than you'll see in other places. But it's structurally similar to what you see in AI for math, which we'll hear about later, where the AI model is essentially trying to come up with the proof of a theorem. And it's also similar to what you see in drug discovery and materials discovery, where the AI model is saying, here's a material that might have a property, here's a molecule that might solve a disease. You need to then later synthesize it and check and verify that it actually does what you want. But that's a kind of general pattern, and it cuts across domains, and it's not really isolated to a specific methodology either. Now, you also make predictions that are more numerical in nature. So for instance, there's the torque that a particle experiences in a magnetic field is proportional to a property called its magnetic moment. And this property is something that's one of the most accurate or precisely predicted and tested quantities in all of physics. So there's an example for the electron. It's some number, many, many digits. The precision there is similar to hitting a hole-in-one from here to China. So it's really impressive that humans have done that. That's for the electron. In the case of the muon, that's something that just received the breakthrough prize a couple of weeks ago in fundamental physics. This is the G-2 experiment at Fermilab. It collects data that looks like this, and those wobbles are essentially evidence of the muon kind of processing in a magnetic field. And then you can compare that data to your prediction. And this plot on the left is the prediction of the experiment and the data. And you have to really zoom in because that's at the level of parts per billion of precision. And so very impressive. You got the data side and you have the theory side, and you need to predict that numerically. And part of that calculation to make that prediction requires something that's called lattice field theory or lattice quantum chromodynamics. And so this is a computational approach to making predictions in particle physics theories, where the predictions basically are what's the average value or the expectation of some quantity with respect to some distribution. And the distribution in this case are all the configurations of some quantum mechanical field and you need to have space and time. So it's like a 4-dimensional box, and you need distributions over these 4-dimensional objects, and that's very computationally intensive. This is what a technique called Hamiltonian Monte Carlo was invented for. It's one of the major users of the big supercomputers at the national labs. But these approaches work well, but they have some limitations. So people have been thinking recently about how can we use AI to enhance sampling for these kinds of systems. And the basic idea is that you use generative AI to try to predict what to model what the target distribution would look like. So instead of sampling images of wombats, in this case, these are 2-dimensional objects, you want to sample these 4-dimensional boxes of quantum field theories. And so you can do that. You can train a model to generate a bunch of examples. But the problem, again, is that it's not perfect. The model that you learn is going to be maybe approximately right, but not exactly right. So if you make predictions from that, you're going to get the wrong answer. So how do you maintain correctness in this situation? Well, in certain kinds of AI models, this is a constraint on the AI model, you can actually understand basically how wrong it is. You know that it's wrong, and you can evaluate how wrong it is, and then you can correct for it. And when you make those corrections, then you can provide guarantees that you get unbiased estimators and reasonable error bars and things like that. And so again, it's a very different style. So you have guarantees, but it's not like pure math. It's more like the kinds of guarantees you see in applied mathematics. So this is a paper that overview paper that we did. It's a very active area right now. And this kind of fits in a broad category that sometimes we call the computational microscope. And it also applies to areas like molecular dynamics, statistical physics, and other kinds of areas. Now, let me switch gears and talk about inference. That's going from the data back to the theory. So in contrast to the previous 2 examples, if you look at how AI and machine learning is used in experimental particle physics and astrophysics and cosmology, often it's part of a data processing chain that starts on the left with raw data and then ends on the right with actual scientific results. So if your AI model is wrong in these situations, that can lead to problems because you will make incorrect conclusions in your scientific papers. And so in this case, mistakes really matter. And so front and center in this situation is uncertainty quantification and dealing with things like systematic uncertainties and figuring out how you can calibrate these systems. Another big, another feature of particle physics, and when you're talking about inference, is the reliance on very high fidelity simulations. And so it turns out that particle physics is not alone in this. So on the far left is a picture of my particle physics example. We have fancy simulators that describe what we think the collisions will look like. But we also use simulators to describe the universe at the very largest scales. And we have simulators for essentially all kinds of science in the middle. And I would say, it's a strong statement, but I believe it, that the forefront of scientific knowledge these days is largely encapsulated in scientific simulators. And those simulators, they generate data. So in an AI language, you might say they're generative models, but they're also causal models. They have a mechanism inside that allows you to do interventions and kind of causal type reasoning, which is really important for science. But unfortunately, these simulators are very poorly suited for a lot of downstream tasks, and that includes statistical inference, experimental design, and control or decision making. So here's an example of what that looks like in a particle physics context. You start off with theory parameters. You think about how particles are going to interact. These are these sort of Feynman diagrams. But then we don't see that directly in our detector. Those particles will then end up radiating more and more particles. And there's sort of a different framework for describing what that looks like. And then those particles will then fly off and run into our detectors. And we have to model how the particles slam into the detectors and ionize and things like that. And eventually you get to the electronic readouts on the detectors, which is the raw data. And so there are simulation tools for those 3 different stages. Those are the software packages associated to them. And you can think of those software packages conceptually as these probability distributions of their output given their input. Okay, and they have random sampling inside. They use sort of Monte Carlo procedures. And you can think of Monte Carlo as essentially trying to evaluate a really big integral. And so on the left, the thing that you get is the probability of the data given the parameters. And that's the central object you need to use to do inference. And the problem is that that thing is totally intractable. You're never going to do this billion-dimensional integral, so you can't actually evaluate the likelihood. So how do you go about doing statistical inference is a challenge. And so this has motivated a new kind of class of inference algorithms that are highly leveraging what's going on in AI and machine learning. I call this area simulation-based inference. And what we've seen is that deep learning and neural density estimation are very effective at approximating the likelihood function or the posterior distribution. And that's really revolutionizing principled statistical inference in all sorts of areas of science. So there's the schematic. On the left, you have your simulator. In the middle, you have some neural network, and that's approximating some kind of likelihood or something. And on the right, you have like statistical results coming out. Now, I should also mention that the way that you ensure correctness there is by the calibration procedures are very closely tied to the simulation. And this is, again, a kind of schematic of the real world. Traditionally, we had to simplify the analysis with sort of spherical Kyle models and kind of simplified statistical procedures. And now we're able to use simulations and AI machine learning surrogates of those to do very high quality inference with very complicated simulators. So because this is such a general framing and applies to so many different areas, we've seen a huge rise in simulation-based inference papers over the last few years. And we've also seen it being applied in all sorts of areas from computational neuroscience to astrophysics, particle physics, economics, material science, what have you. And I think that's quite exciting. And I'll just end with this, as I only got to talk about sort of prediction and inference. I completely agree with Undersecretary Gill's comment that all of the scientific process is getting more and more tightly integrated. And in particular, what's happening right now with hypothesis generation, the design of experiments, and just actually executing scientific workflows is making this all very, very exciting. And that hits on some of these other patterns. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, hello. I'm Doug Finkbeiner. I'd like to encourage you not to panic. I'm a professor of physics and astronomy at Harvard, and I've been on leave at Anthropic for the last year working with the Mechanistic Interpretability Group. Why, you might ask? What an astronomer, go and do that. I think I became convinced about a year and a half ago that making the transition to powerful AI and doing that in the safest, most human values aligned way possible is a very high priority, and it was kind of a drop everything and go work on that moment for me. So yeah, I'm going to just say a few words about astronomy first, and then some meta issues for the field. So first of all, obviously AI is everywhere in astronomy. When we have some big project like Rubin LSST, looking at 10 to the 7 transients a night, even 10 to the 27 is too much for AI. But you're not going to look at them by hand. Cosmological inference, Kyle just mentioned the simulation-based inference stuff. We use that in astronomy a lot. Image analysis, of course. Literature searches and archive summarizers and so on. It's amazing how useful that is. One of my former students actually has Claude dig through the archive every morning, find papers he'll be interested in because it knows him well, and then make a podcast, and he listens to the daily podcast on the way to work. And just the ability to custom make things like that on the fly at extremely low cost is powerful. And then, of course, literally the telescope operations a lot of that's done by AI too. So a lot of things on the left side of the screen there we've been doing for a while, and that's somewhat mature. I think the new thing is the fact that every grad student has an AI collaborator on their desk that they're talking to 24/7. And that's new in the last year or so. And that's just really reshaping how the work gets done. And I think this has created a huge amount of anxiety, right? People look at these tools and say, I'm not going to have a job in 3 years. And the professors look at the tool and say, I'm not going to have a job in 3.5 years. I mean, it's just really, this is one of the things I've had the most trouble with at Anthropic, actually, is making the phase transition to trusting the tool to take an abstract assignment and write the code and debug it and run it and write up the analysis and just do a lot before I give my first bit of feedback. And that's just where we're going or where we are. And so there's kind of this fear gripping a lot of people that people are going to, and especially young scientists, are going to get replaced by this. And so I want to push back a little bit on that. Now, I don't mean to be naive. Things are moving fast, and these models are powerful. And you can certainly point at certain workflows where they can just kind of go end to end. And yet, when I walk down the hallway at the Center for Astrophysics, do I see people writing 100 papers a year? Do I see? No, it's just not quite happening. And I'm trying to put my finger on why. I noted here that, so there was a screed on the archive recently by David Hogg at NYU, who articulated two extremes. One is just let the AIs cook, and roll with it. And one is ban their use, punish their use, especially at the level of undergrads or grad students. The students need to learn to do things themselves before they turn it all over to an AI. And of course, neither of those extremes is what we want. There's a middle path, and it's the path we're on. So to drill in a little more, so the fear was kind of, hey, I can write a paper in 3 days. I don't need students anymore. I don't need postdocs. I just need Claude. I'm using Claude as a stand-in for AI agents here. Obviously, I'm an Anthropic, so I think of Claude. And in a way, that's a really bad future. It depends, right? I mean, we can have the debate about. I think I'm biased by being an astronomer. We largely do astronomy because we want to understand the universe, right? If some AI said, hey, I finally figured it out, I know everything, but it's complicated, I can't explain it to you. That would not be a satisfactory outcome. Whereas if I've got some horrible disease and some medical researcher says, we've got a drug that works, I can't tell you how it works, it's too complicated, that's fine, right? So I think there's very different, there's gonna be a real splitting here of the things where we want to know every detail and understand it at a level of abstraction that's useful for a human trying to understand things. And then there'll be more applied things where if we can just get an answer, we're happy. And that's always been the case. I think it'll be even more the case. But just a couple examples here from my own research group. So I have a student, Theo, who was writing a paper on gas clouds and using this 3D dust map product that we made a few years ago and fusing with other data sets and then driving new things from it. And that was all done in a relatively traditional way, but the figures for the paper are just these interactive things of beauty that are far more complicated than what Theo would have otherwise done. And so Claude didn't really make the paper get finished faster, but the paper is much cooler than it would have been. Another student working on an architecture search for an ML model to solve some problem. It's related to photon pileup and Chandra X-ray data, but that's not the important thing. The student tried various things over a long period of time to really find a model that worked, and it was a real struggle. And then it came down to, hey, Claude, can you just suggest a whole bunch of ideas and just try them all? And very quickly landed on something that works great. And so this is a recurring theme, right? I think in the old days, in ancient history, like 6 months ago, we would have all this trouble of, you can think of so many ideas, but you need to down select to 1 or 2 or 3 things to pursue, and you just can't go very far down the path before you have to make that choice. And now you just say, try all the ideas. And it still might only be that one of them is worth writing up, and you still might not be boosting your paper output by some enormous factor, but like you actually found the right idea. So I think all of these things I'm describing here actually go in the direction of better papers rather than more papers. And again, acknowledging there'll be other fields where that plays out differently, but I think that's something to keep in mind. We may not be completely drowned in papers in all fields immediately. Now, this topic came up before lunch, but I'll just bring it up again. Academic publishing, it feels like there's a need for a real reboot here. And that was true before AI, frankly, but I feel like now, I don't know, do you actually read papers? I read AI summaries of papers a lot more than I read papers. I only read a paper if I really, really need to know every detail about it to reproduce it or something. And I think more and more AI, if not writing the whole paper, will at least play a significant role in constructing papers. And so if we're in this funny situation where AI writes papers and AI reads papers, is a paper in a journal the right API for communication between scientists? What if it's just, I just need to see your GitHub and your Zenodo, and I want my Claude to talk to your Claude. As long as you make your Claude available on the internet somewhere, or your Claude's memories, or your Claude's skill files, or whatever, that's all I need from you. That's obviously not going to satisfy every case, but I think it's just something to think about. And so I just provocatively asked the question here, should anyone read papers, or should anyone even write them? And I think papers in journals have served multiple roles for centuries. And when we move to this new sort of workflow, we have a chance to kind of unbundle some of those roles. So some of the job was just literal communication. We have many ways to communicate now. I'm not sure that's the important thing. There's the kind of search and discovery part of it. But my Claude can go out and survey the literature in minutes and tell me what I need to know. There's the pedagogy also. I can say, this paper is written at too high level for me. I'm not an expert on a topic. Talk to me like I'm a 5th grader. And it gives me a really nice summary. On the other hand, writing is a process akin to thinking. And it's important here not to forget that there may be real value in writing the paper, even if nobody but AI reads it. Because we still need to organize our thoughts. We still need to, especially as students, we need to build the discipline of walking through how you construct an argument, how you defend each part of the argument, and how that is situated in the context of all the other work going on. And that's a gift to the writer also. So we have to, I think we could have a whole one-day meeting on this topic, and probably should one of these times. Okay, so the tidal wave is upon us and the risks are real. I don't mean to downplay any of that when I say don't panic. These models can hallucinate, they can be brittle and fail in all kinds of surprising ways. They can de-skill us. This is one of my major worries, actually. The doom here isn't mushroom clouds, it's we all get lazy and stupid. There's analogs to that in other areas. Probably most of us drive to work and get less exercise than we would have in another era and things like that. You want to maintain the literal and metaphorical muscle of actually doing things yourself. And I'm very concerned about de-skilling and over-reliance relatedly. So I think I will end there. I don't think the work of humans in doing science is actually going to go away anytime soon. It's not like we'll know what dark energy and dark matter are by September, right? So, for the younger people in the room, if you're starting a science career today, I really think this is a wonderful time. You have tools no generation has had before. Things are going to move really fast and be really exciting. And I don't think humans will be cut out of the loop for a while, but there may be very significant shifts in what we emphasize and what fraction of us, say, do data analysis and theory versus cutting metal to build instruments or something like that. I mean, we may reallocate and rearrange quite a bit, but I don't think we're really cutting the humans out of the loop on a grand scale anytime soon. So, thanks.
Hi, I'm Karina Hong, founder and CEO of Axiom. So there's this general feeling about AI for math that one, great mathematicians are scarce. So, and two, they're all kind of against AI. So it's kind of an interesting sort of tension. If that outlier mathematical reasoning is scarce, why would you not want more of it? So because of that, someone also said that AI for math could only be sort of built by people who are bad mathematicians. So I dropped out of my math PhD, and I guess I'm a bad mathematician. But Axiom is currently working on sort of mathematical superintelligence, and we are doing formal theorem proving. This talk is trying to give like an industry view about what happened recently, especially in the last 1.5 years. Extremely exciting times for AI for math. So first of all, we heard from all sorts of news headlines that the AI are really killing it at all the math Olympiads. So since July 2024, the International Math Olympiad, Google DeepMind announces alpha-proof silver medal. And the silver medal is just one score missing a gold medal. And then comes December, which is Putnam, the undergraduate math exam, there wasn't any sort of attempt, official attempt by major AI labs. I remember Dan Hendricks, the director of Center for AI Safety, posted the model solutions to Putnam 2024. People couldn't reach consensus on whether the problems were solved correctly or not. Because like all these sentences feel like they're a little bit right, they're a little bit wrong, they kind of like hand wave a bit. So there was like not an expert consensus on the score of model performance in the 2024 Putnam. Things change very rapidly this year. I think in the summer, you have multiple labs, including startups, hyperscalers in US, China, all participated in the IMO, and sort of everyone got a gold medal, 35 out of 42, which is a really amazing accomplishment. It comes December, which is the undergrad exam. There are two organizations, Axiom and also Numina, which is a nonprofit, that got the perfect score. So we're going from, the AI shocking the world on silver medal of IMO to 1.5 years later, getting perfect score on the hardest undergrad exam where the median score is 0 out of 120. Now you ask, well, these are kind of, Olympiad problems. Those are for, there's a fixed syllabus. So, you can probably practice for it and prepare for it. What about open research math problems? And the thing is, it's really hard to work on something if you don't have an agreed upon benchmark. So for the competitions, you can look at each year's exam papers and you kind of assemble benchmarks this way. You can try your internal model on those problems and then figure out how much progress you are making week by week. It's really hard to make an open research questions benchmark. First of all, it's just hard to make that level of math problems. Second of all, the people who have the capability to make those problems probably distributed it in their own circles, right? Like among the grad students, etc. So there's this organization called Epoch AI that tried to make frontier math tier 4, which the narrative is each problem would take an entire math department to solve. The problem is a private benchmark and it's only held by OpenAI, so others don't have access to that problems. And Google DeepMind tried to make formal conjectures benchmark, but the problem is it kind of varies a lot. There's like all these Riemann hypothesis level problems there, which makes it really not a suitable benchmark. You know you're going to get a 0, all the way to some more trivial open problems. So difficult to understand, the distribution of the benchmark. More recently, there's a New York Times article on about 30 famous mathematicians around the entire world try to test AI models. There's only 10 problems, not really of the size of an entire benchmark that should be, more than at least 100 problems, but at least there are 10. People find it really hard to grade them because the proofs are like really long, and it is really every mathematician's worst nightmare to look at very long proof with natural language, and you kind of don't really know. Similar with the Putnam situation, it's very hard to reach a consensus on score. So then kind of the community wants to show that AI can actually work on research. It's very exciting. So despite not having a benchmark, there's another way to showcase result, which is cherry picking. So we will find a specific research problem out of the blue, out of nowhere. And in this case, Erdos problems. Erdos problems is a repository maintained by mathematician Thomas Bloom that records the status of these fun combinatorial problems by Paul Erdos. Now, it's not to be confused with Erdos prize problems, which are way harder. So Erdos, before he died, would set prize money for a few problems. Those are only a subset of the large Erdos problems repository. The problem with Erdos problems is whenever AI seems to solve an Erdos problem, it seems like there has been a human who solved it before, and we just somehow missed it. It turns out that large language models are not necessarily the best at solving these 10 previously unsolved Erdos problems, but sure enough, they are good at finding the literature, doing literature search in the library of his training data. we also have our sort of like share of this. I mean, there's our competitors share that it solved 2 open Erdős problems. We say we can solve it too, and turns out that none of us are correct. Those 2 problems were solved before. So a lot of these mishaps kind of are decreasing the trust on the sort of the math community on AI companies, because you promise us you'll give us open problem solutions, and that hasn't happened yet. However, people keep trying. There's this really good line in Thinking Game, the movie about Google DeepMind, just fold everything. You have 200 million proteins, just fold everything. So some people, especially well-resourced players, decide to try every single Erdős problems in that repository. And as a result, the number of Erdős problems kind of like that are solved and truly solved have surged from 0 to now like a dozen. And the total number of Erdős problems that are marked as closed, because a lot of them were actually in the literature, became a lot more. So sharing wins on specific research problems becomes a trend. Yet many people suggest that combinatorial problems are too close to Olympiad problems, and we should move one step ahead to research. So we kind of know a few examples from Axiom Prover, our startups. Alethea is a system developed by Google DeepMind. So Axiom Prover is a formal verification system, and Alethea is an informal natural language system. And there are also a lot of MIT mathematicians just using LLMs. Each made a lot of progress on these open problems. There's also this entire other literature, it's very rich and would not fit into this talk's time, on AI for math discovery, on finding interesting outlier constructions. I think Kyle kind of like talked about one of them in applied to theoretical physics, and so that's outside of the scope of today. So this is some of AI's representation on Math Archive every day. We're seeing at least 1 paper, I think, a week on Math Archive of some mathematicians or some companies have actually successfully solved a research problem. And these research problems are chosen, I think, by the experts who think that AI have a shot of solving them. So I'll get to that in a later part of this. So let's look at demo 1, which is a problem about almost all primes are partially regular. So it's kind of getting a little technical, and apologize to the audience for that. But basically, for each prime number, you can have AP, which is sort of under this is stated there, but you can have a decomposition into sort of odd and even indexed subspaces. And while we understand the odd ones really well, we don't really understand the even parts. So there's a conjecture, I think it's an ancient one, about all the even subspaces should probably be 0. It should probably vanish. It's a very, very interesting problem, and it's quite hard and central to algebraic number theory, and also related to Fermat's law theorem. It's very difficult to make complete progress on that, but we made a partial progress. Axiom Prover proved the following theorem, which is that almost all primes, 100% of the primes, have one part of these even index subspaces to be 0. Now, this paper is recently accepted by Archive de Mathématiques, which is a professional journal. It is one of the instances where we have mathematician having an interesting target and not really confident that AI can fully solve it, but give the problem, regardless to AI, and it made partial progress. There's another one, which is, again, a partial result. If you assume the ABC conjecture, which is the common assumption in number theory, you can prove that Ramanujan tau function, which is the Fourier coefficient of the modular discriminant delta n, which is a very, very famous object in number theory and appears frequently in Ramanujan's notebook, you can show that its value misses 100% of the primes. It's a very, very beautiful result, because we don't understand Ramanujan tau function that well. Like, even whether it is 0 is a very open conjecture, called Lemur's conjecture on Ramanujan tau functions non-vanishing. So Axiom Prover being able to make end-to-end progress, and the output being in Lean, which is a formally verifiable computer language. So you will run the output in Lean like you run any computer program. And if it compiles, you can be sure that it has proved the statement that you give. So this sort of resolves the problem of we don't know about grading. I mean, it is either 0 or a perfect score in this case. So there's a fun fact there, if you want to see a really, really large prime number of tau n, actually there's an example there for odd square 251 square. And we see that the development of sort of AI system being more and more powerful from, say, Erdős problem 1 to 4, the proof graph looks smaller than, say, Ramanujan Tao proof graph. It scales from under 50 nodes to more than 500 reasoning nodes, and you can just scale inference compute, and you would not hit the wall. Auto-formalization is another topic, which is that you already have a proof or you have a proof sketch. And you want the AI to be able to give the proof in lean so you can verify it. You also are maybe sometimes not so sure about whether some steps of your proof is hand-wavy or incorrect. Then you would want to have a lean version of that as well. There are also other cases where math journals or even, say, quantum computing journals report not having enough human referees to look at all the papers. So if you have auto-formalizer, which is able to turn a math paper PDF into lean, and it just really makes the workload of the reviewer a lot better, a lot lighter. So these are two examples, and the lean formalization actually was able to speed up the review process quite a bit. So this is Alethea's, which is Google DeepMind's agent. They also, I think, have a really good way of doing science, which is they kind of leveled the problems from 0 to 4 and give the full extent of the collaboration. So that is an informal agent where a user can prompt, just like you would prompt any large language model. And it has essentially autonomously solved 3 problems from level 0 to 2, and also 3 publishable research on level 2. And the graph that they show is that the inference scaling law that they observe at the Olympiad level transfers as well to the research level. And there are also a lot of mathematicians ranging from Donald Knuth to Timothy Gowers, a Fields medalist, also to other people who may work at OpenAI sector, prompting all these large language models to get the research questions of their interest resolved. And we are really at a time of, I call it mathematical Pokemon hunting, which is that if you have a research problem target, just put the AI to use, and maybe you need to build an agent. And there are some sort of headlines about the hype. Is the one thing I want to point out is that you are an important part of this. Like the expert knowledge is always required. And even if the process is completely end-to-end in some of the Axiom Provers cases, there's still a lot of expert knowledge into selecting the problem. So in terms of formal theorem proving, you want to make sure that the problem you select doesn't fall outside of the existing library, math library of Lean, which is called MathLib. And there's also no clear instance where the AI was able to participate more like a research mathematician on the theory building part, such as coming up with interesting conjectures, choosing problems, or coming up with definitions that are key to solving the problem. But what are true today is AI for mathematics is here. Like, please use all these, AI models and systems you have to try the research problems. It is here. It is a very exciting reality where we are able to have a very productive AI research mathematician produce multiple papers in a month's time. And a lot of things also help with system performance listed here, and expert knowledge is so important part of the workflow. So mathematicians are not obsolete at all. In fact, they help enable AI to do better. And I also have a strong suspicion, which is why we're pushing toward formal theorem proving, the verification part, is there's a lot of gain from a machine learning perspective that have not been fully harvested. So, and as well as integrating AI for mathematical discovery, the construction side, with proving. Adding these two together might give us a better workflow. And there are some sort of like evaluation criteria milestones in the formal math theorem proving part. And as I said here, there's a paper called Formal Theorem Proving, a New Frontier in AI. I think a lot of these might be very relevant regardless of whether you believe in formal theorem proving. And thank you so much.
Thanks. OK, great. Well, let's all go back out on the stage.
OK. Do we have spots?
I'm supposed to sit stage right. OK. Thank you so much for those really exciting presentations. Please. All right. So I wanted to drill down into a few topics, and then we'll open it up for some discussion. So the first thing is some of you mentioned a little about the uniqueness and unifying aspects of AI for physics and AI for math. So I wanted to ask a little bit more about that. And in relation to, you talked about, all of you mentioned how the scientists are still a part of it. So the question is, what kind of unifies or is unique about AI for science or AI for math, AI for physics? Do we need, is it part of math, physics? Is it part of AI? Do we need a career path? Do we need training? Do we need a dedicated training path for the AI for physics, AI for mathematicians? So first, maybe Kyle, what your take on that is?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I mean, even within the sciences, I would say that you have experimental sciences and observational sciences, and I think astronomy and astrophysics definitely generally observational, hard to touch those stars out there. Particle physics we often refer to as experimental, but even that is not that many things you can change, so in some sense it's pretty observational. But other areas are the ability to actually do interventions and things is much bigger, and the speed at which you would reconfigure what experiment you're doing on a tabletop versus a big particle collider is very different. So in that sense, I think there are some important distinctions, but there are also things that are in common. I think that one thing about physics oftentimes is that we have a clear idea of some mechanism, and like the causal story of what's going on is usually kind of crystal clear and no one's arguing about that. While in like the social sciences, it's much less obvious what's going on, or in healthcare or something like that. You don't know what's causing it. And so you have to be very clever to try to come up with how to design experiences to tease those things apart. At the same time, like causality is still super key to what we do. So I think that somehow that mathematical framing of an underlying mechanism and that causal picture is a kind of unifying thing where it certainly builds on top of math. Very true about most of particle physics and true about a lot of astrophysics. In some cases, I think you get into places where maybe it starts to be a little bit more like biology in the sense of there's something very complicated here and we don't necessarily know exactly what's going on. And depending on what you're doing, you maybe don't necessarily care. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Great, yeah, math.
I think when people talk about AI for math, there's this part about proving theorems, and there's this other part about sort of AI for math discovery, like finding outlier patterns or predicting, what is the next thing based on the existing patterns. And I think this part actually corresponds quite closely with, I think, some of Kyle's work on theoretical physics. So like specifically, I remember reading like the paper you had with Francois, which was the Axiom, about the sort of big Sudoku, which is the 6-letter Sudoku paper, that actually have a deep, like theoretical physics background. And I like how it just kind of a similar sort of playbook you apply to other, other translative methods to solve math, like predicting collet sequences, can just kind of very naturally apply to this case as well.
Yeah.
I don't have too much to add. I mean, to your question about whether there should be a separate training track, it's just part of what we do now. My colleague Brendan Mead said years ago, well, 1.5 or 2 centuries ago, people got very excited about differential equations, but we didn't make a department of differential equations. We just started using them. And I think it's the same kind of thing.
Well, just to follow up. So, I mean, a lot of the methodology, for example, that you talked about, Kyle, were tools developed by physicists or physicists in collaboration with statisticians and computer scientists. So, do you see a future where that is like within a discipline, or it's it itself? Like you were talking about reorganization, and it makes sense now to think about maybe actually, to your point, there is no department of differential equations, but maybe it's an opportunity to rethink the structure, the whole academic structure somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you can be intentional about, and it's a different set of skills and maybe some different specializations and things like that. I think, this idea of, I believe very strongly in like use-inspired research. So I do think that, when you're trying to, if you're just doing, AI on your own and you're trying to think of like, what's an interesting problem to solve, what's the interesting question to ask, you can do that and people make great progress there. But sometimes in real world settings, you're like, okay, there is no off-the-shelf solution for this problem, but why? And you have to like articulate what are the extra constraints that are there, and that's it would take a lot of imagination maybe to think about that situation in the first place. It's sort of like reality is stranger than fiction, and so then you get inspired by those actual peculiarities of it. Most physicists, I say, aren't trained to be like, okay, let me identify what's unique about this and see if I can articulate it in the language of like applied mathematics or AI, so that it can be abstracted and then applied in some other area. And that's definitely a skill that I've been working on for a long time, deliberately. And I think in those places, like with simulation-based inference, where you're able to say, oh, okay, well, it was motivated by this particle physics problem, but when I abstract it in the proper way, it's super portable, and then it has a lot of impact. That's something I think lots of people should do. And to say it was also rediscovered or independently discovered in other areas, slightly different forms. But again, those people are also not necessarily good at abstracting it and helping spread it around either. So.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you pointed out, for example, like in a lot of these problems, the math problems that were solved were known problems that were already. So in a sense, like one thing that these AI tools are very good at is building connections, and kind of rethinking about a rediagonalization. Like maybe there should be a department of differential equations, given their ubiquity in all of science. And maybe not that's particular, but it makes sense to kind of rethink now what are the core things that identify a discipline, and there are things that still cut across. I mean, we're at this institute in a way which is supposed to cut across traditional departments, and that is one thing that could facilitate.
Yeah, I definitely didn't mean nothing would change. I mean, departments added a class on differential equations, right?
Of course, yeah.
But yeah.
I do think on the sort of like training and also like having more physicists say like use AI in a very sort of profound way in the research. One thing that is important discussion is about open source software. So like I remember that AlphaEvolve like came out and people really wanted to use it and couldn't because it's a closed source thing, and people just then made like OpenEvolve, which not sure work exactly the same. And one thing that also I think is important in addition to maybe some tools for mathematicians and theoretical physicists being open source is like a very detailed sort of manual. Like I remember we recently open sourced Explorer and Xsolver, which are basically the upgraded version of Pattern Boost and Intuit, if that means anything to you here. And mathematicians and physicists ask many, many questions, and we do demos and demos and demos, and in the end we just write like very, very detailed documentation, providing sort of the templates of code where they can just download and like just work on the Jupyter notebook and like actually be driving that process, because that's I think how you scale some really good piece of software, and I think that is one thing. The other thing that I heard people say is that like almost all the sort of research you can do on formal theorem proving or the proving part, you need a lot of compute, and you also need very, very high quality data to push the frontier of things. But I also know a lot of mathematicians are just utilizing what's available there and build a very good agent loop, and they were able to actually beat some of the very good model performance, and some of them also with less compute focus a lot more on data. So Godot prover is a very good open source prover, and I think all these are like very sort of good and second best alternatives in the academia setting.
Totally, and you bring up an interesting point about data. So, I mean, Doug, you brought up, like, maybe we should rethink, is paper the right unit? And while you were talking, I was thinking maybe our talk's the right unit. And kind of at one level higher is like our class is the right unit for thinking about the transfer, like the training of the next generation of these tools. We want people to be able to use the tools, but we also want people to develop the tools. And what's the best format for facilitating that? Yeah, I think it's
if not paper, what do you think is the right interface? Like I've thought about this, and I thought about GitHub, GitHub for mathing, because now we're seeing like every software engineering project is like hundreds of people and thousands of people collaborating, right? Like that's like on the lower end. And mathematicians can write papers along or with like 5 of their friends at max. And where we see like early prototypes of like polymaths that push the boundary gap of prime numbers down to 246. We also see, large-scale formalization projects like dividing a task into many stuff. Like, do you think GitHub is the one, or like, what do you think is the sort of
I don't know if that's
MCP for papers?
I was really just meaning to raise the question, not answer it.
Okay.
I don't have a good answer.
You'll organize the follow-up conference.
Yeah, right. But one thing I've noticed that just in the last few months happening a lot more is if I want to kind of draft off of what a colleague is doing, and I can just tell Claude, oh, I know Sam did this clever thing. Can you just look in Sam's notebook and grab it and copy it and start modifying it and
put my name on it.
Well,
still your colleague.
Okay, so there's the whole question about who gets credit for things, and that's a whole different discussion. But it's at a company where people are very collaborative and share things a lot. I just remember the first time months ago, I asked a colleague, well, okay, can you point me to where you did whatever? She's like, why are you asking me? Ask Claude. Claude knows. And could I just riff on open data for a moment too? I think I actually fear for open data. I think these models have benefited a lot from having open data to train on, and science has obviously benefited from it. But one thing I spent a lot of time on 10 to 15 years ago was the Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope, which Stanford played a huge role in. And they still, to this day, things still flying, as far as I know. Every day the photons are posted on the internet, a list of photons. And They were comfortable doing that back then. Well, NASA required it, but I think they were comfortable doing it because they said it would be so hard to produce any of the key papers of the project of 200 or 300 people. It's fine to just give the data away. Only the insiders are going to really be able to use it. But now,
it's no longer the case.
Yeah, I mean, if you let me have an AWS instance with all the compute I want and $10,000 of Claude, I could probably reproduce a lot of those papers in one day. And it's just like, is it safe to have your data open if someone could just scoop you instantly? Right?
Especially in the sort of scaling learning from experiences. It's not just the data as in that final sort of solution. It's also the trail of like attempts how you get there, right? Like scaling learning of experiences, scaling skills and context windows, like the data trail, which is why we think having good targets are so important, because with target you can have attempts of data trail. I think that is something that is unique to the AI era. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I do want to pivot to to open up the floor, but maybe just one last thing before we close. You brought it up. It's about kind of the noise of now everyone can do everything. How do we trust in this era a discovery made by AI? And related questions: what does it mean to be interpretable, or even if that's required? You said some provocative things about certain areas of science that may not require that, but I'm curious to hear about what you guys think about the AI discovery of the future.
Yeah, I mean, my zeroth order answer is you validate things just like before. I mean, if my grad student, who's also black box that I can't inspect the weights and biases of, my grad student comes with a result, and I say, well, have you tried this? How do you know that's true? Did you do these tests? We know in that asymptotic limit it has to be this answer. And you just do all of those things, but with your AI. I mean, I don't really know what else to do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can just say a little on the publishing side. I mean, I think there's a few things there. I mean, one of them is that if we start putting out a lot more artifacts, the infrastructure, in some sense, we should have infrastructure that's scalable, that can cope with lots of artifacts. And that's separate from the fact of should we be publishing tons of papers or what the papers look like. But one's an infrastructure piece. The other one is this, kind of a reproducibility trust angle. I think it's interesting. A long time ago, the methods section of your paper was a narrative about this is how you do your wet lab experiment, and some other scientist was supposed to be able to read it and replicate the experiment that way. And then as things got more complicated, especially with computational things, it became not really, no one's going to write all of this in a paper, and then there were various forms of reproducibility crisis. And then there was this kind of distinction between computational reproducibility and the kind of replicability of being able to read the paper and do it again. I think one thing that's really interesting is that maybe we're seeing a kind of swing back to a more narrative style, because what you lose in the computational reproducibility is at some point it's like bit for bit reproducible, and you're basically just packaged everything up into some container. And that's not, in some sense, it's not really interesting. It's like I zipped my file and I unzipped my file. It's not really interesting. So the idea that you could, though, give narrative descriptions of what it is that you need to do, what is the specification, what do you need to check along the way, and then can now maybe it's not another person, maybe it's another AI model or an AI model in a couple of years from now that's better, redoes it, and do you still reach the same conclusions? And I guess the last thing I would say is that even right now, like inside of the big collaborations, lots of people are playing around with lots of things and have lots of clever ideas. In the end, you have to convince your colleagues that this is a good way and that you can trust it. And if you introduce, as you do, fancy new techniques, people don't just be like, sure, good. You have to be like, walk me through it, and you have to build trust. And that, to the extent that science is still a human endeavor, you're still going to have to build that trust. And I think that's part of the rate limiter that you're going to see in terms of scientific output. Yeah. But having said all of that, I would drastically restructure the contributions. I mean, like right now, I think the core idea, like the abstract level, this is my basic takeaway for the idea, the implementation, the experiments that support it, the different things, those could all be broken off into different things, and you could have different kinds of specialists that contribute to those different, and you have a much richer a network of scientific artifacts, which is like the thing that I like to think about. Yeah.
Totally.
To add to that, I think there's the saying that standalone LLM judge are not working that great. So if you ask an LLM to grade some other answer you get, it's not working that great. But you could probably try some really good agent loop harness around that. That's I think one really weird thought. The other one is I think that interpretability research is really important. And also I think formal verification is going to be quite important. People say math is a verifiable domain, but only to the extent that problems have numerical answer. If you want to check step by step of math or step by step of code, which I think is the future. I think formal verification, which we're pursuing from math to code, I think that's going to be something very important to work on next, to
Great.
verify software.
Awesome. I think we have time for a question from the audience. In the middle. I don't know, there's a mic runner right there. Yeah, you guys all hear the question? Or?
We should repeat it.
Yeah, so maybe you can just say it again. Right? Yeah.
So my question is, what is the role of the research university in terms of preparing citizens, for physics? For example, things have changed so much. How do we teach? What is the role of the research university today?
Great. Yeah. Thanks for that question. We'll try a brief answer for everyone, and then I think we'll call it good.
Yeah, I think, Doug was talking about skill atrophy and things like that, and I think that's very real. So somehow, to avoid that, there is still this kind of baseline, walking through of core concepts and what the critical thinking looks like, and what kinds of questions do you ask, and those kinds of skills are, certainly more advanced than you're going to be getting at the level of high school, and I think they're going to still be important, and in some sense, they're going to become more important, but in a different way. So the universities certainly need to adapt, but I think that core functionality is still super important.
I think training gives you discipline, execution, agency. It also gives you the way to think about science rigorously, and rigor sometimes leads to the most out of distribution innovation, and I think those are hard to be replaced, as that AI has not figured out how to conjecture yet. So hopefully by rigorous proving and learning the basics, fundamentals, you get to that creativity spike.
Yeah, you might wonder who's going to bother to do the exercise of doing a research project where we already kind of know the answer just so that the student can learn from it. But have you ever advised a senior thesis, junior thesis, whatever? You might not know the exact answer to the problem, but you know the general shape. We already do that kind of thing. I think it'll just kind of leak further into grad school. But there's this other thing, there's this feeling that the frontier is just running away from you, and it's going to run away exponentially, and we'll never be able to keep up. But I don't think that's quite right, at least not immediately, because I feel like we're so empowered to do things faster now and to learn ourselves faster. I think we can keep up with that receding frontier for quite a while. Maybe not in 2045, right? But for a while we can. And so you might worry that the stage of the student just doing things to learn rather than advancing the frontier of knowledge is going to go further and further along in their career, and that's bad. But the students might also be significantly sped up by these new tools, so that doesn't exactly happen. I think it's very unclear how this is going to play out, and all we can do is try.
It was a very exciting time. We'll see how it all plays out. Thank you so much again for your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again for that great panel. We have a coffee break now. There's refreshments in the poster session, so check out some of the posters, and we'll be back here at 3:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed the break. We're going to continue with the second round of lightning talks from graduate students across disciplines. Several examples of how AI is shaping discovery in their fields. And I just want to mention that there's a second set of posters that will be there during the reception. So please, after the panel, please check out all the rest of the posters. Okay, let's dive into the lightning talks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt DeButz. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Communication here at Stanford. And my research is on political influence on news media. And the puzzle that we wanted to answer was, political actors seek to influence news media, but direct approaches such as co-optation and repression can be risky because they can induce backlash from media organizations or governments or audiences. And what we find as an alternative is actually to reshape the market for news itself by influencing who survives in this market. We look at this in the case of the Chinese government and diasporic Chinese language media organizations globally. So these are media organizations in San Francisco or London or Lima, Peru. To answer this question, we turn to Cloudflare's top 1 million domains, and we subset to those that are in Chinese language and that are producing news. We also look to news aggregators like Literature City, archival sources, and investigative reports. And together we compile 193 Chinese language media organizations globally. And from those organizations, we gather almost 14 million news articles, over 100,000 homepage snapshots, historical web traffic estimates, as well as social media mentions, together over about a 25-year time span. We then use bidirectional encoders to replicate human labels for each article's stance towards the Chinese government and expand that to the 14 million articles in our data set. On the y-axis here in panel A is the percentage of stories that are positive towards China for each outlet in our data set. And what we see in orange are outlets that have not yet received PRC money yet, and yet they're already very positive. And especially compared to blue, unaffiliated outlets, this suggests to us that these organizations are actually being selected for their pre-existing coverage rather than trying to make them even more positive than they already are. Similarly, in panel B, in blue are unaffiliated, orange is patronage, and these are censored topics in China, things like Falun Gong or Tiananmen. And as again in the patronage outlets, almost completely avoid these topics even before receiving any money. We also wanted to know whether this helps them survive in the market. And so we again compiled a data set of over 200 news organizations in the United States. And in the top couple rows, those are outlets that receive PRC funding at some point in their history. And in the light blue are outlets that never receive it. In white means that they are no longer publishing. And what you can kind of see here visually, but what we confirm with the Cox proportional hazards test, is that patronage helps or is associated with greater survival for these media organizations, which over time actually helps to reshape the market for news itself. This is all articles in our, all organizations in our data set. By 2023, over 60% are linked. And these linkages are concentrated in developing economies such as in South America and Eastern Europe. And this has implications for how we understand authoritarian influence globally, not just as a type of coercion or co-optation, but through market mechanisms themselves. And my poster will be outside later this afternoon if you'd like to learn more about it. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Sam. I'm a physics PhD student at Stanford, based at SLAC, and I'm going to be talking about some recent data-driven methods that we are using in high-energy physics. Okay, so in particle physics, we hope to measure the fundamental particles and interactions that make up nature. We do this by building detectors that record the energy particles deposit as they pass through. In a number of experiments, we are able to record this information as a high-resolution 3D image like you see here on the left. On the right is that same image, but now each particle is colored. To get the physics out of these images, we need to identify every particle, basically going from this left plot to the right plot. Today, this is done with neural networks trained on simulated data, because in real life, we don't have the labels. But for us, in neutrino physics especially, our simulations are imperfect. We don't even know very much about how neutrinos interact with argon nuclei, which is what our detectors are made of. And that gap is increasingly becoming the bottleneck for the next generation of experiments. A more scalable alternative, on the other hand, is to learn directly from raw detector measurements themselves, without labels, and then reuse resulting physically meaningful representations that are learned across diverse tasks. Here, the key idea is simple. These images have physical symmetries. So an electron on one side of the detector is still an electron even if it's on the other side of the detector. So a good encoder should be able to look at these two and map them to the same place in latent space. So we turn this into a learning task. First, you take an image just from our detector output and you generate multiple physically plausible views of it by rotating, translating, masking things out, etc. And so here, the colored parts of the image are what's sort of given to some neural network. And so each view goes through the same neural network encoder, and we take these outputs, and we train those outputs to agree across those views. There's a little bit more that is involved in this, but generally that's the idea. And quite nicely, this training paradigm does not require any labels. And so here's what this neural network learned. So on the left here is a map of the model's internal representation space. Each point is a piece of detector data that was encoded by this neural network. The model was not given particle labels during pre-training, but when we color the space based on the particle each point belongs to, we find that it organizes around physically meaningful categories, like particles. And the overlap that you see in the blue and green there is also meaningful and something we expect, as electron and photon-initiated electromagnetic showers are often very much so ambiguous and hard. Even a physicist can't really tell them apart. On the right is what we get in practice. So here's a graph of the current state-of-the-art model that we use in a few neutrino detectors today that my group has put out in the last 5 years. It is showing the semantic segmentation's overall accuracy as a function of how much data you use to train your model. And here's doing the same thing, but now with our pre-trained model. You can see at every stage, even in the very, very data-constrained environments, you increase your performance by quite a bit. And so even with 0.1% of the original data set size, you do pretty much as well as the state-of-the-art. So this is like 1,000 images versus 1 million. You do as good. And so yeah, that's what I like to talk about. And I showed this poster in the previous session, so you will not find it out there. But anyways, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Ben. I'm a PhD student in the physics department. I work with Susan Clark, and today I'm going to tell you about scalable Gaussian processes with Vetch's approximation. So a bit of scientific context. This is an image of the Milky Way, our galaxy, and all those beautiful dark splotches you see, that's caused by little grains of carbon and silicon that we call interstellar dust. And it's a big project in the field to figure out what the 3D structure of this dust is. We can't at all measure that directly, so we use indirect line-of-sight integral constraints, which turns it into kind of this big, ill-posed inverse problem. And I put two recent works that are tackling this from different directions. The one on the left uses a 3D Gaussian process prior. So any two dust voxels are correlated a priori depending on how far they are away in space. And on the right is another work that uses more exact inference and covers a much larger volume, but doesn't use that kind of prior, and you end up getting these unphysical kind of streak artifacts. So a big motivation for us is to be able to represent these Gaussian process priors on a much larger scale. So how do we do that? We use something called Vetch's approximation. Basic idea is when you have a voxel, you'd like to correlate it with your entire map that you've generated so far, but if you do it in the right order, you can get away with only correlating with the nearest neighbors. And this is not the same as truncating the covariance matrix there. Correlation can still propagate over long range through the conditionals. The way to think about it is the precision or inverse covariance is sparse. This is a technique that's been applied in spatial statistics at the 100,000 to million parameter range, but we need to push this to near a billion or beyond parameters for our application. So our main contributions, algorithmically, we change up the order a little bit to match a KD tree order that lets us do our particular neighbor searches really fast. And we also modify that order a bit as well to make our dependency graphs really shallow. That basically allows us to generate big portions of our map in parallel on a GPU, for instance. We really want to use the technologies of AI. In that vein, we implement this in JAX, so we can get derivatives of our model. But JAX doesn't let you do all the performance optimizations you'd like. So we have a CUDA implementation that's more than an order of magnitude faster and uses less than a tenth the amount of memory. But critically, when we have that kind of high performance software, we also implement the derivatives of it and plug it back into the JAX. So you can use it with the whole JAX ecosystem like it was any other JAX function. And the plots basically say this scales super well. So yeah, I'll basically leave it at that. You can scan, there's more details on the GitHub page for this. I'm excited to use this for 3D mapping in the Milky Way, but I think there's a lot of other great potential applications. So I'd always be happy to chat. Thanks.
Thank our student speakers one more time for a great set of talks. Okay, I'm really excited now to move into the final session of the day, which is a panel on the role of human understanding in the future of scientific discovery. I'm excited about this especially because we have such a broad range of perspectives coming to this panel. We have James Zhu, who works on automated labs and how AI agents can integrate themselves into the scientific process. We have Eunhee Kim, who works on developing machine learning techniques for emergent behavior in complex quantum systems. We have Angèle Christine, who works on, she studies how technology and data reshape institutions and expertise. And we have James Evans, whose work explores knowledge generation and how that evolves in scientific communities. So a really broad range of disciplinary expertise. I'm really looking forward to hearing what our panelists say about this. So let's come on up. Are we doing one at a time first? Yes, yes, good, thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. So my name is Angèle Christin, and I may be the only qualitative person in the room, so bear with me for a second. For the past 15 years, I've been studying how AI and society shape each other. And more recently, I started studying how AI and science kind of come to shape each other. It's been fascinating to attend the presentations today and to see how everybody is really thinking hard about the different aspects of AI and kind of how that can replace or augment in different ways the scientific process. Today, what I would like to bring to the table is thinking about AI not so much as a tool that accomplishes some things, but more as an object of study that itself is embedded within large social, cultural, political, and economic dynamics. And I'll be focusing specifically on generative AI and LLMs, which are at the core of, well, a number of presentations and concerns that we've heard about and excitement that we've heard about today, but also, obviously, are at the core of Silicon Valley and industries that is very much around the location we're in today. So from where I stand, LLMs are not just a neutral method. They are not just a tool. Coming from science and technology studies, what we like to say is that technology should really be seen as a compromise or a crystallization of the social, economic, and cultural forces that help shape it. So now, when we think about LLMs and generative AI, what are these structural forces? And how do they shape the technology itself? And what does that mean for scientists? Well, let's think a tiny bit about Silicon Valley as an industry. What are the political and social structures of Silicon Valley? Well, first of all, it's funded by venture capitalism, right? With a kind of high risk, high return type of structure, a push towards rapid growth, move fast and break things kind of attitude, and the concentration of power within a small number of companies and actors, right, with kind of important forms of inequality kind of happening there. The second aspect of Silicon Valley is what one could describe generously as a casual attitude toward data collection. All of our data, all the time, is being collected and mined without our approval in order to build tools that are then monetized for, of course, a profit. So it's a kind of, borrow first, take first, and ask for permission later, maybe, kind of attitude. The third kind of aspect of Silicon Valley is what one could call a profoundly extractive logic, and one that is based on a plan of aggressive commercial expansion, with some important consequences in terms of sustainability, in terms of kind of costs, in terms of data centers expansions, electricity footprint, and other kind of aspects relating to sustainability. So now you'll tell me, why do I mention all of this, and what does that have to do with science? I am not here to criticize these aspects, but really to say that LLMs in important ways embody some of these logics and values, and that these logics and values are not exactly the same as the logics and values of the academic community and of science more broadly. And I'll outline 3 ways in which I believe that LLMs and their values on the one hand and the values of academic discovery are not completely aligned. The first one is the question of opacity. The second one is the question of efficiency. The third one is a question of cost cutting. So bear with me for a second, and I'll finish by raising a few broad questions that I think that as academics, as scientists, we should all be asking about how to bridge these kind of different values and incentives between kind of industry and academia. First, the question of opacity. At a fundamental level, LLMs are opaque tools. Why are they opaque? For several reasons. First, because of their computational complexity, right? And several presentations kind of talked about that, massive amounts of data, hidden layers, size. But second, because of the business models of leading commercial AI companies, a business model that is based on intellectual property and industrial secrecy, making LLMs kind of not open source, but closed source. That is distinct from the logic of academic work. Academic work is supposed, at least on paper, to benefit the public, broadly defined, whether the intellectual community or the public at large. It is supposed to be carefully documented through notebooks, reproducible steps with explicit kind of decisions about uncertainty and bias, for example. And again, a wide part of academic research is based on open source and the kind of open diffusion of knowledge, right? So of course, again, mentioning this difference between opacity on the one hand and kind of the open source aspect or the public kind of diffusion aspect of academia is not to say that this is irreconcilable, but just that it's different. It doesn't serve anyone to say these differences do not exist. Second aspect, the logic of efficiency. LLMs, again, are not neutral. They represent the ethos of Silicon Valley in some ways, and in particular, our current obsessions, and all of us probably here on the peninsula in some ways, with efficiency and optimization. We're all looking for hacks and shortcuts, way to go faster, way to get to the endpoint kind of faster, be it about kind of our personal life or kind of professional life. But what I would like to say is that scientific discovery is not all about efficiency. Now, it's not to deny that efficiency is a part of scientific discovery. Anyone who went through the tenure track at Stanford knows that efficiency is part of the logic, right? But it's not all that matters. The journey is as important as the result. The journey is where serendipity, originality, creativity often come from. All of these, as anyone who's done science or research knows, are kind of unpredictable in a way and can come in the middle of the most boring kind of coding or data collection or kind of irritating process ever. That can be where it happens. And also that results in themselves can be meaningless. A measurement doesn't mean much until it's been vetted, verified, discussed by the scientific community. For academics, it takes a whole career to figure out how to vet these results, right? It's really a form of craftsmanship in that way. And so one thing that I'm worried about is that with LLMs, we are prioritizing, in some cases, the end result instead of the careful process that kind of gets you there. Again, this doesn't mean to say that these are irreconcilable differences, but just that, again, these are not exactly the same values. The last aspect is the logic of cost cutting. Again, from the perspective of Silicon Valley at a very large level, automation and cost cutting are great, right? If you can kind of automate some of your coding work and fire 15% of your workforce, go ahead. Like that is probably good for your company. If you can replace drivers and have Waymos instead, like fantastic. Like, that works really well. But what about academia? I think that I hear among scientists, and some today, but some also outside of this conference, a range of reasons why LLMs kind of really match with the cost-cutting kind of logic, right? It's cheaper data, often, to kind of generate data with LLMs compared to actually collecting extremely expensive and time-consuming data. It can also be said that it's cheaper to work with an AI agent than to pay a postdoc or a PhD for 1 year. Again, anyone who has had to pay a postdoc or a PhD knows this to be true. But again, postdoc and PhDs, just to take them, are not only workers. They are not only solutions for cost cutting. They're also the future of science, right, in many ways. And this is kind of, the pastoral duty or the caretaker duty of academics, which is to ensure that the future of science is there to stay. And so that's something that I'm really kind of interested in, which is like, how do LLMs change our responsibilities as mentors, as advisors, as educators, as caretakers, training the next generation of scholars? And what happens for workers and topics, graduate students and topics who cannot be AI-ified, right? Areas of science where AI is not going to make such a big difference. What happened to these areas as we go full speed ahead in the AI direction? So to conclude, I've identified like kind of a few values that I think really differ between the logic of industry and Silicon Valley on the one hand, and the logic of academia and universities on the other. I've talked about opacity versus openness, efficiency versus creativity, cost-cutting versus education. Now you may say this is kind of caricatural, and you know what? It is. I would agree with that characterization. But I do think that that characterization helps us ask big questions about what is the future that we want for universities, and to not let kind of AI models kind of impose logics that are not the logics of academics onto academics. This is not to say that academia cannot be reformed. It certainly can, and it probably should. But I think that in that respect, academics themselves should be the one having the hard discussions and crafting the way forward for kind of using AI tools in a way that serves our priorities and not necessarily the priorities of industry. Thank you.
Hi, friends. You're still here, a day of AI later, and this is in some ways, the meta science of AI. So I'm at the University of Chicago and at Google and the San Fe Institute, and I'll be talking about after science, how to think about the role of human understanding in the future of science. I love this short fictional story that was published on the last page of Nature as a science fiction story in 2000 by Ted Chiang, one of my favorite science fiction authors, in which he describes a world in which no discoveries were actually made by humans. Everything is hermeneutics now, right? So basically these meta-humans, these AI, like scientists are the things that are, producing discoveries, and all we're trying to do is make sense of them and engage with the world. And it is striking. So at iClear, this is the big representation learning conference that's in spring, the big AI conference. I would say 60-ish% of the work that was there was mechanistic interpretability in some way, which is to say doing hermeneutics on these machines, right? We're trying to interpret what it is that they themselves have discovered. Why? Because large models are largely and increasingly invented by other large models. So what do I mean by that? So for example, the activation, so the neuron that is emergent and used universally now in language models, for example, is non-monotonic, right? So it's flat and then it goes down, and then it goes up proportional to the the power of the input. There's no statistician who would have imagined that. The reason why we have that is because reinforcement learning was unleashed by a Google team on these systems. We imagine that it might be because it adds noise to the decision boundary, but we don't know, right? But all models basically have a variant of this non-monotonic activation. I study teams at large scales in science and technology, startups, films, and Wikipedia authoring. And I look at how does the teams collaborate across all these spaces and find systematically that different perspectives matter across these spaces. When I recently in my Google team asked the question, well, what's going on inside deep reasoning models, right? So these are models which are autoregressive language models in which you add a reinforcement to the model to talk to itself about a bank of 1 to 100,000 questions, and then you give it another reward as a function of the degree to which it gets the right answer. And systematically, if you look inside those reasoning traces across all open models, all open reasoning models, and the closed models, which I could not report in the paper, you see systematically that there's about 500% more conversational behavior inside these models, and about 9,000% more balance between positive and negative attribute and engagement between these internal agents. Moreover, every time the problem is more difficult by any measure of difficulty, the models spin up little internal societies of conversation, and the societies are diverse, both in terms of their personality. If we do like a big five on these things, they're way more neurotic, they're way more extroverted, they're way more open, and they're way less agreeable on average than the models themselves, the base models on which they were built. The expertise diversity is through the roof relative to the base models. And if we do like Shakespeare, effectively force the models to talk to themselves inside these contexts, then they immediately get the benefit that they only eventually receive through reinforcement. So one of the things that I've been struck by, so James Zoe ran this wonderful open conference of AI agents for science. I ran a similar conference that followed in Beijing. Just what about AI science? What if just AI scientists ran the whole thing? And should we just give up on understanding and allow them to facilitate control and do hermeneutics? Just make sense of discoveries that they've made to effectively retire. One of the outstanding papers, of the few outstanding papers that were there, was Bad Scientist, Can a Research Agent Write Convincing but Unsound Papers That Fool LLM Reviewers? The answer was yes, and so the answer is no. No, we cannot let these models be completely unleashed on the scientific record, and for more reasons than one. It's not just about the garbage. It's not just about the hallucination. It's not just about when the cost of writing goes to zero, then papers that you would never have otherwise published, you publish, right? Because it's so uncostly to make them sound better than they actually are. It's also how it is that scientists are using AI to do their science. So if we look at, this was a Nature paper of ours about a month and a half ago, we looked at all uses of AI over the past 30 years by scientists, looking at each year by the year across all fields. And it's great for scientists to use AI. Their citations go through the roof, 300% at any point at which they switch from non-AI to AI methods on any problem. On average, they're about 60% less likely to leave the academy. They're likely to advance to senior professor at 1.4 years earlier. But they're all correlating in the same direction, which is to say they're all moving towards the big data in their field. And as the parameter intensity increases in these models, the towards the big data in their field also accelerates, which means that the space of questions that's being asked by AI is smaller and shrinking relative to the questions that are asked without AI. Moreover, if you look at when people cite or reference this work, they systematically are less likely to reference each other, which is to say that it's closing or killing off or crystallizing fields profitably much faster than it's opening up new fields for human inquiry and engagement. This is reflected, for example, by AlphaFold, by colleagues of mine at Google. It's a compression engine that basically takes as a large language model base the sequence of protein and amino acid sequences. It's a sparse matrix if the columns are the structures, and it pulls a high-dimensional stretchy manifold over that space and fills in the missing cells. And this is just on average what everyone's doing, almost everyone's when they're doing science, which is to say deduction, right? So they're taking established axioms or facts and they're kind of inferring the rest. Now, how does science think? I've got to speed up given my time here, but science does not think this way. If you look at the space of all scientific papers in a given year, if you kind of predict them as a function of their likelihood of being pulled down from a manifold that predicts 95% of the paper production that's there, this most predictable model ends up predicting most of the papers that show up in the next year. It's just, it doesn't predict the best papers. And in fact, unpredictability under this most predictive model is the best ex-ante predictor of an important paper in any field in the physical sciences and biological sciences over this period. So actual science is done by abduction, not by deduction, by surprising and really kind of violating our expectations. Moreover, AI systems in the last 2.5 months have transformed. Now we've got these hardware-controlled AI units, which allows them to do new things, like reboot themselves. And so we have Moltbook and at least 20 stealth and open startups in the science space where AI agents are working actively to kind of produce new scientific discovery. And so there are millions now of papers, kind of prototype papers that have been kind of generated by these discoveries. They are boring papers. They're driven by expectation. They really feel like crap. And if we just throw LLM agents in a room of any type and we perturb them in any way with prompts, with temperature, et cetera, what we find over time is this massive increase in lexical diversity. They talk as if they're doing different things, and a collapse in semantic diversity. So you turn up the temperature, they talk in different ways about exactly the same things. In fact, they accelerate the semantic collapse to the spaces across every perturbation that we could try. Now that's to say, not that you can't use these model designs to do interesting science. For example, these same transformer-based models, you can invert and ask the question, what is the data that's the most surprising, basically conditional on this arbitrary function approximator that kind of has predicted everything else inside the system? And you can basically take these off-manifold recognitions of surprising claims, papers, and up the question, ask the question effectively, conditional on this surprising thing being true, then what are all the other improbable things that are now probable, right? And it turns out if we actually look at the papers that show up immediately after a paper in question, they end up being, or a modeling question, they end up being surprising and frequently are much more likely to be award-winning papers inside this space. Anyway, there are many ways to kind of play this game. The final point I'll just mention is that when we basically, AI themselves kind of spins up diverse perspectives to make AI better, right? But that's not how it is that we produce AI for humans, right? We give it, the best optimal answer. And we find systematically that when people are given that balanced answer, they perform worse, but feel better about their performance. When we give them a biased answer, they perform better and feel worse about their performance. When we open up the whole model and give them agents that flank their biases, they perform better, they feel better about their performance. All this to say, if we want to build new computation, and if we want to kind of, if we do it without restraint and design, then we're going to have computational contraction, conformity, and confabulation. If we really engage in visionary design that invites diverse scientific perceptions and perspectives, then we're going to have, we're going to embed curiosity, we're going to foster plurality, which includes inclusion of scientists, and we're going to facilitate the automation of quality control, and really build interfaces that allow us as scientists and their perspectives to be surprised and to surprise these models systematically and in time. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
right. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. How do I advance this? Do I do this? All right, so I want to talk about using AI for quantum matter research. I'm a condensed matter theorist, quantum many-body theorist. But it's late, and you've heard a lot of technical things, so I want to keep things at a high level. So how does research process go? We start with some problem statement, and we got to do something. So we have to design operations, what we're going to do. And you do something, you generate data. And then you look at the data and try to think about it. So this is what happens in probably all disciplines. In my field, what becomes different is exactly how we come up with a problem statement and what kind of operations we do and what kind of data we generate and how we try to go about getting insight. What becomes kind of challenging when you try to think about what is it that we do and what part of what we do can be accelerated or facilitated or helped by AI is one big part of it is that the problem statement at the beginning, that observation in condensed matter physics or quantum matter research starts with multiple, very diverse set of experiments or some operations that results in diverse forms of data, that is observation. And each of these different ways of probing a material system gives us different facets of this material system. It's often very hard to invert from the observation that we observe. What is it exactly? How are these electrons that are in all the materials interacting with all the nuclei that are also in all materials, giving us these different types of behavior? So when we try to approach the problems in this field from AI, using AI, there are several structural challenges that we face, which I also mentioned at the beginning. But from this session's perspective, I'm trying to discuss what is the role of human. So when I think about this, I think about like what makes something hard for AI, and how do we, what is that also gives me a hint at what is the role of human researcher. So let me talk about structural challenges. The space of action. So if you think about reinforcement learning, when the space of action choices are smaller, it is easier to design and train the reinforcement learning. But when the space of action is diverse and continuous, it becomes more challenging. Well, space of action in this quantum matter research, the probing techniques are very diverse. Type of material systems that we can study is very diverse. And the type of control that we can apply is also very diverse. There is one universe for the universe that we live in, but each material system, in a way, behaves like each different universes. So this diverse space of action makes it kind of challenging trying to apply AI tools. The information that we can get are multifaceted, but when this information is documented and shared, there is a great deal of success bias. People do not report what they failed in doing. If you're trying to do some machine learning training, knowing what are the contrasts between good and bad, success and failure can be extremely helpful, but it is hard to get the contrast from the literature. And information is very sparse and non-uniform. When there is some big instrument that everybody is sharing, that instrument supplies the data sort of the same format for everybody. But when we're studying this quantum matter research, everybody's doing bespoke type of experiment, different ways of documenting the results. Now, out of these actions and the information that are gathered, we are trying to form the world model. That's the theory. Our theory, because of the long history and the successes that we had, comes with very strict biases. The symmetry statement cannot be approximate. It is definite. You either have symmetry or you do not have symmetry. When you make up some prediction out of some AI-driven model and you don't have the right symmetry, instantaneously, nobody will want to look at it because it's just not helpful. Also, the way we think about the problems, we involve conceptual vocabulary together with mathematics. So there is this intermingling of mathematical rigor and calculations with the concepts, which also makes it kind of hard to work with AI tools. And fundamentally, quantum many-body systems live in an extremely large dimensional space. So any way of our capturing becomes aggressive compression. So the first, I want to highlight how this theory world model challenges were leveraged to show what are the weaknesses in current frontier large language models. So this paper is on the archive, and this was just shared at ICLR, where we produced a benchmark through the collaboration of leading researchers in the field, looking at the kind of problems that you would like your graduate student or postdoc to be able to solve, and posing those questions to LLMs. And all the frontier models were generally doing poorly. The best performance was at the 30% level. What this revealed was the challenge in LLMs, current LLMs, in being able to handle the kind of challenges that are inherent in our structure of the theory. So the way we work with the thinking, the kind of questions that we're asking was whether you can sort of multimodal, not in the visual and language sense, but multimodal in the mathematics and concept and the logic sense, and whether you know to apply what we consider common sense, sort of the sanity check. These kind of things were missing in the models. So given the kind of structural challenges that I have sort of laid out, and the sort of shortcomings of the current models, how can we put AI to do meaningful work in this area? Well, obviously, the survey of knowledge, we all know that the literature search can be definitely very much helped. But it's not just about being able to survey the literature. I think these AI models are extremely helpful as sort of a partner in being able to ask questions and bounce off of ideas. My favorite thing to do is when everybody's sleeping in the house, when I'm working early in the morning, being able to ask the questions that I would have liked to ask to my colleagues or friends about different groundings and different logic or different derivations. This is an extremely helpful place. However, there's a caution that when you look at the literature in the literal sense of more papers using the same vocabulary has more weight kind of sense, it can reinforce and reflect the echo chamber, closed echo chamber of sort of close group of people sort of citing each other. And it can also be, if you literally take the literature as they are presenting the interpretation of the data, when you cannot read the data itself but rely on the text, there is a lot of bias that gets entered. So one has to approach this with caution. And then another place where we can use AI is any automating algorithmic work. Now, there's a lot of interest and questions about what are the rules of human scientists and what should our students be doing. And I am of the opinion that anything that is very algorithmic and like repeatedly used, something that is very following the given well-documented set of steps, just should be automated, because making our students write a thesis repeating something that is well-established for 5 years is not doing them any service. So when you take this sort of very well-established kind of workflow automated, then any sort of standard fare computation becomes sort of a commodity that anybody can try out and use that as a part of your thinking. But even not so much standard fare can be targeted if you can have a verifiable reward system. Finally, another really meaningful place would be systematic and principled phenomenology, where you are trying to take the measurements, although they are sparse, although they are very diverse, try to find a way to learn underlying latent space information. And this, because of the challenges of the diversity and the sparsity, the representations need to be thoughtfully learned, and labels or objective functions need to be thoughtfully designed, and the algorithms should be also thoughtfully chosen. So all of these 3 bullet points speaks to the role of expert human researcher coming up with these decisions. My big dream is to sort of repeat the success of Mendeleev. Mendeleev proposed the periodic table before quantum mechanics was understood, just because he was thinking through the available data in a systematic way. Well, the elements are now all understood, but I think we can approach the available data on or the more data that we can take on the materials from the similar kind of perspective to understand and discover something that is robust and real, rather than just trying to make and imagine stuff. So what is a human scientist's role? I mentioned how the action space is large and the type of information is multifaceted, success bias, there are all these challenges. And the challenge in the theory world model is that we need to somehow find a way to make these models that do not like to be constrained to follow certain set of very strict inductive biases, because if you move out of that space, you stop being physical. So the idea of what is physical, what is common sense, what makes sanity, what means it to be sanity, passing the sanity check now takes a very strong value. So in my mind, in this world where a lot of AI tools are becoming available and they're becoming our partners, collaborators, the human scientist's role is to synthesize, fill in the gaps, and to question and to direct where is the direction to go. So I want to end the talk with the following contrast between the 2 maps. On the left-hand side is a map of the world as Europeans thought about the world before the discovery of Americas. You can see that the world is full of Europe. That's understandable. Europe is all they understood. However, they did not have to fill the space. Why did they fill the space? They did fill the space because they thought there isn't more to learn. They thought they knew everything there is to learn. One of the big impacts of, one of the big intellectual implications of the discovery of new continent was sort of a sense of humbling. There was something that was beyond what they thought they knew. And that left a sense of like, there is more to explore. We are lacking in knowledge. There is ignorance. The models, AI models, currently are very poor at recognizing what they don't know, which is not surprising because a lot of people struggle to know what they don't know, if you remember Socrates. When we're trying to mentor students, when I'm trying to mentor students, I try to figure out what is it that they know and what they don't know. And good students are really good at asking good questions and being curious. So I think one of the key things that we want to instill to the next generation is figuring out what they don't know and learning to ask good questions. Because if you can ask good questions, you can try to find answers. Learning how to ask good questions and being dynamic about what questions you ask. When you learn something, you want to then ask something new. Learning dynamically real time is another thing that AI cannot do at the moment. So being able to do this and make the whole process of thinking, figuring out, and charting the course, make that a very real and dynamical process is what humans are very natural at doing, which is why we like to talk to people. Here we are talking to each other, learning from each other, and asking new questions. When that is coupled with AI's ability to to give us a quick grasp of the world as it is in the data, I think we can make the better of what we can provide and what AI can provide. With that, thank you for your attention.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is James So. I am a faculty here at Stanford. I lead the AI+Science lab. And a lot of our research efforts recently have been building on creating AI scientist agents that can help us to accelerate different kinds of discoveries. So the broader context of this is that I think we're in the midst of this quite exciting paradigm and conceptual shift from thinking of AI as a tool for science towards thinking of AI as a scientist by itself. Right, for the past decades, right, so the way that we use AI in science is that you start with a well-defined problem, and then you can sort of create or build a tool like AlphaFold for tackling that specific challenge. But over the past 12 to 18 months in particular, right, we're seeing this conceptual shift where in addition to having AI as a tool for tackling these narrowly scoped problems, people are now starting to be able to use AI agents this way to generate hypotheses, design experiments, collect data, analyze data, so really across this broader range of the research endeavor as a co-scientist. So I think that's really exciting, has the potential to really transform how we do science, especially in this future where there are potentially millions of AI scientist agents that can work together with human researchers. So something that I'm really excited about is thinking about how we can build these large ecosystems of AI scientist agents, and also how can we design ways for the humans to best interact and to collaborate with the AI agents. So one initial step that we took in this direction is we created a system that we call the virtual lab, which is sort of a way to use AI agents to try to emulate my physical lab here at Stanford. So the agents can actually work on all these other problems I don't have time to do myself. So in the virtual lab, we have an AI professor agent, right, who runs the lab. And then working with the professor agent, we have a bunch of different AI student agents with different expertise in data science, in immunology, and chemistry. And the agents run their own group meetings. We give them a budget so they can do some of their own experiments. We also created for the agents a school, like a replica of Stanford, so they can go to the school to become better researchers. I just want to show you a quick demo of how these virtual lab agents look like. So this is actually the first project we give to the agents to help us to design binders to some of these new COVID variants. Right? So the agents then had a group meeting to discuss how to do that. So in the beginning of the meeting, so the professor or the PI agent sort of explained to the other agents, right, our job here is to design binders to the spike protein of these new COVID variants. And then the other expert agent starts to speak up sequentially, one after another, like we do, right, to contribute their ideas. In this case, the immunologist agent recommended designing nanobodies, and then the machine learning agent came up with some ideas for doing that, so they can have these multiple rounds of discussions. And then within now a couple of days, right, so the agents actually came back to us with these designs of these new nanobodies, which people haven't seen before. Right? And when we, with our experimental collaborators, then we synthesized and made these nanobodies in the wet lab, and actually experimentally showed that they are actually quite good binders. They're actually better binders to the new COVID variants than previous human-designed nanobodies. So through this project, right, so I think people start to ask us a lot of questions, and we're also very curious about these questions ourselves, which is like now sort of creating these AI scientist agents, right? Now, how truly creative are these AI scientists? And what's the best way for all of us as human researchers to collaborate with the AI scientist agents? And also, how can the AI scientist agents review their own work or review other people's works? And it's actually quite difficult to answer these questions systematically, partly because the existing conferences and journals do not actually allow AI as a co-author or as a co-reviewer. Right, so in order to answer these questions, we actually decided to actually organize this conference as an experiment. It's called the Agents for Science Conference, where for the first time, AI would serve as both the authors and also the reviewers of this conference. Right, so every submission would have an AI first author, right? So humans can be co-authors, but then we want the AI to be doing most of the work. And then every submission will also be reviewed by a team of different AI reviewer agents, in addition to some human experts. And importantly, all the submissions, all the reviews are publicly available. And I think this actually becomes a very useful data set, right, for all of us to study what are the strengths and also the limitations of AI agents as authors and also as reviewers. So we ran this conference as an experiment a few months ago. It actually received over 300 submissions from different agents from different countries, I think from 28 different countries. So from these, 48 papers were accepted, which actually covered quite diverse areas of applications of AI, to the social sciences, to physical sciences, to the life sciences. So I just wanted to hone in on one specific result from this conference, which is sort of really looking at the human-AI collaboration patterns. Right, so for every research project, right, we can break it down into these 4 main stages, from hypothesis development to designing experiments, analyzing data, and the writing of the paper itself. And what we did is that for every submission, we actually requested quite a detailed documentation of how did actually the human and AI collaborate in every stage of the process. So for example, if we look at the red bar, right, so that would mean that under hypothesis development, that means that if it's red, that means the AI actually came up with the idea, right? It's mostly AI. And if it's green, that means that human came up with the idea, right? If it's orange, right, that means that AI came up with the idea with some feedback from the humans. And then blue is the opposite, where human came up with the idea initially, but then AI sort of guided and refined these ideas. And I think there's some quite interesting patterns that emerges when we look at these collaboration dynamics. Right? First is that if you look at the earlier stages of research, like you can come up with ideas and experimental designs, right? The fully AI part tends to be a little bit smaller compared to the later stages of research, right? In data analysis and writing. So this suggests that people start to give AI more full autonomy towards the later stages of research, where humans still has more input in coming up with the the framings and the ideas. Another interesting pattern is when we compare all the submissions versus all the accepted papers, which tends to be higher quality. Right? Among accepted papers, also see that this fully autonomous AI part, right, the red bars tends to be smaller, which suggests to us that at least some amount of human feedback still tends to be quite important in order to ensure the qualities of this research. And finally, here's just one paper that's sort of accepted into the conference. Just to give you an idea, this is actually a paper that's led by an AI agent with a team of human co-authors from a startup in San Francisco. So here the agent actually came up with the idea of trying to simulate job markets, both the workers and also the companies looking for these workers with other AI systems. Right? And then they will use that simulation as a way to study the impacts of different economic policies. So this was actually quite an interesting paper. It was also reviewed by a human expert who was a Nobel laureate in economics. And then here I'm just pasting a part of this human review. So this expert actually wrote that this is technically a very interesting paper. It's technically well done. And the idea of actually using agents to simulate both sides of the job market is quite an interesting novel idea. So I think at least by the standard of some of the human experts, this shows that AI can really do something that's quite innovative and interesting. Right? So at least I'm on the top of the submissions. So the last couple minutes, I just want to sort of take a step back, right, and try to see, what does the knowledge of science itself can look like, right, in the age of AI agents. So the past 500 years, right, the way that humans represent knowledge is in the form of these sort of static and passive papers, which all of us know that are really ineffective representations of knowledge, right? So you can do years of research, right? If you try to capture that into these passive words on a page of paper, often a lot of insights are missing. So our thought is that, now that we have all these agents, right, why don't we actually try to make all of these passive artifacts of knowledge into dynamic and interactive agents, right? So that every paper has the corresponding AI agent that's like the virtual author of that paper, right? So in this case, right, I can just ask the AI author, AI paper agent, to explain the method of the paper to me and also apply the methods of that paper to my own problem, right? And here the agent's able to do that, and it generates reproducible workflows and give us real insights. Right, so we call this paper to agent, sort of automatically converting research papers into the paper agent. And we think that this can be greatly enabling for reducing the dissemination barrier for knowledge. And it also makes it easier to reproduce results, right? Because here the paper agent then will be responsible for making sure that all the results in that paper are actually fully reproducible, which help us to build a more solid foundation of knowledge. But the part of this that's the most exciting to me is now we're in the process of actually agentifying all the papers from the archive, right? Millions of papers. Now imagine that becomes millions of agents, right? So those agents start to talk to each other and start to initiate new collaborations. For example, you have 2 different paper agents that can maybe apply their methods or the data from these different papers and actually make new discoveries. So here's actually a real example of this, where you have Alpha Genome, which is a method paper published by Google a few months ago that became an alpha genome agent. A separate research group published a new genetic data set about risk for ADHD. So those actually got converted into paper agents, right, automatically, and they started to collaborate. And here, these 2 agents actually found a new mutation in the human genome associated with increased risk for ADHD, which is not known before. So I'll just wrap up here. I mean, I think I want to show these examples to illustrate what's the sort of, why we're quite excited about the future of science, especially with all these agents that can help us to accelerate discovery. But it's still really important to have human researchers in the loop at the important key stages to interact and to collaborate with the AI agents. Great, thank you very much.
Let's have all of the panelists come up.
Sorry, I think you're supposed to sit on that. It's okay.
Oh, it's fine. Great talk.
It's fine.
Oh, you told me to sit here. Actually.
Okay. Do you want to start?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, great. So we had a very interesting set of talks. The topic was sort of the role of understanding in this modern era of AI for science. I kind of wanted to sharpen the question and kind of outline kind of two extremes, right? We could imagine a situation where agents are doing everything, and say, for example, in engineering, that might be fine, right? Agents are hill climbing on some objective, and all you care about is, does the drug that they design work? Does the antenna that they design work? Actually, AI-designed antennas are really ugly looking, whereas human-designed antennas are very symmetric and beautiful. It's actually much harder to understand why AI-designed antennas work. Or, does the material work, or so forth. That can really work in verifiable domains where we have a verifiable metric of success. But now if you talk to the math people, where they also have a verifiable metric of success, an auto-formalized lean proof, say, for example, they can generate many, many proofs now, and they'll all be correct. So there's no issue of incorrectness. But the mathematicians are deeply disturbed by this, because for them, the end point is not the proof. The real reason they prove things is the journey along the way and what they learn along the way, and how to think about the mathematical space surrounding the proof. And so they're worried about something like AI indigestion, where you have tons and tons of true artifacts. You don't really understand them. You can't give a talk about them and answer questions about it. And you don't even know which ones are quote unquote important or not, right? So the same thing that makes engineers excited makes mathematicians have indigestion, right? Science is somewhere in between, right? Where we want impact on the world, but also some kind of intuitive insight and understanding. So what do we do? Well, first of all, is understanding important in science? And second, what do we do to ensure it happens? Maybe I'll start with James, because you're actually building these agentic AI systems.
Sure, yeah. I think that's a really interesting question. I mean, I think we do want to be very clear, as you said, about what is the objective of specific projects, right? For certain projects, maybe I just want to have a better, more efficient chip, right? And somehow, or a better, more effective, safe drug, right? In that case, then in some sense, it doesn't really matter who discovers or how that drug is discovered, as long as it actually works and safe in humans, right? Because that's the real impact and societal benefit. And if AI agents can help us to get to that medicine drug faster and cheaper, then that's going to benefit all of us. It's going to benefit everybody, right? And to be honest, I think a lot of the existing drugs that have been developed by humans, we don't really understand why GLP-1 or other systems really work and have certain side effects, right? But for other problems, and I think math is a good example of this, and I also think that certain areas of physics and biology and problems, like I think understanding is foundational, is really important, right? And part of this is also not just understanding for ourselves, but also be able to communicate to others and to help our students to be able to communicate all of that understanding and to others, because that's really, science itself is sort of a social endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
Can I throw in a little something? I think one of the challenges is that the idea, even for the engineering, so I would say I'd kind of push back on the case that you described, that for engineering it wouldn't be great. We've got the objective, we can just and it's an antenna, but typically the big things that we're talking about that we really care about are like human health. Mm-hmm. What is our objective measure for human health? That you didn't die? Is it quality adjusted life years?
Max.
Is it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but I think this is one of the huge challenges here, is that if we want these AI systems to kind of to unfold in a way that doesn't manifest clear diminishing margin of returns because they've locked in themselves on these systems, they need to evolve senses, which is to say new instrumentation, and the only way you can evolve those senses is to co-evolve a set of objectives, right? I think one of the big challenges in in kind of medical algorithms has been the kind of like unintended consequences of a bad surrogate. In 2018, 47% of doctor-patient visits were run by an algorithm that was basically that proxied health for historical use or healthcare expenditures, insurance expenditures for people like you. So people of color had to be twice as sick to get the same level of care. But did we know that that was the consequence of that like crappy objective? No, we didn't know until we realized. So I think this is one of the challenges for, like, we need to help be part of this evolution of objectives. Absolutely. And we're certainly part of the evolution of like simple, cheap instrumentation that's going to drive the future of AI if it's not just going to hit some diminishing marginal returns or some catastrophically miscalibrated surrogate objective.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. I'm still thinking about your question. I mean, I guess what I would say is that, within each space of study, you have a continuum between, shall we say, more instrumental goals, right? Where like the end, I mean, everything is a means to an end, and if the end works, like, great for you, right? And the more, shall we say, communicative aspect, right? Where like really, again, it's the journey, that's the process, the journey and the communication with other like-minded people and this process of kind of mutual understanding, like your mathematicians, right? It's like, you have to go through the journey together, otherwise it's literally meaningless, right? And I think that within each kind of field of study, you're gonna have these two things, right? The thing is like they also get tangled together because of, I would say, technoscience, the fact that like science and engineering in kind of modern disciplines are so deeply intertwined, right? So you have both at the same time in most places. To that, I would add like what James was saying, which is like all of that is kind of should be contextualized within complex kind of social systems. Institutions, things like market forces, finance, power, inequality, like kind of all of these things, right? And so that's going to add like another kind of set of variables, right? That's just really kind of complicated. And so I don't know that I have a very clear answer, except that all of these things have multiple layers, and it's very clear to me that there isn't a one-size-fits-all kind of situation there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I want to add to the notion of verifiability. So there is often, if you think about one particular metric, improvement is easy to measure. But is that improvement marginal, incremental, or is it transformative? Requires standard, bound. So if you can derive or prove bound, the power of the bound is not giving you the improvement right away, but it tells you that not only you can hill climb, that hill climbing has a potential of resulting in something that is really good, right? So when you don't know the bound, you don't know how long you will have to hill climb to arrive at something meaningful. That does not motivate and energize people. So there is a great degree of enabling in that intellectual effort that can set the bound. And I think that's the kind of effort that is not achievable by just data mining. So I think even when you can put a metric, it's not obvious that's all it takes. Another thing is metric-driven hill climbing has proven to be extremely successful, but you may not know what all the metrics are that you actually care. And that kind of touches upon the same issue that just been mentioned. There might be the metric that you care that you just didn't know at the beginning.
Right.
Yeah. I want to pick up on what James Evans said at the end of your talk about visionary design. And the fact that I think we just need to think deeply about how we are integrating these systems and how we are building them into our current structures, and acknowledging what Angèle said, that all of this rapid change is happening within social systems. And so how do we set up those systems in this changing period to really center what we care about?
Yeah, I think right now, if you look at basically companies and individuals that are engaging with AI systematically, they are doing it from the perspective of their individual incentives, which skews towards the collective recognition that they have succeeded, right? So companies are, like in the first half of the 20th century, what did that mean? That means filling in missing cells in Mendelev's table, right? Until the Nobel Prize Committee realized that they'd given out the prize wrongly for Fermi because it wasn't actually a new element that he discovered, right? So that broke that metric then. That's what we're doing now. People are basically targeting the biggest data, the biggest, prediction tasks in their fields so that all eyeballs can be on them. And I think, what's the collective criteria? It may be about, human flourishing. It may be about environmental flourishing. Like they're big, fat objectives. They certainly are going to include the application of AI to novel data, to needles in a haystack that we haven't collected before because we could not analyze them before. These are collective action problems, and I think it will mean places like the Department of Energy and other large collective funders deciding systematically that we want to generate new environments for these tools to open fields. If we don't, so I think part of visionary design is an incentive design. And I think when those incentives are in place, then again, the very same tools that we use to fill in the missing cells, we can invert to be the most sensitive detectors of things that are violating those expectations, right? And we can kind of turn the crank on that in the opposite way. So I think part of it is a big incentive design problem.
This is a question probably for James, actually the two Jameses. We're
friends.
Yeah.
But I think you meant this, James, right?
No, but actually both of them, but, and also for anyone else. But I think, James Evans, you mentioned that science created by LLMs is helping us becoming more productive, but also more homogenized. And I think you mentioned that it's because we do abductive inference and they don't. Is that correct? And if so, James Zhu, like how do we get our agents to do abductive inference? Like how do we extract more creativity out of our agentic AI systems? So maybe James Evans, you can start. Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying. But.
No, on average, that is how scientists are using these tools. Because why? You get, it's a low risk, big win. That is recognized by the community upon point of publication, and so I think to do the opposite means, there are many ways to do it. One way, partly inspired by James Zhu's exciting work on agents, is basically to identify surprising datum, or data, surprising claims in the literature, building little cascades of agents around them and asking the question, well, if that were true, then what in my neighboring expertise would be updated? And then you can basically do this even prior to the questions. And rather than having like a fixed, universe of fixed dimension, it's kind of like an evolutionary biology universe that kind of branches every time there's a new surprising thing. It opens up a new dimension. So I think there are ways to use AI to explore those spaces, to generate fictive data, to retrain the models to open up those new dimensions, and to test them against real,
Yeah, actually, that's very related to theories of how evolution has maintained diversity over about 4 billion years, right? We have an evolutionary arms race. As soon as a species gets too comfortable, its surroundings change, other species evolve. That drives an arms race, and that generates open-ended diversity. It'd be really nice, actually, if we get an arms race between AI and data. I think that would be incredible.
Yeah. AI is winning right now.
AI is winning.
That's the problem.
I think the surprises, that's actually one really promising area to get more creativity. Another aspect where we can, I think, unlock a lot more creativity from the language models is by making it to explicitly look for metaphors. Because I think a lot of the best developments in a lot of the human science often come from looking for analogies and metaphors from different fields, right, and seeing how can those be applied to your problem. And we just tried something quite simple where we basically have the agent, the AI system, AI scientists also to explicitly look for analogies. When it's given a problem, it's looking for analogies in very different domains. For example, maybe it's looking at how cells communicate, and an agent will actually look for analogies in telecommunications and see, oh, maybe people have already solved a similar problem in telecommunications that can then be applied to cell-cell communication. And I think that's something that the agents are uniquely good at, right? Because they have read so much literature, they can actually go to very different fields, right? From telecommunications to economics to games, right? And look for these analogies systematically. And I think there's, and we found that that can actually unlock a lot more diversity and more creativity in these language models compared to if we just ask the model directly, like come up with 10 ideas.
So I love this discussion. At the same time, so I've been thinking a lot about how, as all disciplines use AI, part of what happens is that we all start doing things that look more like computer science, right? We all use benchmarks more and more. We all publish in conference proceedings more and more instead of journals, right? And the list could go on. And so, again, thinking about standardization and kind of diversity, I do think it's a bit of an open question for me, where I agree that there is all of this potential for cross-pollination, and that's great. But I wonder if under all of this cross-pollination talk, there isn't also one discipline that's just basically eating all of the other. Again, a caricature, right, obviously. But kind of thinking how do we think about that as researchers, right?
Yeah, it's a great question.
So I just wanted to add on what James Doe said about analogy and connections. I think humans generally have desire for connection. We like being with friends. We like meeting new friends. Why has it been hard for somebody in one discipline to become deep friends with another person in a different discipline? By deep friends, I mean a deep collaborative relationship. My best friends are my collaborators. We have so much joy together. But it's been hard because there's a barrier of vocabulary and the barrier of syntax in how those vocabularies are used in different domains. Yes, agents are very good at, because they know all the languages, but they also enable us to not be inhibited by that barrier, allow us to think more broadly and make connections. And I've started to see this in my students. And they are just so happy when they can see that, oh, I can actually use these things. These are the, people in this field have been doing it this way, and I think I can use that for solving my compilation problem of qubits. Yeah. And it's very empowering. So I think it's not only a way to make agents do something creative, it's a way for agents and humans together to do something very creative.
Can I just throw in one tiny thing, is that I think there is the same arms race between basically the generation of new data and patterns that would be available for analogy and metaphor, and the harvesting of those metaphors, like potential energy being, it's like we have to build both of those, which I think is,
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Let me pose a question. Let's imagine we have this panel again 10 years from now. And I know that it's very hard to predict a decade from now in these times, but maybe think about what is one thing you hope will be true about the role of humans or AI in scientific discovery, and one thing that you're particularly worried about. Let me have all of you speak to that.
Maybe I'll start. Worry is this atrophy, the skill atrophy. That's definitely a concern. It is a concern, but at the same time, I feel like many of us are in science or in academia because we just really like learning. And that joy of learning comes with trying things out with your hands, going through the derivation, doing that calculation. When you repeat somebody's calculation, that's when it becomes yours. And there's that joy. So maybe, even though there is a danger of atrophy, maybe that's more for people who are forced to learn stuff that they're utterly uninterested in. That I don't know what to do about. But when learning and curiosity is an innate drive, I think people will continue to learn. And I think something that can be really nice, a positive side of things, is being able to go from question to the sort of answers in a faster pace. I can imagine when I see some experiment, I can imagine, should I think about it this way, that way, like 10 different ways? And I can try out 10 different ways to then form the next step. I think this faster turnaround time can allow us to decide more quickly what is it really worth my time, because time is clearly a biggest asset that we all should cherish.
You know, I mean, I want Star Trek, you know, so I want data to be on top. I want it to be at least as parallel with computation.
Data the robot, or
what? Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I mean, you know, I mean, but I think I want to. I mean, right now we have a situation which we saw in 1963. There was this conference of Mizan's spectroscopists. This is the high energy physics of the day, and they were just a slew of discoveries that had come out the few years before. And it was realized, oh, there were no new particle accelerator experiments. There were just 4 high-performance computers that had been assembled in the UK that were basically characterizing the experiments that had been done before. They were all hallucinations, and they had to change the standard from 2 to 3 sigma to just quell them down. So I think way more, we need to be exploring new places that we've never gathered data before because we could never analyze it before, which will mean all kinds of error. And I think, I think there will be a lot more computational hermeneutics. I think there will be a lot of, because we care about the science, I think, the systems that basically are controlling increasingly these complex worlds, we'll have whole subfields where we're interrogating their internals in ways that allow us to distill principles that we can deploy in novel ways, for our purposes. So
yeah, I actually spent some time doing that. So now I realize I'm just doing hermeneutics. James, hopes and fears in 10 years.
Hopes and fears. So I think with AI-assisted science will become much more about interpolations rather than extrapolation. And I think that's both a hope, but also a fear, a concern, right? I think what I mean by that is that, especially with AI now, it's actually much easier to take existing ideas from different fields, combining them, right? Analogy is one example of this, but there's a lot of other things you can ask Claude Code to just combine things. And yes, I think that will actually solve 99% of scientific problems, and most of the existing human science is also about interpolation and combining ideas, right? And I think AI would just make that much easier and faster and reduce the friction for doing those interpolations. I think that will be good for the more general side of science, right? But the real breakthroughs will have to come from doing some sort of extrapolation that's not in the convex hull of the existing ideas, right? And I think the downside of concern about AI is that by making interpolation so easy, right, it's going to make it disincentivize people to go for these really big extrapolation ideas. And I think that's going to, in the longer term, lead to less innovations.
So I think for me, the fear would be something like AI monoculture, where everybody does AI all the time. Either you build it, or you interpret it, or you use it to do everything, and all of us do that all the time. I find that terrifying, honestly. I think academia is a wonderful place because there is space for a really wide range of projects. So instead, what I would hope is something closer to a carefully designed Japanese garden, where there is space for many different kinds of research, many different kinds of science to grow. AI being part of it, not all of it.
That's great.
Okay, let's thank our panelists. I think we're out of time.
Thank you.
You can just sit here.
You sit here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, well, first, let me just thank all of our speakers today, and also really, really want to thank the staff who made this incredible event happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, honestly, I wanted to double down on the staff. Just like all sorts of stuff turned up, and I had no idea it was going to turn up, and it was amazing. So that's how much the staff is doing. So anyway, it was a fun chat. Risa, what are some takeaways that you got from the?
I guess I would pick up on two things. I mean, the one thing that I found really interesting was just comparing where different fields are and how they're using AI in different ways. And I think I always learn so much by listening to people in other fields, even when they have similarities and when they have differences. So I think how different fields, which are more data rich, which are more or less based in theory, I think it's really interesting to see how AI is transforming those different fields at different paces and in different ways. And I think we can all learn from having these interdisciplinary conversations. And then I think the second thing that I would like to pick up on that I thought this panel actually touched on quite a bit is that because we are at this sort of point of rapid inflection, I think it's a time to think really deeply about what is the future we want. And I think we have even more opportunity in some sense, and also maybe more responsibility to really just think deeply and critically about what our human values are, what we care about in science, and how we build the best structures to enable them. And I think that's an exciting thread to all of the conversations we had today.
It's great. Yeah, so in terms of me, I really enjoyed the interdisciplinary approach, like all the fields and just seeing how they're grappling with AI, benefiting from AI and seeing the challenges and so forth. I thought what was really intriguing was like, who are we doing the science for? Like, what should an artifact of science be to really accelerate our impact? And it may not be anymore a paper written for humans, right? Imagine a world where we could have an entire institution, all the scientists, all the agents document every single step of the scientific process, because we all know that a paper is a tied up in a bow story that doesn't tell the pain and suffering and the learnings that happened that we got along the way. But what if we could document everything across an entire institution and then download it into the context window or skills files of some AI and then transfer it to another institution? And we're just sharing knowledge. So we become a society of institutions of science that can like download a matrix download a codec for just, how do you solve a big institutional problem? And then the last thing I'll say is something, it's a little bit sentimental, but something that warmed my heart was the ocean model that Laura was talking about was named Samudra, which is Sanskrit for ocean. Sanskrit is very closely related to my native tongue, Bengali. And also there's a foundation model for the sun called Surya. That's my name. And it sort of warmed my heart that the ancient language of Sanskrit, which dominated a few thousand years ago in the subcontinent of India, where most of us were farmers, right, has survived so long and created eponymous frontier AI models in a technological age where so much has changed from farming to AI, yet the continuity of culture remains, and we pay homage to our humble origins in ancient lands. And I think that's one thing that will remain is as we do AI for science, we're doing science for humanity. And I think the intense joy of doing science will sculpt the development of AI for science in an intentional way to augment human understanding, because we're doing it for human understanding. So I hope that will be the case. Some announcements. So very importantly, we have a reception right now. So join us in the courtyard for the reception. It's starting now. And then very importantly, at 5:45, we're going to have an exclusive conversation with the HAI leadership featuring Fei-Fei Li, who is, she's a Stanford professor, but she's also known as the godmother of AI. And John Hennessy, a former president of Stanford, and James Landay, the current director of HAI. And they're going to reflect on some of the key themes from today, and also their perspectives on where the field is heading next, both at Stanford and beyond. And so please join us in the courtyard, stop by the posters, and thank you everybody for coming. It was really a pleasure to go through this journey with you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks again to everyone. This was a fantastic day. One small announcement for local people. I've been requested that all HAI and SDS staff and faculty should come to the stage for a photo.